Hello everyone, and welcome to another amazing story. What if Doomslayer was in My Hero Academia? This amazing story was written by reeleffendeel. Please support them. Don't forget to like, sub, and leave a comment. Now let's dive in. Chapter 32. Violent Night. Muzuta Federalict Warehouse. June 30th, 9 p.m. Arbalest read the message he received from All for One on his phone. His lips curled into a cruel, eager smile as he memorized the instructions he received from the symbol of despair. The message deleted itself, a precautionary measure AFO implemented when contacting those under his thrall, and Arbalest left the dilapidated manager's office. Waiting outside were his two henchmen, Flummox and Zip-Zap. "Time to rally the troops, boys," Arbalest said to his men as they nodded and followed him downstairs. Arbalest was a bit of a celebrity in the Japanese criminal underworld. His muscled stature was authenticated by the tribal tattoos snaking around his bare chest and arms. He was completely bald and shirtless, dressed only in tattered jeans and heavy boots, while his hand had, oddly enough, drawstrings coming out of his palms and connecting to his fingers. His quirk allowed him to throw objects with near-perfect accuracy, while the drawstrings could enhance the speed they were thrown by attaching themselves to said object and drawing back to increase the velocity. He was a reputable arms dealer with an impressive track record of defeating lower to mid-ranked heroes, killing 3 of them to boot. When he was approached with an offer to join the League of Villains, he took it without hesitation. Zip-Zap was an obese slob wearing a black sweatshirt and gray sweatpants with sandals. He had a large beer gut protruding from underneath his shirt, a bushy mustache, and a flat top that hadn't been washed in weeks. And that wasn't worth mentioning the zits all over his face and arms due to his quirk. The zits could emit an electrical discharge within a radius around himself and were strong enough to paralyze even the strongest of heroes, which was helpful in a pinch. He acted as the muscle and bodyguard for Arbalest. Flummox was the opposite of Zip-Zap, having a lean physique like Arbalest and wearing dark pants with simple dress shoes and a button-tan dress shirt. He sported a blonde, slicked haircut that complemented his smarmy grin, which flashed a gold tooth. Flummox had a sizable influence in shady back-alley dealings. Drugs, prostitutes, stolen jewelry, anything he could get his hands on, he would sell it for a reasonable price. This made him a handy asset for Arbalest when he was selling high-grade weapons to potential buyers. His hands were colored light blue, which was a sign of his quirk, the ability to render anyone he touches go into a temporary stupor, hence his villain name. They walked down the steps and into the vast, open space of the main floor where up to 182 criminals were gathered. They were all small-time, but still dangerous. Some had strong quirks or had experience in fighting heroes. They were all gearing themselves up with weapons they had received from large wooden crates around the warehouse. Fresh clips and shells were being loaded into guns that were in the hands of trigger-happy felons. There were also more crooks on the second floor, eagerly awaiting what kind of trouble they could stir up with so many pro-heroes in the hospital. Arbalest and his henchmen walked up onto a makeshift stage with boarded-up windows behind it. He cleared his throat, getting the attention of the attendees. "Good evening, my apostles of awful. Our esteemed leader and king of all villainy, All for One, has just given out a new set of orders to all the gangs in Muzuta-fu," Arbalest announced, earning cheers from the crowd of crooks. "He's got a big plan going down later tonight and has tasked us and several other gangs to attack every police station and hero agency in the city. We're going to put pressure on the law by taking these places out one by one while they're busy with Island and the looters. One lucky gang has been given the special operation of attacking a juicy target of opportunity. Before they get that order, we and the other gangs gotta cause as much chaos as possible to keep the pigs occupied. To get this job done, I delivered them several trucks filled with all the explosive goodies they could ask for. But I did manage to save some for us. The guns were just an appetizer." The lights came on in the back of the warehouse to reveal 4 large tractor-trailers. Some of Arbalest's goons went up to them and opened the doors to show that the trailers were filled with grenades, C4 detonators, RPGs, and more firearms. The criminals hooted and cheered louder than before, many swarming to the trucks to get their greasy mitts on the munitions. "This is the moment most of us has been waiting for, boys." Arbalest placed his hands on his hips. "Are you ready to blow shit up?" "Yeah." The crowd raised their fists and guns in the air. Are you ready to kill the cops? Yeah. Are you ready to go nuts? Yeah. Are you all ready to fuck up those hero assholes? Yeah, yeah. The crowd roared, lusting for blood and the opportunity to strike at hero society. A barless smile grew wider, while Zitsap and Flummox grinned as well. Then let's get this party started, you crazy bastards. Arbalest exclaimed while grandstanding to the crowd. Time to tear this city a new asshole. Venture Brothers ass clamp, 0:17 to 1 o'clock. The boarded-up windows behind the villains exploded outward as the doomslayer rode in on his rampart, the whirring treads sprouting spikes, and the cycle unfurling two curved blades. The scythes decapitated Zitsap and Flummox while Arbalest was grounded into chopped meat as the treads tore apart his body. The Slayer depressed the triggers on his handlebars, and the Vulcans unleashed death upon the disoriented villains. Scores of criminals were reduced to red mist as the 20mm rounds shredded through their ranks. The Slayer drove off the stage and into the crowd, carving a bloody swath through them as they were run down by the spiked treads or sliced in half by the blades. Dying screams filled the air as the villains ran for their lives, only to be mowed down by the Vulcans. The felons up on the upper levels snapped out of their shock quick enough to open fire on the Slayer, but the bullets bounced off the rampart's armor. The bike's missile launchers fired a salvo toward the upper level, and the resulting explosions rained guts and limbs from above. The Slayer threw out a hologram projector just as he pulled out his plasma rifle and fired on a group of villains who stood no chance against the flesh-melting projectiles. The projector formed a copy, and the Mimic Slayer began scoring multiple headshots with its digitized HAR. A large villain with an iron skin texture and flames billowing from his mouth, like a furnace charged at the doomslayer on his bike. Taggart pressed a button near the triggers, and the main cannon fired a round at the charging villain, drilling a hole straight through him and blowing up another batch of hostiles. The Doomslayer grabbed a feeling target by the head and bashed his skull several times against the handlebars before throwing him under the treads. The massacre was booty as it was nightmarish for the assembled villains. None of them thought they would experience something this horrific before in their criminal careers. They never expected to be so brutally cut down like this, not like animals. But some of the villains recognized the man riding the bike as the same one who destroyed the entire Steel Sabers organization and put multiple pro-heroes in the hospital. It only then did they realize how screwed they were as another stream of missiles surged toward them, obliterating those that tried to make a break for the exits. One villain with hooked fingers latched onto the back of the rampart in an attempt to attack the Slayer, but the mine layer activated and launched an anti-tank mine right into the poor sap's gut, launching him into his comrades where the explosion reduced them into chunky giblets. The ground became slick with blood as the Doomslayer drove through the panicked crowd of villains, all of them screaming or attempting to flee from death itself. As the Vulcans continued to unload searing doom into their targets, a few errant bullets hit the trucks filled with explosive munitions, and the trailers detonated, killing scores of criminals as the ammunition sprayed all over the area as a result of being near the intense heat, taking out more targets just as the Slayer sent his rampart into a power slide and hopped off of it. The Slayer drew his satanas and began cutting down the disoriented criminals, the whirring blades easily sawing through flesh and bone. He sliced open the stomach of one goon and shoved one of his blades up into another's chin, ripping it out and tearing the villain's face apart. He then ran his satana through a charging villain and impaled him through several others before hefting the blade upward and splitting them open, guts falling to the ground and horrifying the guilty. Unlike the Steel Sabers, barely any of them tried to put up a fight because of the chaos around them. As he sawed a criminal down the middle while decapitating another, a bunch of villains tried to get the jump on him, but the hologram dove towards the group and detonated in a blinding flash. As the crooks reeled from blindness, the Slayer swapped out his melee weapons for his combat shotgun and fired an explosive round into the group. As gore splattered over his armor, the Doomslayer mopped up the last remaining stragglers. He gunned down the rest of the congregation as they suffocated from the fumes of the burning warehouse. Every thundering blast of his combat shotgun sent every criminal sprawling to the ground with chests full of buckshot. One gang member tried to flee, but the Doomslayer flung one of his upgraded grenades at him. the spikes activating and lodging itself into the back of the villain's skull before exploding. Scanning the warehouse, the Slayers spotted the last scumbag feebly trying to crawl away. Both his legs had been blown off at the knees during the earlier mayhem. The doomslayer stalked towards him just as the villain rolled over and held his hands up in surrender. "No, no, don't kill me, please, Dash." The Slayer raised his foot and brought it down on his skull, sending brain matter gushing from his squashed head. No respite, no hesitance, no mercy. Since his Predator suit, as well as the Rampart, were immune to fire, the Slayer was in no rush to leave the warehouse, which was now fully engulfed in flames. His HUD directed him to the cell phone of Arbalest, who was now a pile of mincemeat, lying near his remains. He walked amongst the mutilated corpses of the felons before picking up the phone. The screen flickered on and revealed Vega's symbol appeared, indicating that the AI was hacking the phone. / before the messages deleted themselves, All for One instructed all of the gangs under his command to attack certain targets across Mizutofu, namely police stations and hero agencies. With law enforcement still preoccupied with maintaining order, they are in danger of being targeted by these groups. One gang has been tasked to stage an attack on a currently unknown place of interest, but the order has not gone out yet, and I am therefore unable to locate them. By terminating these gangs, we will not only be disrupting whatever he is planning, but also protecting the police officers and heroes being targeted. I am accessing the cell phones of the gangs and marking their locations on your HUD. / With his helmet receiving the info and giving him the whereabouts of the villain groups, the Hellwalker put away his combat shotgun, got back on the Rampart, and drove straight through the warehouse door like it was made of paper. He drove away from the burning warehouse and through the deserted city streets to his next target. The Slayer narrowed his eyes, focusing on his objectives. He wanted AFO to know that he was going after him one way or another, and he was going butcher every villain in Japan to find him. He wanted the so-called symbol of despair to feel the same kind of terror and helplessness that he inflicted upon the Sabers. Taggart did not require sleep, rest, or sustenance. He was never going to stop at all. This little hit on AFO's flunkies was only the first in a very long series of middle fingers from the Doomslayer to the League of Villains. Mizutofu East Side, 9:26 p.m. A large congregation of bikers drove down the highway, hollering and cackling like madmen as they brandished clubs, machetes, nailed bats, chains, and assorted firearms. Numbering up to 56 outlaws, their howls of psychopathic elation could be heard from far away. The group drove near an unassuming car with its driver minding his own business. It was only when the group neared the car did the occupant, a father trying to get back home to his family, started to panic when they attacked him. They bludgeoned his car with their weapons, shattered his windows, and then shot out all 4 of his tires with their guns. The biker mob gave the car a wide berth as it spun out of control and hit the concrete wall, grinding itself along the wall before skidding to a halt. Whoa, 10 points. One of the bikers hollered as the others cheered. All right, cut the petty antic horseshit. Their leather-clad leader raised his voice, his wavy blonde hair flowing in the breeze. We got bigger fish to fry. Skullbash was the leader of the biker gang, and despite his somewhat contrived name, he was still a dangerous villain. His quirk gave him an enlarged forehead by enhancing the bone density of his skull. It gave him the ability to headbutt his way through the toughest of obstacles like a battering ram or use it as an offensive weapon. Many were left with crippling or near-fatal head injuries as a result of this notorious outlaw biker. Our orders from All for One are to keep the pigs and heroes occupied, while he has one gang attack someplace important. Every cop you kill gets you a big fat pay raise, and if any of you brings me a hero I can smash their head in, gets first fuck on whatever whore they got crawling around the brothels. Sound good? Skullbash loudly announced, glancing over his shoulder as he raised his antique Winchester 1887 shotgun into the air. His gang roared in agreement, raising their weapons into the air as well. Skullbash smiled evilly, nodding his head as he focused back on the road. He noticed something up ahead just near the downward ramp into the city coming up. Something was approaching them, but the streetlights were too dim to make out what it was. Whatever orders Skullbash was going to carry out for FO were dashed when a rocket was launched in his direction and exploded in front of him, vaporizing his body and unleashing a burst of superheated shrapnel. The blades cut apart the bikers and hit the fuel tanks in their motorcycles, causing them to explode and send bodies flying across the highway. The doomslayer drove his rampart through the gang, plowing through them with zero remorse as his treads ran over them. The sides bisected the hoodlums and Flynns through their choppers, creating a destructive domino effect that sent blood, wrecked motorcycles, and corpses scattering along the pavement. As the Slayer ran over the last of them, his missile launcher rotated around and launched several missiles at the long stretch of splattered bodies and cycles to make sure there were no survivors. As multiple explosions rocked the highway, he drove up to the disabled car he witnessed the gang attack earlier. The car had taken a beating, but the Slayer's main concern was the occupant. Thankfully, the driver was completely unharmed thanks to his quirk that made his entire body as hard as copper. The metal-skinned man slowly sat back up after his earlier panic attack, and the first thing he saw was a heavily armored, blood-covered man on some kind of motorcycle bristling with weapons next to his car, glaring at him as he clutched a smoking RPG-like weapon. The terrified civilian held up his hands and closed with eyes, shaking like a leaf and nearly on the verge of tears. The doomslayer stared at him before driving away, the driver watching him leave with both fear and uncertainty. As Taggart drove across the highway to his next target while putting away his rocket launcher, he couldn't help but notice that there was a distinct lack of any police officers or heroes in his current area. He glanced at the buildings in the distance that all had broken windows and realized the answer to his question. The explosion generated from his destruction of the Steel Saber's nuclear submarine back on Island must have thrown the whole city into chaos, and the law was too busy trying to clean up the mess. Not only that, but he put many well-known heroes in the hospital and weakened All Might. This means that all of this was mostly his fault, much to his chagrin. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard the frightened scream of a woman below the highway up ahead. "No, please leave me alone," Ipan Josie screamed as tears ran down her cheeks. She was running as fast as she could from 3 men chasing after her as they laughed sadistically. They were throwing beer bottles at her feet, jeering and hollering as they started to catch up with her. Earlier, Ipan needed to make a quick stop at the ATM, but was approached by a trio of seedy-looking hoodlums who started making sexist remarks to her. She tried to ignore them and get back home quickly, but when one of them attempted to capture her with a rope quirk, she made a break for it. And now she found herself being chased through a disused parking lot by psychotics who probably wanted to have their way with her. "I'll give you whatever you want. Take my money," Ipan pleaded as she fumbled with her purse. "We don't want your money." A fat thug with a trench knife laughed as he waved it around. "We want you." A lanky crook with elongated, triple-jointed arms and almost as tall as Ipan cackled. Ipan ran past a billboard just as a series of ropes coiled around her body, forcing her into a suggestive bondage pose. "Gotcha, bitch." The crew-cut thug with the rope quirk, which made his arms take on a wicker-like texture, yelled as he kicked her right in the stomach. Ipan cried out in pain just as the other 2 pursuers caught up and forced her up into a kneeling position. The lanky armed thug grabbed her by the scruff of her shirt, tearing it off and exposing her bra as he laughed. "Check out the knockers on this one. They're bigger than my hands." The rope thug marveled as he roughly groped Ipan's breasts. The woman wailed hysterically as the rapists continued to laugh horrifically. "Stop. Stop, please," Ipan sobbed. "Hey, I think she needs a haircut," the fat thug said as he tossed his trench knife to the lanky thug. "Yeah, she's got too much," he agreed as he clutched a fistful of her hair and cut it off with the knife. Josie screamed as the criminals cackled, holding up a wad of her hair for her to see. At this point, Ipan was in hysterics. She was going to be defiled by these men, and it seemed no one was coming to help her, not even a hero. "Start with her fur next." The fat one raised a fist in the air. "Nah, it's too short. We still need her breathing for later." The rope wielder grinned as he dragged his tongue across Ipan's cheek, eliciting a cry of anguish and revulsion from her. "Guys, wait," the long-armed offender suddenly exclaimed. "There's more hair. Down there." He cut off the bindings around Josie's legs and spread them, cutting apart her jeans so that he could defile her. "Ayawa! Ayawa! Ayawa!" Ipan shrieked hysterically as the men laughed louder, taking great pleasure in her distress and panic. Suddenly, something plowed through the nose barrier on the highway above them, and the portly thug looked up just in time to see a tank-like vehicle plumbed downwards towards him. The rampart fell right on top of the scumbag, his body exploding from the weight and momentum of the falling assault bike as it spun into a bootleg turn. The impact splashed blood on the startled rapists and Ipan as the vehicle came to a halt, the skid marks creating a bloody trail across the parking lot as debris fell from above. The doomslayer turned off the engine and glared at the scene before him. Two crusty pieces of shit were sexually assaulting an abnormally tall, fox-like woman, and seeing her torn clothes, ropes tightly wrapped around her, and the tears in her eyes filled the slayer with rage. If there was one thing he hated just as much as demons, it was rapists. He stepped off the rampart and plodded towards them, his heavy footsteps echoing across the lot. The two crooks had no idea who this man was, but Ipan did see the news conference about this vigilante, who was now covered in red and approaching them with murderous intent. Fresh blood dribbled off the slayer as Vega spoke through the suit via tiny, unnoticeable speakers around the small port on his chest. Let the woman go. You have forfeited your right to live, / Apparently, even the super-intelligent AI believed rapists didn't deserve mercy. Shit. The rope thug swore under his breath as he shoved Ipan towards the lanky thug who forced her in front of him, using her as a shield as he wrapped an arm around her waist and held the trench knife up to her throat. The doomslayer stopped walking and drew his heavy assault rifle, aiming down the tactical scope. You better back up, pal, or I'll cut her fucking throat open, the goon threatened. No. Let me go? Please, no. Ipan wailed. He's gonna kill her. He's gonna kill her. The other criminal pointed at them as if to tell the slayer there was nothing he could do. But he was about to prove these fuckers wrong. His scope provided him with pinpoint calculations on where he could ricochet his shots and take out the rapists without harming the woman. He was provided multiple options on how to take them out thanks to the telemetry data he was receiving, until he found the ideal target. Flynn snapped his weapon towards a billboard post behind the group and fired. The .50 caliber bullet ricocheted off the steel post, the munition flying through the air right toward the rapist holding the woman. But instead of hitting him in the head, the trajectory of the bullet went through his groin and safely between the woman's legs that were spread apart. The expended bullet then harmlessly clattered to the pavement near the slayer. Ayayayayuk. The castrated felon howled in agony as he clutched the bloody spot where his unmentionables used to be while Ipan scrambled out of the way. The doomslayer fired at the screaming thug, but instead of bullets, it was missiles from his micro-missile mod. The payload hit the bastard square in the chest and propelled him up to the billboard where they exploded, sending bloody chunks of the rapist splattering across the advertisement. The boogeyman of hell slowly turned his head to the remaining thug who, after being stunned at the sudden execution of his friend, noticed the vigilante and put his hands up. I give up. I give dash. The slayer swapped out the HAR for his super shotgun in an eye blink and blasted him in half, the upper half of his body sailing through the parking lot before landing into an open dumpster. As the lower half of the inhuman trash he just killed toppled over with its intestines spilling out, the slayer put away his weapon and glanced up at the bloodstained billboard. It depicted an advertisement of the Medusa heroine Uwabami's hairspray. He narrowed his eyes in disapproval at the billboard. The heroes of this world should focus more on upholding the law and protecting the innocent instead of being the poster boy/girl for some horseshit product. He hoped that the Island incident was enough to convince them to take their jobs a little more seriously from now on. He looked at the frightened woman and noticed that she was still tied up, slowly making his way over to her. Josie I was still in a state of shock and minor undress. The fact that she had been almost raped and seeing 3 men be violently dispatched shaking her to the core. The vigilante drew closer. Ipan could only stare up at him in fright as he reached out to her. The slayer undid her bindings, then picked up her torn shirt and handed it to her. Ipan took it, and it had dawned upon her that this man, hero or not, saved her life. Tears spilling down her cheeks, Ipan let out a sob as she sprang up and pulled the vigilante into a tight hug. She was still on her knees, but if she had been standing, she would have towered over him. Thank you, Ipan cried, burying her face into the crook of his neck as she hugged him harder. She did not care if she was getting blood on herself. She was overjoyed that someone came to her rescue. I thought no one, WWW, was going to help. Thank you. She continued to express her tearful gratitude. Although the doomslayer was not one to give hugs or reciprocate anything that would have resembled an embrace, he was nonetheless relieved that she was okay. As much as he wanted to stay and console her, Taggart needed to hunt down the other gangs. He gently placed his hands on Josie's arms and took them off of him, the woman pulling back to regard him with confusion. Madam, you have suffered an emotional shock. Please return to your home. I will anonymously notify a rape crisis center, /. As monotone as it sounded, Taggart liked to believe that Vega was trying to be as helpful and sympathetic as he could. He turned around and went back over to his rampart, leaving the woman where she kneeled. Josie was silent as she watched the vigilante get back on his motorcycle tank hybrid and drive away with his tires leaving behind a trail of blood. Still shaken from her experience, was rooted to the spot with the only sounds being a slight breeze and the vigilant's motorcycle fading into the city. While there was no room for doubt that vigilantism was illegal, she was nonetheless thankful for being saved by him and owed her life to him. Maybe you didn't have to be a licensed hero to save someone. To be continued. Chapter 33. Emotional Developments. Muzutafut General Hospital. 4th floor. 9:55 p.m. Ragdoll shifted uncomfortably in her bed as she stared down at her lap. Her food tray sat by her bed on a small handcart, but she hadn't touched it for some time. About 2 days ago, she woke up tied to a hospital bed, which was a pretty scary experience for her. There was a brief period of panic from her until the orderlies calmed her down and undid her bindings. Since then, she had been subjected to psychology tests and questions, but her answers to them were all the same. She had no recollection of what happened to her when she used her quirk on the vigilante. Why couldn't she remember anything? The last thing she could recall was being on one of her team's rescue boats while using her quirk to find Maruko and the vigilante, and that was it. Nothing. Anything after that was completely blank. It greatly concerned Tomoko. Her time in the hospital only made her feel more anxious. The staff regarded her with caution or outright fear, something that confused her to no end. But that was nothing compared to what she heard about what happened on Island. The Steel Sabers had been wiped out, the facility was in shambles, dozens of pro-heroes had been hospitalized, and the vigilante was still at large. She feared for the lives of her team and the other heroes. Something on this scale had never happened before in Japan. But it still did not explain why there were gaps in her memory. Did her quirk malfunction by some freak accident? Did the vigilante have something to do with it? This whole situation drove her nuts, and if she was being honest, it scared her. She glanced over to her food tray, and after feeling her stomach grumble, Tomoko decided to eat something to keep her spirits up at the very least. She just hoped that it hadn't gone cold. Just outside her hospital room, Recovery Girl informed the other 3 pussycats of Ragdoll's surprise recovery. Tiger, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob were the first few heroes to regain consciousness from their disastrously one-sided fight against the vigilante. The first thing they demanded to know was the welfare of their friend, but most of the hospital staff were tight-lipped about the subject. It wasn't until after they could walk on their 2 feet a day later that they learned from Recovery Girl that their longtime teammate and a surrogate family member had suffered a complete mental breakdown and attempted to gouge out Rumi's eye with a scalpel. But now she had seemingly recovered from her brief fit of insanity. "Chio, I just don't understand," Mandalay professed. She and her teammates were dressed in their patient gowns. Pixie Bob and Tiger stood behind her, appearing just as conflicted as she was. How did she recover so quickly? To be honest, I don't know. I've never seen anyone regain mental clarity this fast. Recovery Girl, but her tests all come out positive. She's made a full recovery. You're sure she's okay upstairs, right? Tiger asked, pointing to his head. Recovery Girl looked down at her clipboard before answering. There's no visible brain damage that we've detected. No trauma, no infection. Her scans are all normal. But how? How did she just forget everything that happened? Pixie Bob pressed, remembering Tomoko's screams during their travel to Island. It's possible that Tomoko has dissociative amnesia, a type of memory loss stemming from extreme shock or trauma. She wouldn't be the first patient here who's experienced something similar. Recovery Girl figured. Could she relapse? Remember everything that happened? Mandalay fearfully worried. She's already been made aware of what happened on Island, but she's shown no recollection of anything that happened to her, so it's doubtful that she'll remember that specific event. Chio informed. But I will say this. She must not use her quirk on the vigilante again. Only then will she relapse. So, does that mean she can't return to being a hero? Tiger fearfully assumed. On the contrary, she can. I want to run 2 more tests on her before I have her released, but if she doesn't show any irregular behavior by then, she can resume her hero duties. Chio clarified. The pussycats released the breaths they were holding in, glad their friend wouldn't have to retire. With that being said, I also speak for all of us when I say that Tomoko does not need to know about what happened with Maruko. This earned a nod from the others. Can we see her? Pixie Bob asked, twiddling her fingers together. Absolutely. Recovery Girl smiled as she opened the door. The pussycats rushed in to embrace their teammate, Ragdoll uttering a surprised gasp of joy as she hugged her team back. Chio smiled at the heartwarming sight of an unconventional family reuniting together after spending so long apart. Still, the question of Tomoko's surprise recovery lingered in her head. But Recovery Girl merely sighed as she turned away and walked down the hall. I suppose miracles do happen. She mused to herself as she turned the corner. But as soon as she did, Jeremiel emerged from behind the open door. He peered into the room to take in the confronting sight of an elated Tomoko while being invisible to them. He was proud to help this young woman on behalf of the creator. They do, Miss Shizenji, Jeremiel said, knowingly. They do. Mizuta Foot General Hospital. 3rd floor. It was early in the evening when Shoto Todoroki received a visit from his siblings, Fuyumi and Natsuo. They hugged Shoto as tight as they could, expressing how worried they were for him when news of the Island siege reached every corner of Japan and the world. They later released their bear hug on him before he could pass out. So both of your friends got released today? That's good to hear. Fuyumi said as she placed the flowers she bought for her younger brother into a vase. Well, one of them didn't go home quietly. Shoto recounted the heated argument Bakugo had with his equally hot-headed mother. Now he knew where Katsuki's temper came from. I can't imagine why. Natsuo scratched his head. Aren't hospitals supposed to prioritize comfort and safety? Not for Bakugo, believe me. Shoto sighed as he settled into his bed. I'm just spitballing here, but your friend wouldn't happen to be that chained-up psycho from the sports festival Yorke. Natsuo began to guess before Fuyumi pinched his cheek, ruining the mood as always. Fuyumi tugged on her brother's cheek. I'm not, Natsuo uttered as he held up his hands. Thankfully, his sister released her hold on him. Mom hasn't stopped worrying about you ever since she heard the news about Island. I told her that you're recovering and going to be okay, but she's still a little jittery about what happened. Fuyumi informed. The hospital she's staying at wouldn't let her visit me? Shoto asked, dismayed. You know how that place is. The doctors there take their job pretty seriously. Natsuo shook his head. It isn't fair if you ask me. Maybe so, but they're trying to help her. Fuyumi reminded him. But I'll tell Mom you're doing all right. She'll be happy to hear from you, and I think visiting her after you leave the hospital will make her day. I'll be sure to remind myself to do that. Shoto replied. His mother's mental health had been improving with subsequent visits, much to his delight. The possibility of Rei being released was something he and his siblings were looking forward to. It was the matter of their father that worried them. I should go see Dad and see if he's woken up yet, Fuyumi said as she went over to the door. I'll be back soon. She waved to them. The 2 brothers waved back as she left the room, leaving them alone. It'll probably be a while if he ever does wake up. I've never seen him so banged up before, not since Esaha. Natsuo scratched the back of his head. This was worse, trust me. Shoto lowered his head. Natsuo sat himself down on a seat next to Shoto's bed, appearing conflicted. Do you know what happened to him? Shoto swallowed. It was the vigilante responsible for destroying Island and the Steel Sabers. Wait, you mean that vigilante? The one the news won't stop talking about? Natsuo questioned. Shoto nodded, closing his eyes. The brothers stayed silent. Natsuo uncomfortably staring down at the floor. Is it strange of me to say that I actually feel bad about Enji? Shoto looked at his brother in surprise. I mean, I'll never forgive him for what he did to us, but back when he was hospitalized after he fought Volcano, I thought that he was going to die. And I felt, can you believe it? Me being worried about the man who destroyed our family? I hate him so much, but... Natsuo anxiously tapped his foot as he clenched his hands, struggling to find the right words. At the same time, I don't want him to die. Because if he did, Natsuo trailed off before hanging his head, unable to finish out of conflicting emotions. Because you're scared of how it would affect Fuyumi and Mom. Shoto deduced. Natsuo froze, slowly lifting his head. And you're worried that you might feel happy if you did die. To be honest, I hate him too, but I would never wish for his death. Because if we did, it would be disrespecting Toya's memory. But I don't think the both of us would be happy if Enji died, and because of that, it means we're not heartless. Natsuo had never considered that notion. Had he been so wrapped up in his anger towards his father, it had blinded him to how he and the rest of his family would have felt. Feeling tears welling up in his eyes, Natsuo fought them back and nodded in agreement with his younger brother's words. A small smile formed on Shoto Todoroki's lips. Maybe there was some hope for this broken family after all. Mizuta for Midoriya residence. 10:04 p.m. Well, we're home. Inko Midoriya announced as she pulled her minivan into the parking garage next to their apartment complex. Izuku was brought out of his thoughts as the vehicle came to a stop in its parking spot. Climbing out of the minivan, the mother and son walked out of the garage and up to the steps of their apartment. Izuku was dressed in his regular around-the-house clothes his mother brought for him when he was getting ready to leave the hospital. Inko remained silent out of concern for her son. He was withdrawn during the whole drive. She attributed that to the trauma he suffered on Island. Izuku had previously told her that UA was going to be closed for a while, so he would thankfully have some time to recover from this ordeal. As they went up the steps that led into the building, Izuku glanced to his right at the spot where the vigilante landed not just a few days ago. The groundskeepers had since then filled in the hole with dirt and planted grass within it. Izuku gripped the handrail, his knuckles turning white. He had no idea what the vigilante was capable of back when he and his mother first met him. It may have well been an encounter with death itself after everything that had happened. He followed his mother back up the stairs where they took the elevator up to their apartment. Entering the living room, Izuku quietly went to his bedroom without a word. Inko felt the sting of tears in her eyes from witnessing her once lively son be reduced to a husk of his former self. As she went over to the refrigerator to get out dinner for Izuku, she couldn't help but think about the vigilante that her son described. She felt herself shudder when she thought back to when they met him a while ago. To think, they were standing near a man who was capable of so much bloody destruction. How were either of them supposed to know that he would go on to decimate Island and kill all those villains? It filled her with dread to know that man was still out there planning God knows what. In his room, Izuku lay on his bed while vacantly staring up at his ceiling. He tried to think about something else other than Island, but all he kept seeing were intermittent flashes of the vigilante surrounded by dead bodies and fire. Frowning, he sat himself up and opened his bedroom window, sticking his head outside. His hopes for a quiet night were a foregone wish as the sounds of emergency vehicle sirens blared in the background. He sighed, knowing that his city was still in disarray from the explosion and there wouldn't be any respite anytime soon. He glanced up at the cloudy night sky and felt himself grow uncomfortable. The memory of the vigilante landing outside his apartment was still fresh in his mind. But why was he suddenly falling from the sky? Did he jump out of a plane or something? But then there was that thunderclap he heard right before the man freefalled into the ground. Was the vigilante somehow tied to that sudden thunderstorm? Did he come out of that storm? Izuku groaned out of lethargic exhaustion and leaned back into his room, closing the window. Uriel stood near the ledge on the roof of an apartment building adjacent to Izuku's apartment. She felt nothing but sympathy for the poor boy. She wished that he never had to witness the bloodshed on Island. But her concern at the moment was his place in the Ascendant Realm's current predicament with the Doomslayer. Now that All for One had his eye on the Bane of Hell, it would only be a matter of time before Izuku Midoriya would be dragged into the conflict as well. The Ascendant Realm had been keeping a close eye on the OFA and AFO blessings for a century, as they were both very powerful, yet unwieldy powers. The two gods that had created those blessings were firm. They believed the conflict would be resolved soon and wouldn't disrupt the eternal balance. But after a full century of the past users failing to defeat AFO, their souls seemingly disappearing instead of ascending to heaven, and the villains steadily gaining more power, the other gods were beginning to have their doubts. Perhaps the Slayer could be the one to put an end to the vicious cycle due to his ability to alter fate. The wisdom gods had drawn up several theories about this astonishing feat, but it was nothing concrete yet. There was also the other matter of the mortal who saw the Slayer arrive. Ibra Shiozaki, a student at UA who received her blessing from Cernunnos, the Celtic god of nature. She alone was the only being on Earth who witnessed the doomslayer come out of that rift in the sky. So far, she showed no intention of sharing the footage she recorded with anyone or posting it on social media. She was convinced that it was some kind of sign, but what it meant was unknown to any of the gods. None of them, not even the creator himself, knew why he came here or what sent him here. Uriel turned her head over to the left at the cityscape in the distance, tensing up. She could sense the Slayer hastening the damned to their eternal punishment, specifically those associated with AFO. Mizuta Upper North Side. 10:08 p.m. Boiling Point was one of the most prolific and clever assassins in Japan. Her quirk allowed her to control the temperature of whatever liquid she touched, including human blood. It was her favorite form of assassination, disabling her target and then placing her hand on them, literally boiling them from the inside out by raising the temperature of their blood. This cemented her villain name and garnered her a devious reputation for law enforcement all across the country. Boiling Point started up her own villain group as time went on, but mostly consisted of female assassins like her. When she was approached by another villain by the name of Kirojiri with an offer to join the League of Villains, she accepted since it would rake in funding for her operations. Also, the alliance made any other villains wary of attempting to overtake her group because it would mean incurring AFO's wrath. Shame it wasn't helping her now. The villainess now found herself slumped against a wall, a massive gash in her midsection that almost made her intestines spill out of her body. Her underground hideout was ablaze and the bodies of her henchwomen were splayed out in states of mutilation all over the floor. And approaching her, with his fist rammed straight through a dead assassin's midsection and clutching a chainsaw sword in the other, was the vigilante responsible for the destruction of Island and decimating the entire Steel Sabers mercenary organization. The Doomslayer threw the corpse off his hand and drew his super shotgun, approaching the red-haired, spandex dress-wearing villain who was trying to keep her guts from spilling out of her abdomen. Why, you stupid piece of shit. Do you have any idea what you've done? Boiling Point gurgled out, blood dribbling down her chin. Do you have any idea who I work for? All for One is gonna fuck up your life, dash. Her rant was cut short when the Doomslayer splattered the upper half of her body with a single trigger pull. With this gang taken care of, the Slayer holstered his weapon and walked towards the stairs. The flames consumed the bodies of the dead and their hideout, which contained weapons, amassed cash, and documents containing assassination targets. He went up the stairs to a hatch that led him into the storeroom of a perfume shop, used as a disguise to conceal their operations. He exited the store as smoke billowed from the underground hideout and went over to the rampart that was parked nearby. Hold it right there, came a loud voice to his right. He turned to see a hero dressed in a blocky red, black, and silver costume with a large drill on his right hand standing on the adjacent sidewalk. Master Driller had seen a blood-covered man exit a store that had smoke coming from it and was about to question him until he suddenly reeled back in horror when he recognized who it was. Taggart stared at the hero for a few more seconds before resuming his walk back to the rampart. Stop! Get down on the ground now! Master Driller yelled as he pointed his drill at the vigilante. The Slayer ignored him, prompting Master Driller to charge forward and thrust his spinning drill at him. His opponent spun around and clamped his hand around the edge of the drill, grinding it to a halt. Before the hero could register what the hell just happened, the vigilante flung him into a traffic light. His helmet bashed against it and shattered the bulbs as he fell to the ground unconscious. The Doomslayer went back to his chopper, got on it, and drove away into the night to continue his purge of AFO's accomplices unabated. Woe be to those who got in his way. To be continued. Chapter 34. On the Hunt. Part 1. There's always a bigger fish. Kagan Jin, Star Wars. Yokohama Kamino Ward. 10:38 p.m. Legit? I'm the personification of legit. People would kill to get their hands on my wares, especially when I offer a reasonable price. Jiren spoke into his cell phone as he sat in his gray convertible. He was parked near a self-storage center that was a front for housing the illicit goods he would occasionally sell to his clientele. He wasn't worried about heroes discovering what he was hiding since the staff working there was on his payroll and kept their mouths shut while the cops in Kamino worked for AFO. But with all due honesty, I'm a guy you can depend on to get what you need, and Jiren trailed off as his caller interrupted him. He then grew impatient. Listen, Francois, if want the goods, don't give me any lip. Do you want the imported ganja or not? That's what I thought. He ended the call, tossing his phone onto the passenger seat. Sighing, Jiren dug out a cig and his lighter. Things had been pretty hectic lately. The League's mission on I Island had been a clusterfuck. Wolfram and his buddies were dead along with the Steel Sabers, and now there was a shortage of heroes. Not that he had a problem with it. The fewer heroes there were, the easier his job was. But one complication that stood out for him was a text from Dobby a day ago. Twice was starting to get cold feet. He hoped that wasn't the case. Finding Jean was like winning the lottery. His quirk was a diamond in the rough, and thanks to some subtle encouragement along with the promise of replacing Hero Society with a fair one, Jean joined the League wholeheartedly. His multiplication quirk was something that needed to be on the side of villainy, and it was a miracle that Jiren was able to entice Jean into the League before he thought about becoming a hero. But if Twice was starting to get second thoughts and potentially turn himself in, it could be bad news for the LOV and put him in hot water with All for One. Grumbling to himself, Jiren lit up his match and took a drag. Hiya, Kajiro. Gah. He dropped the lit cigarette in a startled panic and went for the nickel-plated handgun holstered around his belt. He snapped his head towards the driver's window and was met with the shit-eating grin of C4, waving to him. For crying out loud, Rokiro. Somebody oughta put a fucking bell on you. Jiren snapped at him as he put out the cigarette before it could burn his seat. That would kinda defeat the purpose of my role, wouldn't it? He asked rhetorically as he stepped away from the car, allowing Jiren to get out. What do you need, C4? Jiren impatiently began, wiping off the cigarette ashes off his coat. I ain't in the mood for your crap. Well, All for One gave out the order to the gangs to take out hero agencies and police stations. C4 revealed. Jiren grinned, showing off the gap in his teeth as he dug out a flask from his jacket. About damn time. I was wondering when the boss would carry that plan out. He popped open the cap and raised his flask in the air. Cheers. But there isn't enough chaos going around Mizutofu. C4 finished. None of them are reporting in. Jiren frowned, putting away his flask in disappointment. I told you guys, if you want results, don't hire back alley idiots. We did the same thing for the USJ job a while back, and look what happened. Rokiro shook his head. No, this is different. Something isn't right. But I need to go investigate and find out what's happening. Huh, Jiren uttered. I'm going to head back to the bar and tell the others what's going on. C4 nodded and used his speed quirk to zip away from the self-storage facility while Jiren climbed back into his car and drove away. Mizutofu West Side. 10:42 p.m. Donpuru took a long drag of his cigar while sitting in his office. Currently residing in a closed, two-story casino in a seedy part of Mizutofu. He was an imposing gangster who modeled himself after the Sicilian Mafia, even though that group had all but vanished 90 years ago due to the crime-fighting efforts of heroes. He liked to fashion his clothes after 1930s gangsters, a requirement for most of the men under his command. His name was a clever reference to his love of mafia gangs and his quirk. It gave him the appearance of an anthropomorphic Puroceras, one of the largest known prehistoric crocodiles. He drummed his fingers on his expensive mahogany desk, noting that it was rather tranquil outside his casino. He expected the other gangs working for AFO to start tearing things up around Mizutofu. What was holding them up? Sighing, he put out his cigar in the ashtray and left his office. He had a schedule to keep. He put on his fedora and joined his men, numbering about 68 of them, who were assembled near the blackjack tables. All of them were ready for mayhem, armed with Tommy guns while some fiddled with bags of explosives meant for blowing up hero offices. All right, you mugs, listen up. All for One has given us a big score. Tonight we dash. Boss. Up there, one of the gangsters exclaimed, pointing up to the second-floor balcony. They all glanced up to see a figure on the second-floor balcony, their bodies shrouded in shadow due to the lights on that floor being off. Who the hell are you? Who is this schmuck? Is this some kind of stupid prank you're pulling on us? Donpuru disinterestedly asked, unthreatened by this mystery person. His men aimed their Tommy guns at the figure. If you're looking to die, there's plenty of other ways to kill yourself. Hard knocks coming hard. The doomslayer instantly drew his rocket launcher and fired a rocket at Donpuru. It sailed right into the gangster's open mouth and exploded, reducing the villain into red mist and giblets which stained the carpets and the men under his command with blood. The explosion released superheated shards of shrapnel that cleaved through the gangsters like a hot knife through butter and lighting them aflame. Some of the shards hit the bags containing explosives, and they detonated in multiple blasts that rocked the casino and blew up most of the blackjack tables. Reinforcements started pouring in, all armed Tommy guns and wearing gangster suits. The doomslayer put away his rocket launcher, jumped off the balcony, and drew his HAR and plasma rifle, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets and plasma at the goons. The rounds ripped straight through them, while the plasma melted their torsos into burnt flesh. The Hellwalker landed on the floor where he continued to hose down the other gangsters who kept streaming into the casino and firing their guns at him to no effect. He fired a barrage of micro-missiles at one densely packed group, sending limbs and gore scattering across the decorative room and blowing up the slot machines. The Slayer put away his HAR, and he fired a stun bomb at another group with his plasma gun. As soon as the payload hit the floor, the electrical burst fatally shocked the gangsters. Vega's upgrades to the weapon amplified the electrical output so much that their heads ruptured. The electric currents also affected the electronic slot machines, detonating them in low-yield blasts that scattered money all over the area. The entire shootout between the doomslayer and the gangsters was a chaotic scene of plasma blasts and gunfire as bills flew around the air and coins rolled across the floor. He grabbed a fistful of poker chips and flung them into a group so hard that the chips tore through them like miniature shurikens. Switching to his chain gun, he attached the Gatling rotator mod and swept the weapon from side to side as he depressed the trigger. The newly installed fragmentation rounds splattered the remaining gangsters, their midsections or upper halves of their bodies blowing apart in a display of gory fireworks. The casino was quickly enveloped in flames from the chaos just as the last two gangsters charged at the Slayer. One had cracked, gray skin, while the other was a lumbering, humanoid hulk with massive arms. The bigger gangster lumbered towards the Slayer with a guttural roar, swinging its fists at him like a raging ape. Flynn swapped his plasma gun out for the Gauss cannon equipped with the Siege Mode mod. The weapon instantly charged and fired a two-shot Gauss blast. The first shot bored through the gangster's chest while the second shot disintegrated his head. The other gangster pulled out two Magnum revolvers and dove to the left, landing 2 hits on the Slayer's helmet. The Slayer pivoted his body around and fired a regular Gauss blast at the gangster, who suddenly dissipated into a cloud of ash before it could hit him. "Missed me, bitch," he taunted as he reappeared in midair and fired 2 more shots at him before the Slayer returned fire with his Gauss cannon, but like before, the villain disappeared in a puff of ash before the steel flechette could connect. The villain continued taking pot shots at the doomslayer before turning into another ash cloud that flew behind a row of slot machines. The Slayer smirked and swapped out the current mod for the precision bolt. He aimed through the scope, which showed the outline of his target behind the slot machines. As soon as the villain finished reloading, the Slayer fired the precision round, and it penetrated through the slots, hitting the overconfident Puts right in the back of the head and vaporizing the upper half of his body. Satisfied with wiping out another gang, the doomslayer put away his Gauss cannon and walked past the dead bodies and wrecked slot machines as the fire spread around him. A plume of flames erupted from the roof of the building as the windows exploded outward. The casino caved in on itself as the front entrance was kicked open by the Taggart, who walked away from the blazing establishment without a scratch. So far, his objective of wiping out the gangs under AFO's control was going amazingly well. Since he knew their locations thanks to Vega, he was able to take them out with brutal, lightning-quick efficiency. The gangs were still arming themselves, giving the Slayer enough time to decimate them and move on to the next target before the heroes or the police could arrive on the scene to investigate. His rampart and the weapon upgrades were essential in eliminating the gangs, and Vega's directions led him to each holdout, while giving him an escape route afterward. As it stood, most of Mizutofu had been cleared of LOV-connected gangs. He got back on his ride and drove off to his next target. The Slayer had decimated 17 gangs. Now there were only 5 left. Mizutofu West Side. 11:08 p.m. Near the edge of the western side of Mizutofu stood a derelict neighborhood slated for renovation. It was closed off and deserted save for several figures darting into one of the rundown apartments. At least 24 villains were gathered in a vacant, dirty room on the top floor. All of them were digging through large black cases, gearing themselves up with weapons they had procured from an arms dealer by the name of Arbalest. They were all eager to raise hell across Mizudafu with the other gangs, and maybe kill some heroes to boot. They were waiting way too long for this. Multikill, the gang's leader with a quirk that gave him 20 arms, armed himself to the teeth with pistols, shotguns, and machine guns in each of his arms. His name was derived from his impressive kill count, thanks to his skilled gunsmanship. "All right," Multikill announced, his tall body covered in Kevlar and ammo belts while his wavy hair draped itself over his eyes. "You all ready to do this?" The villains cheered as they raised their weapons in the air. Multikill grinned evilly before turning to one of his henchmen. "Hit me." His goon brought over a large Ziploc bag filled to the brim with cocaine. He held it up to Multikill's face, and the gang leader snorted half the whole bag in one whiff. His eyes shot open, pupils dilating as the drug coursed through his veins. He felt a surge of adrenaline-fueled euphoria as he bit down on his lip, uttering a growl of insanity before bursting into a fit of crazed laughter. "Come and get it. Multikill is ready," he shouted at the top of his lungs, ready to wreak havoc along with his gang, who were just as bloodthirsty. Suddenly, the overhead skylight shattered above them, and the villains shot their heads up to see an armored juggernaut with chainsaw swords plummet down towards them. A mile away, Burnin and her friends were on their usual patrol. However, some of her colleagues were showing signs of fatigue. "Mo, can we take a break? I feel like I'm going to collapse." Onimo wiped the sweat from his brow as Keto and Horse Torch caught up with him, just as tired as he was. "Come on, guys, you know we have a job to do." The flaming sidekickers never slack off, Burnin said proudly with a pump of her fists. "But we've barely had any rest. We're already stretched thin enough as it is, and we have most of Mizudafu secured. We should be getting rest," Burnin. Keto advised. "We can't, not while the boss is still in the hospital," she retorted, placing her hands on her hips. "Besides, we've been hearing some unconfirmed reports about gunfire and explosions in some parts of the city. There was a loud noise in the distance, and the group of sidekicks snapped their heads to the right, just in time to witness a ball of fire erupt from the side of a derelict apartment in the rundown neighborhood of Mizudafu. "Come on." Burnin waved her colleagues to follow her as she ran into the neighborhood. She and the others came before the apartment with smoke billowing from the top floor. The flaming sidekickers ran into the building without wasting time and took the stairwell to the top floor. As they went up each flight of stairs, they could hear gunfire and screams, occasionally overlapped by the sounds of some kind of power tool. "What the hell is going on up there?" Horse Torch asked no one in particular. No one answered him as they were too focused on climbing the last flight of stairs. They reached the top floor and ran down the dirty hallway to the source of the commotion until they saw one of the doors swung open and a villain they recognized backpedaled into view, screaming hysterically as he opened fire at something with the multitude of weapons in his 20 arms. Before Burnin and the others could react, a towering man in green-colored armor charged into view clutching bloody katanas with chainsaw teeth and swung one of them down upon the villain, cleaving him down the middle. The whirring blade sawed into Multikill's skull and went down vertically through the rest of his body, spraying blood across the hallway and sending his guts spilling onto the carpet. Burnin shrieked in horror as the other sidekicks let out gasps of shock. The Slayer glared at the terrified heroes as blood dripped from his satanas. There was a woman wearing a tan button dress with fiery green hair, a man covered in bandages, another guy wearing a horned hapuri, and a light blue horse humanoid wearing samurai armor. Vegas scanned them and brought up information about the group in the Doomslayer's HUD. They were not heroes per se, but sidekicks working for the Endeavor Agency. In other words, rookies. The flaming sidekickers shook with fear at the blood-drenched sight of the vigilante responsible for so much destruction on Island. Burnin remembered how she wanted to pay him back for putting Endeavor in the hospital, but now that she and her friends were face-to-face with him, she was seriously reconsidering what she had proclaimed before. Putting away his satanas, the Slayer walked towards the frightened sidekicks. "SSS, stay where you are? Why you're under arrest." Burnin stuttered as she and the other flaming sidekickers got into battle stances. The Slayer continued to stride towards them without a word. Vernon reached her hand up to her flaming, light green hair and yanked out a bladed weapon made out of fire. Flame on. With a yell, she charged towards him with her team following behind her. Vernon swung her weapon across the vigilante's chest, and her eyes widened when it did absolutely nothing to his armor, just as he grabbed her by the throat and smashed her face first into a wall. As she crumpled to the floor, Keto and Anima rushed in and tried to attack him, only for the Slayer to grab them by the scruff of their uniforms and fling them up into the ceiling where their heads slammed against the tiles. Horse Torch lowered his head and unleashed a gout of flame from his mane directly at the vigilante. The flames harmlessly glanced off his Predator suit, and the Slayer backhanded Horse Torch into a wall. Stepping over the unconscious sidekicks, the Slayer jumped down the stairwell all the way to the ground floor. He then left the apartment, got back on his rampart, and left into the night. Musudafa West Side. 11:23 p.m. In a seedy alleyway, two thugs guarded a large steel door to a hidden gang hideout. The two thugs were wearing loose-fitting street clothing and had quirks that gave them insect features. One had antennae while the other had compound eyes. They were members of the Pesticides, a gang predominantly consisting of villains with insect-based quirks. The goons were on the lookout for any intruders, but that didn't stop one of them from voicing his thoughts. "Hey, when do you think the boss is going to give the word? I thought we were supposed to be raising hell. He's fiddling with something that'll blow the MT Lady Agency sky high. I'm still wondering why it's so quiet. I thought the other gangs would have got started by now. Doom 2016. If you're looking for a fight." A bright light at the other end of the alleyway suddenly blinded the thugs. They pulled out their guns just as the sounds of a loud engine coming to life reverberated through the alley. The Doomslayer revved the engine and drove through the alleyway towards the panicking thugs who frantically shot at him. They were ground into bloody mulch by his spiked treads as he rammed through the steel door and right into a group of disoriented villains who met the same gruesome fate. He skidded his rampart to a halt, grinding the dead villains beneath his treads and glaring at his targets. There were over 34 hostiles stunned and disoriented from the sudden intrusion and mutilation of their comrades. All of them had insectoid features. Their boss, who had the head of a Goliath beetle, pulled out his pistol. "Kill his ass." The Pesticides grabbed their weapons and unleashed a hail of bullets at the Slayer, who got off his bike and calmly walked over to a forklift as the bullets shattered against his armor. He grabbed the forklift with one hand and effortlessly threw it across the room at the gang. The right fork impaled one unlucky sap, while the left fork speared into the leader's leg. The forklift smashed into the wall, pinning the leader against it as he yelled in pain. The Slayer darted towards the villains and grabbed one by the leg, using him as a human club. He smashed the screaming thug against his buddies, the force of the impacts gruesomely pulverizing them into mangled heaps. He chuckled away the dead, broken thug he was using as a club just as a villain with his arms covered in some kind of carapace grabbed a modified M2 Browning converted for handheld use and depressed the trigger to unleash a torrent of 50 caliber rounds at the Slayer. As the rounds ineffectually compacted against his suit, the Hellwalker snatched a pistol from the floor and flung it at the stag beetle villain like a throwing knife. The gun impaled right into the villain's face, causing the frontal portion of his skull to cave in and his brain to explode out of the top of his head. The Doomslayer picked up a crowbar from one of the crates lying around and charged at the gang members who were still trying to gun him down. The air was filled with the sickening sounds of carbon steel impacting against human skulls. Each blow obliterated their heads, sending blood and brain matter splashing to the floor. The Doomslayer got creative and shoved the claw of the crowbar into a thug's eye socket before prying his head open. He heard the furious roar of a gang member with the head of a Hercules beetle charge at him with his insectoid horn pointed right at him. The Doomslayer tossed the crowbar away and grabbed the horn, stopping the villain dead in his tracks before breaking off the horn and slashing it across the villain's throat, ripping it open. As the villain collapsed, a female villain with praying mantis arms descended from the crate-lined shelves with a furious yell as she brought her arms down on the Slayer. Unsurprisingly, the spines along her arms shattered against his suit. "What the fuck, Dash?" She blurted out right before the Slayer grabbed her by the scruff of her shirt and headbutt her hard enough to make her head pop like an overripe zit. Taggart threw the severed horn at a goon who was trying to sneak up on him with a dinky little shotgun, impaling him right through the face just as he flung the headless corpse of the mantis woman at another gang member, splattering the both of them due to the force of his throw. The few remaining gang members who had not been bludgeoned to death dropped their weapons and fled to the destroyed entryway while screaming in terror. They didn't get far when the Slayer drew his HAR and gunned them down, leaving no escapees. One other villain, an anthropomorphic mosquito, stayed behind and tried to ambush the Slayer in a last-ditch sneak attack. He thrust his proboscis at the Slayer, who easily caught it without turning around, broke it off, and shoved it right in between the villain's eyes. The appendage speared out the back of the villain's head, and the doomslayer walked over to the forklift, pinning the gang leader just as the body hit the ground. The leader struggled in a futile attempt to move the forklift off his impaled leg, but the Slayer threw it off of him and grabbed him by the neck, hoisting him up until his feet were dangling in the air. Wait. Don't kill me. I'll pay you double, triple, whatever you want. The gang leader frantically begged as he struggled in the madman's grasp. Vega did the talking as usual. / we are not going to kill you, / why you're not. Oh, thank God, / we were not talking to you, / The doomslayer tore off his head before he could say anything else, a fountain of blood gushing from his stump. He released the twitching, headless corpse to glance over his shoulder at the person Vega was referring to, a young boy, no more than 14 years old, and sporting tiny butterfly wings on his back, pointing a Glock 17 at him with shaky hands. The doomslayer glared at the boy, not with anger but instead with sympathy. The boy was the reason he did not use his guns during the fight. He saw the kid before the gang attacked him and did not want him to be killed by his more destructive weaponry. By the Slayer's guess, the boy was probably led on the wrong path and ended up joining the gang because he felt like he had no other option left for him. His parents probably let him down big time. He was going to fix that. The doomslayer dropped the head and slowly walked towards the boy, who still pointed his gun at him but did not fire. The Slayer closed the distance, got down on one knee, and gently took the handgun out of the boy's hands. The terrified youth's face was a mix of confusion, relief, and unease. / go home to your parents. Think about your life choices and never join another villain gang again. / The boy shakily nodded and ran out of the entrance as fast as he could, discarding the cap adorned with the gang's symbol as he fled. The Hellwalker stood back up as he watched the boy disappear from view. Hopefully putting the fear of God into that kid would put him back on the right path. He glanced down at the Glock in his hand, his mind drifting back to another distant memory. Earth Taggart residence. Sun Valley, Idaho. Many eons ago. Flynn poured himself a mug of coffee, savoring the smell as he took a swig. He went into the living room of his house, where he watched his son Billy glue himself to the television. He was watching the Saturday morning cartoon Commander Keen, a show about a spacefaring young boy who took down extraterrestrial baddies with a tiny laser gun. He viewed the main character vaporize a tentacled monster with his laser pistol, stylishly twirling the weapon before holstering it. Billy looked up to his father with an excited smile. "Can you do that, Daddy?" Flynn chuckled as he set his mug down on the coffee table. "Well, your pop can do a lot of things, but I think I can learn a new trick or two." Beautiful West Side. Present time. The Slayer stared at the weapon for a few more seconds before crushing it in his grip, discarding the broken scraps, and pulling out his EMG pistol. He twirled it around his trigger finger with impressive flair and holstered it into his Hammerspace backpack. He allowed himself to smile a little. Even after all these eons in his war against hell, he still knew how to do that trick. It was his way of never forgetting Billy or the rest of his family. Before heading back to the rampart, Taggart noticed something underneath the overturned tables. He flipped them over and raised an eyebrow at the makeshift bomb on the floor. It was a large, white phosphorus tank shell with C4 plastic explosives duct taped to the sides. He picked it up and looked over the odd IED before shrugging and dispensing it in his Hammerspace backpack. Might come in handy somewhere down the road. He then got back on his assault bike and drove back onto the streets of Muzutafu to hunt down the remaining 3 gangs. No sooner than a few minutes after he left, C4 sped onto the scene. The first thing he saw before moving into the alleyway was a trail of bloody tracks leading away from the hideout of the pesticides. He cautiously entered the alley and saw the destroyed entrance and the multitude of dead gangsters inside the hideout, all of them horribly mutilated. Shit. C4 swore to himself as he ran away from the scene at blinding speed. As he ran, Rokuro wondered who or what could have torn apart those villains. But somewhere in the back of his mind, he had a pretty good guess. To be continued. Chapter 35. On the Hunt. Part 2. Mizudafu South Side. 11:45 p.m. Thank you so much for your help. A shopkeeper with 2 sets of fingers thanked the group of heroes as they cleaned up the debris from around his electronics repair shop and put them into a nearby dumpster. The explosion several days ago rattled some of the brickwork loose from my store. I greatly appreciate all of this. No problem at all, sir. Ms. Joke assured him while giving a thumbs up. She was a green-haired woman wearing an orange banda and a black sleeveless shirt that showered her well-toned arms. Her baggy shorts had a pinstripe design, while she wore padded yellow gloves with metal wrist guards and black boots. Us heroes are always willing to lend a hand. Emi Fukikato and her students had been busy for the past several hours, helping various citizens across the city and assisting local law enforcement. Since most of Mizudafu's pro-heroes had been incapacitated during the I-Island siege, the HPSC sent out a request for aid from various hero academies across Japan. Seijin, Isamu, CI, Ketsubutsu, and Shinkitsu were just some of the many schools that willingly pitched in to lend their assistance. As soon as the call went out, Ms. Joke picked out 4 of the best students in her class and headed out to Mizudafu. Do you need any more help from us? Tatami Nakagane kindly asked. She wore a pink and turquoise turtleneck bodysuit, matching gloves, and knee-high boots. Her ash blonde hair had 2 clumps spiking outwards and her teeth were noticeably pointed. Oh, that's all right. I'm heading off to my brother's house until Mizudafu gets back under control, he said, pointing to his pickup truck parked nearby. Once things settle down, I'll come back and reopen my shop. Thanks for everything. He waved them goodbye as he went over to his truck. Stay safe, sir. Ms. Joke waved back. But that's when she suddenly remembered something and called after him. Oh, before you leave, you wouldn't happen to have seen any suspicious individuals around, would you? Emi had not forgotten about the HPSC advisory for the yet-to-be properly named vigilante responsible for the chaos on I-Island. The shopkeeper tapped his chin with his multiple fingers. Come to think of it, yeah? I have seen several thuggish-looking types darting around this area. Were they scoping out your store? Yoshindo questioned. He was a rather muscular young man with shaggy, unruly dark hair. He wore a gold guard jaw, 2 green straps over his shoulders that were connected to 2 black plates on his chest, baggy black pants, and pitch-black boots with metal soles. Nah, there's nothing in there worth stealing. He shook his head. They seemed to be in a hurry. One thing I noticed is that they were all heading in one direction. Can you point out where? Ms. Joke inquired. Yeah, they headed far deeper down south. Good luck with nabbing them. He encouraged them as he got into his pickup truck and drove away. What do you think, Sensei? Maybe some villains are gathering someplace. Shiki Makabe furrowed his chitinous brow. He was a humanoid boy with blue, rock-like skin with no visible nose, ears, or hair, but did have a jagged, mandible-like mouth. His hero costume was a simple black parka and white shirt with cyan jeans and thick ski boots with furred shafts. Probably. It wouldn't be the first time there was a villain gathering. Whatever they're doing, it can't be good considering the state Mizudafu is in. Ms. Joke surmised. Let's go investigate. Emi and her students set off deeper south in the direction the shopkeeper pointed them to. For a while, there was no suspicious activity. There was the occasional citizen who needed directions, but other than that, no signs of any villains. That is, until an hour later they spotted some unsavory individuals darting into the alleys. They cautiously followed them without being seen until they came before a huge, closed automotive warehouse. The teacher and her students ducked into an alleyway and witnessed the group of suspects knock on the door near the shutter gates. It opened, revealing a threatening-looking woman with tentacles for arms. She ushered them inside, and before closing the door, Ms. Joke could make out a large congregation of people inside. Something fishy is going on in there, but we can't be sure unless we get a better look. Ms. Joke narrowed her eyes. What about those crates over there? Itajiro Totiki suggested, pointing to a stack of large wooden containers up against the side of the warehouse. He was a sleepy-eyed teen with wavy black hair whose entire ensemble, from his shirt to his pants and boots, was black save for the large red scarf around his neck. Good eye. Emmy complimented as she and her students swiftly darted out of the alley and to the side of the building. They quietly climbed up on top of the crates and peeked through the windows. The heroes were shocked to see a massive crowd of villains inside the warehouse, almost too many to count. Most of them were gearing themselves up with various weapons, while some were taking apart various automobiles, indicating that this was a large-scale chop shop. Ms. Joke spotted one man who was giving out orders to some of the crooks and recognized him as Stripped Bolt, the self-proclaimed king of the carjackers. Stripped Bolt was a very seedy-looking villain with bolts jutting out from his arms and smooth, heavily dyed hair colored yellow. He had braces over his sharp teeth and wore a striped suit with black pants. Emmy could only wonder why so many villains were gathered here, but by the looks of it, they were getting ready for something big. "Sensei, what's the plan?" Tatami asked her, slightly worried. "Should we call for backup?" Ms. Joke studied the situation very carefully. She scanned the room, picked out her targets, drew up a plan in her head, and smiled. "No, we can take them. All of you listen carefully. Here's the plan." She began as her students moved closer to her. "My support item can enhance the radius of outburst. I'll have the whole warehouse yucking it up in no time flat. Once that happens, Shindo, use vibrate to knock everybody off their feet while they're laughing." "Got it." Shindo smirked eagerly. "Tatami, I saw some piles of rope in there. Use those to tie them up." She instructed, Tatami nodding in response. "I'll use stiffening to make the ropes unbreakable. They'll never be able to get free," Makabe said as he held up his hand. "And I will take down anyone who tries to attack us," Itajiro bravely proclaimed as he placed a hand on his belt, tracing his fingers along the small, blunt throwing stars he used in conjunction with his boomerang quirk. "I'm glad to see I trained you kids well," Emmy said proudly to her students. She took out the microphone-like support item holstered to her belt and twirled it. "Are you all ready?" Her students nodded and she slowly opened the window, clambering inside the warehouse unseen. Ms. Joke ducked behind some tool cabinets and stealthily moved through the warehouse until she saw the perfect spot, a stripped-down convertible. Smirking, she hopped up on top of the vehicle's roof and whistled loudly to attract everyone's attention. "Hello, baddies of Mizutofu. Are you ready for some laughs tonight?" Ms. Joke announced into her microphone. "Oh shit, it's Ms. Joke," one of the villains gasped. "Did I ever tell you all about the one-legged man in a football match?" She started with a wink. Well, the kickoff was dash. Before Emmy's quirk could activate and incapacitate the small army of villains, the air behind her shimmered, and a man with scaly skin and chameleon-like eyes decloaked just as he whacked her in the back of the head with a tonfa. Her whole body went slack as her vision became dark, falling to the floor almost lifelessly. The villains started cheering and hooting as the scaly villain who knocked her out bowed to his comrades. "Sensei," Shino exclaimed as he broke open the window and tried to enter the warehouse, only to be held back by his panicking friends. "Freeze!" a villain shouted as he pointed at them. A monochrome sphere enveloped the students, and they froze in suspended animation, allowing a tentacled villainess to grab them and pull them inside where they were swarmed by criminals and tied up. As the sounds of cruel laughter emanated from the chop shop, the sounds of a motorcycle slowly approached the building. The roughed-up teens were thrown against the far wall along with their unconscious teacher as the villains crowded around them, all of them snickering and cracking their knuckles. Many of them were armed with clubs, chains, knives, and all manner of deadly implements. Some of them even had guns. Stripped Bolt emerged from the crowd with a smug grin as he grabbed Shindo by his neck and brought him up to his face. Shindo's nose wrinkled. The villain reeked of aftershave and cigarettes. "Tell me something, Spunk Stain. When you and your buddies saw the whole crowd of villains, did you honestly think you could take all of us on?" Stripped Bolt mocked as his cohorts chuckled. "Take these ropes off us and find out." Shindo dared, unwilling to cower before the villains. Stripped Bolt smirked as he tossed Shindao against the wall beside his friends and teacher. "I'm gonna level with ya, kid. We could use some entertainment before we raise hell across Mizutofu. Ain't that right, guys?" His cohorts cheered and laughed at the growing dread of the Ketsubutsu students. Meanwhile, the doomslayer silently entered through the door and locked it behind him. He noted how all of the villains, close to about 70 or so, had their backs turned, completely oblivious to his entrance. It was almost sad how stupid these criminals are. He tilted his head to the left to get a better look at what they were all crowded around. He could make out a group tied up of teens in hero costumes being accosted by the gang, and a hero with green hair, wearing a bandana, slumped against a wall, unmoving. The Slayer sighed through his nose in resignation and annoyance. Looks like he was going to end up traumatizing another bunch of heroes in training. Just his luck. First things first, he needed to get the students away from the villains before he dove in guns blazing. The warehouse was pretty large. The interior alone was as big as a full-length soccer field. It was more than enough room for the teens to find a place to get their teacher and themselves away from the upcoming shit show. The first step was to get the gang's attention and lure them away from the teens. Easy. Let's start with you, cutie. Stripped Bolt grabbed Tatami by the hair and forced him to look up at him, while his goons restrained her friends who struggled to help her. My boys can be real sick pieces of shit. It takes a lot for them to get off. Do you get what I'm saying? You will shake that ass for us while you watch me and my boys kneecap your friends. He smiled cruelly, the bolts on his arms sharpening to razor-edged points as tears pricked Tatami's eyes. Then we'll see how fucking high and mighty you heroes are, dash. Stripped Bolt's head instantly exploded when a blue light shot through his skull, showering Tatami and some of the villains present with blood and brain matter. The stunned villains snapped their heads around to see a tall man in green armor running away from them while giving them the finger. Enraged over the death of their leader, the horde of criminals gave chase while yelling angry curses and death threats. The Slayer didn't have to run far as he stopped near the area where they did most of their disassembly operations. As the doomslayer faced the charging crowd, he spotted the students quickly fleeing while dragging their teacher over to a parked sports car at the other end of the warehouse and hiding behind it. Leonard Skinnered Free Bird, Kingsman Edit. With the teens a safe distance away, the Slayer twirled his EMG pistol and went to work. He charged into the approaching crowd, ducking and weaving through their ranks as he fired his EMG at his targets. He scored precise headshots as the crooks quickly retaliated, attempting to attack with their weapons and quirks. But the Slayer swiftly avoided their blows to disorient the villains and popped several of them in the head. A villain with sledgehammers for hands swung his appendages at him, but the Slayer rammed his fist right through his chest and used him as a meat shield when some members of the gang shot at the Slayer. Granted, he didn't need a shield since his suit could shrug off the bullets, but it was a spur of the moment. He chucked the perforated body at the crowd, plugging a few more of them with his EMG before one villain snuck up from behind and blasted the back of his head with a shotgun at point-blank range. Of course, it didn't so much as leave a scratch on his helmet and responded by smashing his elbow into the villain's face, caving in his skull. A goon with ram-like horns charged at the Doomslayer, but he shot him in the leg, causing the ram villain to tumble across the ground before the Slayer crushed his head under his boot. Taggart continued mowing down the villains with only his pistol, thankful that his weapon did not require reloading and he could shoot as much as he wanted to. Two crooks came at him with knives, but he easily tore open the throat of one of them and then ripped off the head of the other, throwing the severed skull at another scumbag which splattered his face apart on impact. The Slayer then kicked a partially disassembled car, propelling it across the warehouse and causing it to crush any villain unlucky enough to be in its path. He jumped atop the hood of a dismantled truck, pulled out his rocket launcher while equipping the lock on burst mod, and took aim. As soon as the crowd saw the weapon, they tried to flee in the opposite direction, but it was for naught as the Bane of Hell pulled the trigger. 5 rockets streaked out of the barrel and soared towards their targets. Multiple explosions rocked the warehouse as blood, bodies, and limbs flew through the air. The Doomslayer put away his weapon and jumped into the air with his fists raised above his head. He slammed them down upon 2 wounded villains, pulping their skulls and pancaking their bodies as well. A villain with a nail-covered bat swung his weapon at the Slayer, but he caught his arm before tearing it off at the shoulder and uppercutting the villain's head off. He picked up the spiked bat and pointed it threateningly at the scattered villains as if challenging them to attack him. Whether it was out of desperation, bravery, or sheer incompetence, the villains rushed at Flynn with angry yells. What followed was a bloody display of raw brutality as the Doomslayers smashed their skulls like a rampaging berserker. Every head popped like bloody balloons from the force of his swings, painting the ground red as bits and pieces of scalps and brain matter stuck to the nail. One gang member slipped and fell on one of the puddles of blood, allowing the Slayer to slam his bat down upon his head and further staining the floor with blood. He sidestepped an attacking villain and swung the bat at the back of his head, destroying a chunk of his skull and breaking the bat in half. This did not deter the Slayer. He dodged a villain with spears for arms before shoving the broken end of the bat into his throat. A diminutive crook with fur covering his arms and sharp claws leaped up at the Doomslayer and lashed onto his face, ineffectually clawing at his helmet before the Slayer yanked him off his head, slammed him onto a table, and decapitated him with a swift downward chop of his hand. Shindo and the others shook like leaves as they cowered behind the sports car. Tatami withdrew her head into her body, so she didn't have to listen to the slaughter. Shindo desperately tried to shake Ms. Joke awake, while Itajiro and Makabe dared not look over the car to see the madness unfolding. As the Doomslayer crushed another villain's head with his bare hands, he spotted a large car engine hanging from heavy chains on an engine stand nearby. Taggart went over to the stand, firmly grasped the chains, and tore the engine away from the foundations, swinging it over his head like a flail. He swung the makeshift weapon into the head of a criminal, sending his head flying off his shoulders. With disturbingly skillful ease, the Slayer pulverized the attacking villains left and right. The air was filled with the sounds of crunching bone, snapping limbs, and heavy impacts against human skulls as the Hellwalker pulverized them without mercy. He swung his flail into the leg of a tall, bony villain with tusks, snapping his tibia before slamming the engine into the side of his head. The Slayer pivoted around to swing his weapon down upon the cranium of another target, crushing his noggin in front of his horrified comrades. Flynn felt a rush of nostalgia course through his veins as he smashed another group of villains. This reminded him of the time when he fought the demons on Argent Nur with his ball and chain, along with the saw shield. He had a lot of fun with that weapon. The chain eventually snapped, and the engine flew through the air into the face of a gang member, catapulting him into a wall and squishing his head. He dropped the chain and caught the hand of an assailant who tried to shoot him before shoving his fist into his stomach and tearing out one of his ribs. He stabbed the sharpened bone into the disemboweled villain's eye socket before ripping it out and slashing the throat of a felon who tried to attack from behind. He dodged another blow from a burly villain and stabbed the bone into the back of his head, then spun around and plunged the bone shard down onto the skull of a hapless thug. A villain with the head of a Dunkleosteus clamped his maw around the Slayer, only to reel back in pain when his teeth broke against his armor. The Doomslayer threw a right hook that tore off the villain's jaw, followed by a left hook that shredded the skin off his face, then finished with an uppercut that destroyed his head. The Bane of Hell grabbed an acetylene tank and a blowtorch from a nearby rack, having already hatched an idea the second he spotted them. He broke off the cap of the tank, flicked on the blowtorch, held the flame near the nozzle which was leaking gas, and a stream of flames engulfed a group of criminals. He swept the makeshift flamethrower from side to side, bathing the scumbags in flesh-searing fire. The villains screamed in agony as their skin was cooked off of their bodies, flailing around madly as they tried to put out the flames. Several thugs armed with pistols and shotguns fired at the Slayer, who responded by throwing the acetylene tank at one of them and quick-drawing his EMG pistol, firing a charged shot at the tank. The explosion took out multiple gang members, sending Gibbs scattering across the warehouse like party streamers while the fires were beginning to spread. The Doomslayer witnessed a gray-skinned villain pointing at him and, out of instinct, dodged out of the way just as the villain yelled, "Freeze!" A gray sphere appeared where Taggart once stood, and before the villain could redirect his attack, the Slayer flung the blowtorch right into the felon's mouth and pulled off another perfect shot with his pistol. The canister exploded, blowing apart the villain's head and setting his body aflame. He pulled out one of his satanas with his free hand and went right back into the thick of it. He slit open the stomach of one villain before shooting him in the head with his pistol as the felon clutched his organs. A villainess rushed at him with a machete, but he swiftly hacked her legs off and then shot her in the back of the head, swinging his satana in an arc to decapitate 3 villains simultaneously who converged on him. He could not help but wonder why none of them tried to make a run for it like the last gang, figuring it must have been pure stupidity. It almost made him pity them. Almost. One lucky criminal managed to thrust his knife into his back, but it shattered apart on impact, and the Doomslayer put away his pistol grabbing him by the throat. He snapped the goon's neck and threw him away towards one of the many piles of corpses haphazardly scattered around the chop shop. He ran his sawatana through several villains like shish kebab and heaved the whirring blade upwards, sawing them up the middle as their guts spilled to the floor. "Please tell me it's over." Tatami sniffled within the confines of her own body as she tried her hardest to ignore the sounds of screaming and tearing flesh. Her friends weren't faring any better under the horrific circumstances, helpless to do anything. At this point, they realized that what they were listening to was only a fraction of what the vigilante had unleashed upon the Steel Sabers back on Island days ago. Macabe desperately tried to wrest his bindings off of him, but they were too tight to remove by force. He glanced at his frightened classmates, then laid eyes on the shaking form of Tatami. He just got an idea. "Nakagain, retract your arms," Macabe quickly told her, causing the girl's head to pop out like a turtle. "Huh? Oh," she realized what he meant. Tatami retracted her arms, allowing her to slip out of the ropes. Once she popped her arms back out, she immediately went over to Shindo and tried to untie the rope around his wrists. "Tatami, hurry." Shindo pressured as the vigilante threw the criminals around like bloody ragdolls. "I'm trying," she frantically replied, fumbling with the knot. Her shaking hands and emotional state of terror weren't helping things along. Meanwhile, a villainess with tentacled arms coiled her appendages around the Slayer's limbs to immobilize him. This did little to restrict his movements due to his demigod strength, and he yanked her forward towards him. He grabbed her by the arm, pulled out one of his upgraded grenades, and jammed the explosive down her throat. She only had a few seconds to utter a choked gasp before the grenade's pincushion function activated, causing multiple spikes to jut out of her neck. As she gargled on her blood, the doomslayer reared his fist back and punched her in the spine so hard that it snapped in two. He then threw her like a javelin toward another bunch of villains who barely avoided the corpse as it collided with the far wall near some fuel drums, her body compacting like an accordion on impact. Tatami was making no progress on untying the ropes around Shindo's wrists as her hands were shaking far too much. "Hey, the fuck are you doing?" A villain angrily shouted as he pointed his gun at her, Tatami gasping in fright. The Slayer saw one of the criminals approaching the students with his weapon trained on one of them. He grabbed a discarded hatchet from the blood-soaked floor and threw it right at the gunman. The hatchet sailed halfway across the warehouse and embedded itself into the side of the villain's head. Tatami screamed as blood spurted onto her as the dead criminal flopped down face first onto the ground. Around the same time, the grenade the Doomslayer force-fed to the villainess exploded near the fuel drums. The explosion was both blinding and deafening as the few remaining villains were knocked off their feet and more fires spread throughout the chop shop. The students ducked low to the ground, flinching from the noise of the explosion when it shattered the car windows. Out of terrified curiosity, Shindo peeked over the hood of the car he and the other hid behind to witness the gore-soaked vigilante pull out some kind of machine gun out of nowhere. He watched him gun down the disoriented stragglers without a shred of mercy or stomp on their heads, crushing them violently. This man was a psychopath. No sane human being would do this to other people, no matter how bad they were. Spotting a shard of glass on the ground, Shindo carefully picked it up and used it to cut through the ropes as quickly as possible. The Slayer blasted the head off another villain before stashing his HAR away and picking up 2 heavy pipe wrenches. Deciding that it was time to mop up the stragglers, he went around bludgeoning the crooks who finally had enough common sense to flee. But none of them got far as he broke open each of their skulls as the slaughter reached a fever pitch. Each sickening impact brought a smile to his face, and he ruthlessly clubbed every criminal in his view. Some tried to attack him, but they were no match for the Hellwalker himself. He knocked off jaws, he shattered legs, he pulverized faces, he snapped arms, he ruptured throats. Every skill he learned back on Nur, he unleashed upon the grossly outmatched villains with unmerciful fury. The Doomslayer then threw the pipe wrenches at the last 2 villains, the tools caving in their faces. Shindo managed to get himself free and cut the ropes that bound his teacher and friends. "Okay, let's get the hell out of Dash." "Shindo, behind you," Itajiro shouted as he spotted the air shimmering behind his friend. The chameleon villain who knocked out Ms. Joke earlier leaped from his hiding place in the rafters above and dropped down towards the group, decloaking and brandishing his kukri while angrily screaming. Just before Shindo could do anything, a loud gunshot that sounded like a cannon blast slammed into his eardrums just as the upper half of the plummeting villain exploded in a shower of gore that rained upon the students. They stood still in open-mouthed horror as the lower half of the felon's body fell to the floor with a wet thud. They slowly turned their heads to the vigilante, who was clutching a smoking double-barreled shotgun. The doomslayer reloaded his super shotgun and stashed it back into his hammerspace backpack. He stared at the shell-shocked, terrified heroes as Vegas scanned them to bring up their info. Yoshindo. Height, 5 feet 9 inches. Age, 17. Quirk, Vibrate gives him the ability to vibrate anything he touches and is strong enough to create tremors. Current status, third-year student at Ketsubutsu Academy High School. Tatame Nakagame. Height, 5 feet 1 inch. Age, 17. Quirk, telescopic, able to make her head, body, and limbs retract into themselves like a turtle. Current status, third-year student at Ketsubutsu Academy High School. Shiki Makabe. Height, 5 feet 11 inches. Age, 17. Quirk, stiffening grants him the ability to harden anything he touches, but it does not work on living things. Current status, third-year student at Ketsubutsu Academy High School. Itajiro Totiki. Height, 5 feet 7 inches. Age, 17. Quirk, Boomerang can throw objects with incredible accuracy and change their trajectory in midair. Current status, third-year student at Ketsubutsu Academy High School. Emi Fukakato. Height, 5 feet 5 inches. Age, 29. Alias, Smile Heroine Ms. Joke. Quirk, outburst forces her targets to burst out into uncontrollable laughter, heavily impairing their cognitive abilities. Current rank, number 34th ranked pro hero of Japan. The Slayer noticed that the fires were rapidly spreading and the exit was blocked off with flames. He went over to where the group was. They instinctively backed away in fear as Itajiro pulled their unmoving teacher away from him. But Shindo put up his dukes, ready to defend his friends and teacher if necessary, although a part of him knew that he would stand no chance against this maniac. Taggart closed the distance with Shindo and made a sharp left towards the wall. He swiftly kicked it down to make an alternate exit for them. He stepped away from the crumbling hole and motioned his head for the group to go through. The teens look at each other in confusion and apprehension before quickly carrying their teacher through the destroyed section of the wall, the Slayer following closely behind. They went around the building until they came to the front as the students gently set Ms. Joke down on the ground to inspect her injuries. She was still unconscious from the blow to the back of the head she received earlier, but was still breathing. Is she okay? Tatame shakily asked as she hugged herself, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She has a minor skull fracture along with a concussion, The students jolted when they heard something speak to them in a robotic voice. They all looked up at the vigilante who loomed over them, blood dribbling down his suit. Support her neck and back while ensuring her head is tilted so that her airways are open. Local authorities are on the way. They will contact a hospital, The Doomslayer walked over to his rampart, which was sitting nearby. As he went over to it, he half expected the teens to try and stop him out of their moronic sense of heroism, but thankfully, they did not attempt to pursue him. He did feel some measure of guilt for butchering all those villains in front of them, but he had no choice in the matter and could only hope their capture by those criminal bastards would encourage them to take their eventual jobs as professional heroes far more seriously. He got on his bike and revved the engine, driving away from the shaken heroes in training and the burning chop shop. Shindo breathed with wide eyes as he witnessed the vigilante drive down the street in a heavily armed Akira bike. All that was running through his mind was not the slaughter he and his friends witnessed, but rather how utterly helpless he was to do anything about it. He could have used his quirk to at least stop the vigilante, maybe even free himself and his friends, but the sight of so much blood and gore had paralyzed him with terror. He stared down at his trembling hands, stained with flecks of blood as his friends tended to their teacher. As Itajiro waved to the approaching police cars while Tatame and Makabe tended to Ms. Joke, Shindo could only stare vacantly ahead. What the hell was that? To be continued. Chapter 36. On the Hunt. Part 3. Mizudafu South Side. 12:14 a.m. Come fly with me. Let's fly away. Hawks sang to himself as he soared through the skies above Muzutafu. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Having heard that song sometime in passing during his career, it became his theme song. It helped him relax, and it was sorely needed during these troubling times. Higo had gone straight to work after leaving the hospital a few days ago, and had spent most of his time cleaning up around the city or lending a hand to other heroes. He noticed that every hero he encountered during his patrols was heavily fatigued, indicating they were overworking themselves. Being exhausted during a patrol was one of the biggest mistakes you could make as a hero. You needed to remain focused and alert if you ever wanted to survive in this profession. Hence, Higo always took the time to rest up and sleep when he was done doing a series of patrols. So far, things were going smoothly on his patrols. Catch a few looters, help a few civilians here and there, and offer assistance to any heroes. Feeling his cell phone vibrate, he fished it out of his pocket and looked at the screen to see a text from Rumi. Docs are doing last-minute checkups before I head out. Once I get myself changed into my hero costume, I'm hitting the streets. Thanks for bringing me my clothes, and hope to meet up with ya. Smiley face. You too? Glad to have you back. Hawk smiled as he put his phone away. It was good to see Rumi go back to her usual self after Eye Island, and after almost getting her eye gouged out by an insane ragdoll. He had returned to the hospital a day earlier to drop off her clothes as mentioned earlier, mostly ones she wore around her apartment. While there, he apologized to her for abruptly walking away when the subject of the vigilante started to turn in a less-than-ideal direction with her. Thankfully, Rumi was always quick to accept an apology, and the whole thing was water under a bridge. However, it did not stop Hawks from worrying about her violent tendencies resurging. The smell of something burning wafted past his nostrils made him glance to the right and see a plume of smoke nearby. With a flap of his red wings, he flew towards the source of the smoke. As he drew closer, he could see a fire truck, along with 2 police cars and an ambulance near a warehouse engulfed in flames. The firefighters were already spraying down the fire, but Hawks decided to lend a helping hand by summoning a large swath of feathers from his wings. He guided the feathers over to the fire, and they swirled around the conflagration, creating a gust of wind that blew away the flames. The firefighters stared in awe as Hawks touched down on the ground, his feathers floating back onto his wings. Didn't mean to steal your thunder, just wanted to help. Hawks said to the firefighters apologetically. Hey, we're always happy to have assistance from a hero. One of them patted him on the shoulder. Hawks smiled in response before looking at the now smoldering remains of the warehouse. Want to fill me in on what happened here? We're still trying to piece it together. A police officer came forward, saw the smoke, and headed over here with several other officers. Found a bunch of heroes in training scared to death, and their teacher unconscious on the ground. He pointed over to an ambulance where 2 paramedics were hauling Ms. Joke into the back via a stretcher. Hawks was alarmed to see Fukakato in such a state. Is she going to be all right? Paramedics say she has a concussion. They're taking her to the hospital right now, so there's hope that she'll recover. The officer remarked as the ambulance drove away. Hawks felt a little bit better, but that's when he noticed 4 young teens in hero costumes standing near one of the police cars. They looked like they had the living daylights scared out of them, and there were even splotches of what appeared to be blood on their costumes. What about them? Hawks motioned his head at the vacant-eyed teens. Not much to say about them. They've been quiet ever since the paramedics came. One of the firefighters said, shaking his head. It's a shame. I know they're training to be heroes, but some just can't handle it. Hawks kept staring at the teens in sympathy. It was true. He had personally seen some good friends drop out of UA back when he was young. They couldn't take the life-threatening dangers of hero work or the rigorous training they had to be put through. Higo then spotted a red-stained trail leading away from the area. The markings appeared to belong to some kind of vehicle with treads. Is that blood? Yep. The cop shrugged. They were here when we arrived. I'd asked the kids, but they're too freaked out to answer any of our questions. I'm thinking about taking them down to the station and getting them settled down before they can dash. Everyone, get over here. One of the firefighters near the remains of the warehouse shouted. Hawks, the officers, and some other firefighters ran over to the warehouse and gasped. The smoke had cleared away to reveal a mass of burned, dead bodies amongst the smoldering wreckage. Every one of the corpses was in states of horrific dismemberment, disembowelment, and mutilation. There were weapons scattered around the ground along with severed limbs and even heads. Everyone stared in open-mouthed horror. Christ, there's got to be at least 100 stiffs in there. An officer gagged, staggering backward. Hawks was disgusted at the sight. Seeing all of these dead bodies reminded him of the Steel Sabers massacre on I Island. A cold chill ran down his spine at the memory of that horrific event, something he or anyone else for that matter wouldn't be forgetting anytime soon. Kigo's communicator, an earpiece-like device that heroes used to contact each other, buzzed, and he brought a finger up to his ear to depress the button on the side of the device. "Hawk's here," he answered. "Kigo," came the frantic voice of Fat Gum. "I need backup on the highway. It's a freaking massacre over here." "What happened?" Hawks quickly asked. "I got over 50 dead bikers splattered across the road. I think they were a part of a villain gang. I called for police assistance, but they're tied up and I need help directing traffic." Fat Gum rattled off. "I'll be there as soon as I can. Hang tight," Hawks said as he ended the call. Before he could even take flight, more calls came in. "This is Airjet broadcasting to all available channels. I need immediate backup and medical personnel near the western side of Mizutofu. I have the burning sidekickers incapacitated and multiple villain casualties here. To anyone who can hear this, this is Uwabami. I just stumbled on the hideout of the insecticides. Oh God, there's bodies everywhere. Gang Orca here. My sidekicks and I are at a local casino. We put out the fires, but we discovered what's left of Don Puru's gang. We need the police here on the double, and someone tell the coroner he's going to be busy tonight. Kesajiri man, placing an urgent call for medical aid and firefighters. I have Master Driller unconscious and a burning store on the north side of Mizutofu." The requests for aid kept coming in by the second, and they were all the same. Hideouts on fire and multitudes of dead villains. Hawks could barely keep track of how many panic calls he was getting. It was steadily becoming overwhelming for the veteran pro hero, his mind attempting to process what the hell was going on, as this didn't seem to be some kind of gang war at work. But that's when a wave of dreadful realization came upon him. The descriptions of how the villains were massacred being babbled by frightened heroes over the comms were chillingly reminiscent of how the vigilante slaughtered the Steel Sabers. Too reminiscent. What if he was behind this sudden villain culling? The mere thought of the vigilante on the loose in Mizutofu, not just a few days after I Island, almost made Kigo's teeth chatter in fear. If this guy was already making the rounds, then it could mean bad news for any heroes caught in his path, even though Kigo knew the vigilante would not kill them. He looked over to the students by one of the police cars and hurried over to them. They glanced up at him, the trauma still evident on their faces. "I know you four are in a bad place, but you need to tell me what happened here, right now," Hawks urgently asked them. The heroes in training appeared hesitant to answer, dismaying Kigo. That is until Yoshindo slowly stood up and swallowed, his hands clenching and unclenching. It was Bullet Train Yin route to Mizutofu. 12:17 a.m. Kana Tsutsumi silently gazed out the window, idly drumming her fingers on her lap impatiently as she sat in her seat. It was mostly vacant, save for a few other passengers dotted about the train car. In any other circumstance, most people would have been shocked to see the former pro-hero Lady Nagant, now a vigilante, sitting in full view of them. Luckily, Kano wore a disguise that helped conceal her identity, a large blonde wig covering her two-tone hair and a long trench coat. It worked all the time. While she was originally going to travel to the Shirmaine Prefecture to take down the slave trading ring, her plans had taken an unexpected yet welcome turn of events. 2 days earlier, she was about to board the train to Gatsu when she heard a news report on a nearby monitor in the station that the heroes in that region had already taken down the slave trading ring and arrested the ringleader as well as those who worked for him. As an added bonus, they also shut down the other illicit goods rings in Masuda, Hamada, and Izumo. This was a relief to Kana, since it meant that those women were rescued and the heroes were doing their jobs right for once. She returned to her hideout shortly after the news and checked the dark web on her laptop for any other slave rings the heroes might have missed. Thankfully, there were none, but there was some chatter about a huge score from the League of Villains, and Mizutofu was the target. Nagant's stance on the League had varied over time. A couple of weeks ago, she did see some rumblings on the dark web about a group recruiting villains, but she just brushed it off as a bunch of diehards trying to make a name for themselves. It wasn't until after they managed to attack UA that she considered them a potential threat. But she was too focused on other matters, namely taking down other villain groups that dealt in prostitution and human trafficking, to consider going after the LOV. But now they were gearing up for something big, and while there weren't any details, Kana knew there would be a body count, and she decided to head out immediately to Mizutofu. She kept her wig, coat, and her concealed boost boots, but left the duffel bag and spare handgun back at her hideout, since time was of the essence. Nagant went to the nearest train station and booked a bullet train to Mizutofu. Since bullet trains were now built with the most advanced technology available, they had become the fastest method of transportation in Japan. Kana took periodic naps and ate very little during the ride there. As she watched the buildings zip by the window, Nagant felt a twinge of anxiety. She had a lot of memories about Mizutofu, but all of the good ones had been buried under a mountain of bad ones when she left heroism behind. The familiar voice once again echoed in her mind. Kana, wait. Listen, I know you're hurting and I can help you, but you can't just go off half-cocked like this. What are you doing? Oh God. No. Kana, not like this. No, stop. If you go out there with that gun, they're going to nail you to the Kana. She was taking a pretty big risk coming back to Mizutofu. But she would be damned if she let any of her former friends die at the hands of villains. Msatafa Lower South Side. 12:19 a.m. The doomslayer drove down the empty streets of Mizutofu, focused on eliminating the last two gangs. As he passed an intersection, the sounds of a police siren approached him from behind. The squad car tailed behind the rampart as the external speakers on the roof of the car blared at him. Pull your vehicle over to the right immediately. Taggart responded by slowing down and maneuvering his rampart next to the car. The officers in the squad car gasped in horror when they recognized who he was, and before they could react, the Slayer thrusted his fist right into the hood and tore out the entire engine. He chucked it over his shoulder and drove away from the cop car as it slowly ground to a halt. The officers stared bug-eyed at the armored motorcycle as it made a sharp left down the street and disappeared from view. One of the officers rolled down his window and glanced out of it to look at the wrecked engine sitting just a few feet away from the car. Good luck explaining this to the chief, he muttered. The other cop slowly looked at his partner. Which one? The engine or my soiled pants? The Basilica observation room. And the Emmy for luckiest cops in the mortal realm goes to those two. Strife drawled. The Basilica was not only the headquarters of the Horsemen, but also the home of the Eternal Balance itself. Residing in a pocket dimension separate from the realms, the ancient temple-like fortification had existed long before the End War. The observation room was a circular arena lit by torches billowing greenish flames on the walls. The podium in the center of the room had a floating orb of liquid glass that showed the doomslayer driving down the road in an armored vehicle. Death, War, Strife, and Fury watched him intently. We should be doing something about him. While I am not against the Slayer eliminating all for one's thralls, a demigod is not meant to walk amongst mortals, let alone slaughter the malicious ones. War voiced his concerns. If the Eternal Balance does not see him as a threat, then he is not a threat. Death replied. This did little to ease War. Fury rubbed her chin in amusement at Death's retort. I'm fairly certain you'll find yourself eating those words when he does. Death showed no reaction or annoyance. Are you guys sure we can't just meet him and say hello? I mean, it can't be that hard. Strife reasoned. Let's just pop in for a spell when he's done with his rounds and have a chat with him so we can figure out what's what. Death, War, and Fury stared at Strife with deadpan expressions. And just how do you think he'll react when he sees us? Or when he finds out we're half angel and half demon? War pointed out to his brother. Well, it probably couldn't be bad, right? Strife innocently guessed. War sighed. We can't take that up to chance. We'll risk the Slayer seeing us as an enemy. Death affirmed. And I would rather not trade blows with him. Fury placed her hands and her hips smugly. You doubt our abilities, brother? I do not doubt our strength, Fury. But at the same time, I do not doubt his. Death glanced at his sister warningly. Fury's smirk vanished and glanced back at the glass orb showing the Doomslayer. So, we still have no idea how arrived here. We're letting him do whatever he pleases, and the Ascendant Realm has no answers that could be of any use. I'd say our situation has not improved. Death and War didn't say anything. Fury accurately summed up their plight pretty well. Strife couldn't find any kind of humorous retort that could alleviate their mood. But then, a thought came into his head that blossomed into a potentially good idea. The first good idea he had in centuries. Wait a sec. The doomslayer is supposed to be the boogeyman of demonkind, right? So maybe hell might know something none of us don't. Strife offered. His brothers and sister gave him curious looks. But then they started seriously contemplating their brother's suggestion. It's possible. Surely some demons know of the doomslayer prophecy. Or surmised. But whether or not they believe in it is unknown. Then we interrogate any demon we come across. Fury said, her hand inching towards scorn and anticipation. This excursion should be a delight. Hold up. I didn't say we were going to kick the crap out of every single demon for info, as much as I'd love to. Strife held up his hands. We already know two that can help us. Fury sighed in annoyance. Surely you aren't referring to Vulgrim and Dis, are you? Why not? They're the only demons we know who are remotely friendly. Strife pointed out. You are correct in that regard. They keep us up to date on any higher demons who could ascend to the rank of a hell god. If there is anyone in hell that might know more of the Doomslayer, it's them. War agreed. The three riders looked to Death since he had the final say due to his status as leader. Death folded his arms in contemplation over Strife's suggestion. His brother brought up a salient point. Vulgrim and Dis were literally the only two demons in existence that were considered allies to the Horsemen and the Ascendant Realm. They kept both parties up to date on whatever was going on in hell, mainly demons that could become too strong in the future. Since the Dark Lord and all other ruling castes had been killed during the End War, the denizens of the Dark Realm had formed into tribal clans that constantly fought each other for dominance over the decimated circles of hell. However, they would constantly be plunged into a near-endless cycle of petty infighting and backstabbing subterfuge by their subordinates, thus ruining any chance of a demon ascending to power. However, there was the rare chance that a demon could retain control and gain strength over time until they became a serious threat. Thus, Vulgrim and Dis would contact the Horsemen if a demon became too big for their britches, and the four riders would travel to hell to eliminate said demon. Those two had been to every corner of the 9 circles and knew every tale, passage, and legend of the Dark Realm. Vulgrim and Dis had to know more about the Doomslayer if the Horsemen or anyone in the Ascendant Realm wanted to untangle the bloody mystery surrounding the Bane of Hell. Make the preparations. We travel to hell tonight. Death announced. Muzutafut General Hospital. 12:25 a.m. What do you mean I have to take a radiation test? Maruko all but shouted at the doctor. Dr. Ryu Yoshida sighed at Rumi's attitude. Ryu was a humanoid man with a distinct appearance that made him look like a character out of Club Penguin. I apologize for this last-minute notification, Ms. Usagiyama, but this was at the request of our government. Even though there has been no radioactive contamination from the explosion on I Island, they still want everyone who was evacuated from there to be tested for potential radiation poisoning as a safety precaution. Maruko, sitting on her bed and still clad in her hospital gown, frowned despondently. Why couldn't you guys have done it when I got here? We were busy treating the heroes after the I Island siege, and the request just came an hour ago, Dr. Yoshida informed. We're currently testing multiple heroes admitted here, and we're doing our best to get them back on duty as fast as we can. Now, if you'll hold out your arm for me, I can take a blood sample for the test. Sighing, Maruko held out her arm, and the doctor pulled out a small syringe from his coat pocket. How long is this going to take? As long as it has to, Ms. Usagiyama. This sort of thing can't be rushed. Dr. Yoshida answered as he injected the needle into her arm and withdrew a bit of her blood. I can't give you an exact estimate on when it will be done, so please just bear with us for a while. He continued as he dabbed the tiny wound with a cotton swab, placed an adhesive band-aid on it, and left the room. Rumi had a pouting frown on her face as her ears drooped. She glanced to her right at the clothes that Hawks brought her, neatly folded on a chair. RRRGH. Maruko groaned in frustration as she laid back on her bed. She hated this. All she wanted to do was go back out there, bust some rowdy villains, and maybe start searching for the vigilante. But unless she wanted another earful from Recovery Girl, Rumi would have to bear with the wait. Someone seems to be in rather dour spirits this night. Came a voice from the door. Maruko sat up and a doctor with a familiar, wild orange haircut stood in the doorway. Oh, why ya? Maruko hastily replied, trying to appear professional. Say, haven't I met you before? If I remember correctly, I offered you help some days ago when you almost tripped. The doctor answered, holding out his hand. Dr. Lakida, I'm the psychologist here. It is a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure's all mine. Maruko responded, shaking his hand. So you're here to check if I'm nuts or not? Dr. Lakida chuckled humorously. Goodness me, someone has a rather low opinion of my profession. Sometimes I like to have a friendly conversation with the patients here whenever they have a pall of depression. He elaborated as he pulled up a chair and sat down. Tell me, is there something on your mind that's troubling you? At first, Rumi wanted to say that nothing was wrong, but did not want to turn away someone who simply wanted to help. She decided that maybe it wouldn't hurt to open up a little. I've been dealing with a lot since Island. She admitted, idly scratching her ear. Ah, I see. Such a terrible incident. I can only imagine what went on over there. Dr. Lakida shook his head. You can't, Doc. You really can't. Maruko said, remembering all of the dead bodies and the sea of carnage. Apologies, I did not mean to make you relive any bad memories. He held up a hand. How are you feeling now? I want to get back out there and do my damn job. Maruko huffed. I'm not meant to be sitting here doing nothing. I'm the rabbit heroine for crying out loud. I should be out there busting some villain ass, and they still want me to take some stupid tests. I understand your frustrations, miss. I'm well aware that you are the most action-oriented heroine in Japan. The doctor pointed out. And you know it. Maruko beamed, delighted to hear someone didn't have a problem with how she did things. A gal like me loves being in the thick of it, risking life and limb. Oh, I've seen many videos of you in action. You revel in the thrill of battle and the challenge of a strong opponent. Dr. Lakida continued, earning a pleased grin from Rumi. But then, his words took on a dark tone, accompanied by a sinister smirk. But Island must have changed how you perceive combat and violence, didn't it? Did it make you shun your usual tactics? Did it make you relish in the brutality of it all? Did it make you want to embrace every form of ultra-violence imaginable and unleash it upon your foes? Maruko was honestly caught off guard by the sudden shift this conversation had taken. She felt a brief sting of panic, worried that she might let slip that she used to be Tiger Bunny. Nope, not at all. She hesitantly answered. The unnerving smirk lingered on the doctor's face for a few seconds before he broke out into an ear-to-ear smile with a clap of his hands. That's wonderful to hear. Even in the face of such overwhelming violence, you still adhere to your oath as a professional hero. Great job. Maruko felt somewhat relieved that this was just a simple test of character, but she was still on edge by this man. A hero must always keep their integrity and morals in check. We wouldn't want you to end up like that horrible vigilante, do we? Dr. Lakida lectured. She hesitated to answer for a moment, reminded of how he saved the hostages and patched her up after she was wounded in battle. I wouldn't say he's completely horrible. She trailed off in a rare moment of vulnerability. Developing Stockholm Syndrome, perhaps. He insinuated as he stroked his bright orange goatee. God, I hope not. She blurted out with a mirthless chuckle. In that case, I can see nothing wrong with your current state of mind. He confirmed with stylish flair. I have other patients I need to tend to, so adieu, my dear. He then left the room, closing the door behind him. Rumi was left staring at the closed door, still heavily perturbed by the odd encounter. Well, that was fucking weird. She muttered to herself. Dr. Lakida walked through the halls before finding a storage closet and entering it. He shut off the lights and slipped into the shadows, emerging from them in an alleyway a few feet away from the hospital. He shifted back to his Nordic attire as he walked down the garbage-littered alley, a content grin on his face. Jörmungandr slithered out of nowhere around his shoulder and stared at him questioningly. Loki noticed this and gently petted its head. Just testing the waters, my pet. Usagiyama can deny her bloodlust all she wants, but I have a feeling she'll embrace her true destiny soon enough. To be continued. On the Hunt. Part 4. Mizuta Follower South Side. 12:34 p.m. A henchman patrolling the lush grounds around a high-class car dealership yawned sleepily as he drummed his fingers on the pistol holstered to his hip. He glanced up at the top floor of the two-story building. The sounds of a loud party going on inside could be heard. The guard grunted in discomfort as he waved the pink petals away from his face due to the cherry blossom trees dotting the area. He leaned against one of the trees and checked his watch, grunting with a shake of his head. "We shouldn't be dicking around like this. We got orders from All for One. At least have the courtesy to obey High Dash." The villain was suddenly yanked into the bushes from behind, and a loud snap, followed by the tearing of flesh, stained the cherry blossoms above in crimson fluids. The doomslayer emerged from the bushes and snapped off a branch from the tree before flinging it towards another guard on the opposite end of the grounds. The tree limbs speared into the back of his head and through his left eye socket, the body slumping onto the grass afterwards. Taggart walked through the small park until he came to a lot where dozens of antique sports cars sat in their space with extravagant prices stamped onto the hoods. He glanced up at the intricately modeled car dealership as Vega brought up info on their next target, which he gathered by hacking the computers inside. Fatal Ficus was a well-known car dealer under his assumed identity, but was actually a notorious villain. He would sell cars containing drugs to other villains, which in turn funded his covert criminal activities, and since he was working for the LOV, some of that money received from the deals went to AFO as well. Vega accessed the interior cameras, and his HUD showed the villain and a bunch of his henchmen enjoying a party of sorts in a lavish lounge. Judging from what he heard the goon say earlier, the Slayer guessed that Fatal Ficus disobeyed AFO's orders to host a little shindig for his toadies while the rest of the gangs were busy attacking heroes and law enforcement. Too bad his decision was going to bite him on the ass hard. With Vega's scans showing no other guards outside the building, the Doomslayer quickly made his way through the grounds and parking lot before coming to the front door. He pulled out his super shotgun, silently pushed the glass door open, and peered inside. Most of the lights were off in the reception area, but some parts of the main interior showcasing all the luxury cars were still on. He entered the building, passed the receptionist's desk, and walked through the exhibition area. He kept his eyes peeled for any signs of armed guards. It wasn't like him to take up stealth again, but it helped add some variety to his little villain hunt. He eventually came before a set of stairs looping upwards around a large column with a dumbwaiter installed into the pillar's base. He could hear the sounds of a party going on upstairs and was about to ascend the stairs when he heard someone walking down the steps. With his previous instincts as a special forces soldier kicking in, Taggart backed away and ducked behind an antique 1995 Corvette. A suit-wearing henchman with a goatee, fish-like scales around his neck and wrists, and a surly demeanor stomped down the stairs towards a set of double doors near the cafeteria. "What the hell is taking those dumbass so long?" he grumbled to himself as he kicked open the doors. The Slayer narrowed his eyes. "Hey, slop slingers. What's the fucking holdup?" The goon shouted to a group of frightened chefs within the establishment's kitchen. 5 chefs were frantically trying to cook a meal for the gang upstairs. They had already prepared appetizers along with a wine bucket filled with ice and champagne, but the main course was taking longer than expected. "We're going as fast as we can." The head chef, a tall yet slightly overweight man with porcine features, hurried with his culinary task. "This is a difficult meal to prepare. Not my damn problem. Hurry up, or the boss is going to get pissed." The criminal snorted as he started to head for the door. "Well, what more do you want from us?" The head chef finally mustered the courage to snap at the villain. "Your boss works us all half to death. He won't let any of us go back to our homes, and he constantly dash." "I'm sorry. Is that the sound of someone who wants to see their little girl in tomorrow's obituaries?" The thug threateningly intoned as he held a hand up to his ear. The head chef instantly went silent. Then, he hung his head in defeat with a look of anguish. The other chefs had the same reaction. The henchman turned around and walked back to the head chef with a victorious grin. "That's what I thought," he said snidely, and he smacked him across the face. The chef felt tears well up in his eyes from the sting of the smack, but suddenly donned an expression of shock when he saw someone silently enter the kitchen and close in on the villain from behind. "The same goes for the rest of your staff, fatty. We know where all your families are, and if none of you play ball, they get axed. We own you, dash." The henchman's rant was cut short when the Slayer grabbed him by the back of the neck and plunged his head right into a nearby deep fryer. The goon flailed and thrashed his arms, his head submerged in boiling oil as the Slayer held him down. The kitchen staff's screams of fright were thankfully drowned out by the party going on one floor up. Grabbing a butcher knife from a rack, Taggart plunged the blade down into the villain's face and killed him instantly as the bubbling brown oil turned a dark shade of crimson. The Slayer released the dead villain, and the body crumpled to the ground. His head was a horrifically burned mess, with a knife sticking out of his forehead. "Oh my God, why, you're him." The Doomslayer heard a frightened voice from behind. He glanced at the group of chefs huddled together as they cowered in fear before him. There were 5 of them dressed in white cooking attire, and there were noticeable bags under their eyes, a sign that they were being overworked. His attention turned to who he assumed to be the head chef, a large, portly man with a pig's nose, pig ears, and bushy black eyebrows. The Slayer took one step towards them, and they all jumped back in fright. No, please. We're not with them," the head chef frantically exclaimed, holding up his hands. "My name is Haruo Matsumoto. My staff and I were forced to work for them. Would you care to elaborate? / Briefly startled by the artificial voice coming from the vigilante, Haruo swallowed before speaking. "Fatal Ficus heard about how successful my catering service was, and we were hired 2 months ago. But since then, he won't let us return to our families because his men are watching them. If we don't keep up with his demands, or even try to go to the authorities, he'll have them killed. We've been held hostage ever since." The Slayer understood their plight. He glanced up at the ceiling as the party went on unabated upstairs. As Fatal Ficus recalled all of his men here, / "Why, yes." Haruo nodded. "He suddenly wanted to host a party, so he called everyone working for him to join. / Then there is nobody to threaten your families right now. We have terminated the guards patrolling the building outside. Please vacate the premises out the front door in a calm and organized manner, / The eyes of Haruo and his staff widened as they slowly realized that this was their chance to finally be free from Fatal Ficus and return to their families. While most of them were hesitant that their savior was a violent madman who decimated Island, they were nonetheless indebted to him for freeing them. But what if they try to come after us again?" one chef asked, holding up a finger. The Slayer slowly turned his head at the man who gulped. "They won't, / Haruo felt himself grow queasy when he knew from that statement alone that the vigilante would horribly butcher Fatal Ficus and his gang just like he did to the Steel Sabers. But he wasn't going to let this one chance for him and his staff to escape slip past his fingers, so with a shaky nod to his staff, they quickly and quietly moved past the Slayer and out the door. As the group made a break for the front entrance, Taggart glanced over to the wine bucket and hatched an idea. He took out the wine bottle, dumped out the ice, and placed several of his grenades into the bucket. He then grabbed a bag of ice on the counter and dispensed it into the bucket to conceal the grenades at the bottom, followed by placing the wine bottle on top of the ice and then tying the decorative string attached to the bottle around the pin on one of the hidden grenades. As much as he wanted to use the improvised bomb he nabbed at the insecticide's hideout, it probably wouldn't fit in the wine bucket, and he didn't want to waste it on simple crooks. The Doomslayer exited the kitchen and back into the exhibition area, heading over to the column with the dumbwaiter. He placed the booby-trapped wine bucket inside and hit the button where it was sent up to the party above. He went up the stairs around the column and stopped halfway up the steps, waiting for his chance to strike. Flynn caught a glimpse of one of the thugs walking down the stairs, and he swiftly grabbed him by the neck and swung him down onto the railing, snapping his spine in half. As the dead goon comically slid down the railing, the Doomslayer drew his HAR and a hologram projector while waiting for the trap to be sprung. Soon enough, several loud explosions rocked the building as the music was cut off and replaced with the dying screams of villains. The Slayer threw down the projector and raced up the stairs just as the hologram activated, which followed him. The Slayer arrived at the top floor along with the hologram, and they wasted no time gunning down the disoriented villains in a blaze of gunfire. The room was a mess with scattered furniture on fire, bodies of criminals ripped apart by the explosions, shattered drink glasses, smoke, and debris. Though some villains were away from the blast and managed to survive, they had no time to recover from their concussions as 50 caliber FMJ rounds tore through their bodies. The Bane of Hell and the hologram swept throughout the room, shooting any villains who were downed or tried to fight back. The explosion had taken out the bulk of the gang who had quirks, leaving only ones who were quirkless to grab whatever handgun they had on their person and fire at the pair. But the bullets ineffectually shattered against the Slayer's armor or went right through the hologram as they were put down like rabid dogs in a burst of heavy gunfire. 8 criminals crammed into the elevator at the far end of the room in an attempt to escape, but it was for naught when the Slayer fired a stream of micro-missiles at them just before the elevator doors shut, blowing them all apart in the tightly packed space and sending the damaged elevator hurtling down to the ground floor. In just a few short seconds, the Slayer and the Vega-controlled hologram had eliminated everyone in the room until Fatal Ficus suddenly sprang up from behind the couch with a shotgun and blasted the projector on the floor, causing the hologram to vanish. The Slayer glared at the villain, a stocky man with wooden skin and a bushy beard made out of ficus leaves wearing a gray suit and pants, and stomped towards him as he put away his HAR. Ficus shot at the Slayer with his scattergun over and over to no effect until he switched to launching a stream of razor-sharp leaves from his beard at him. The Slayer could only raise an eyebrow as the leaves pelted against his armor. Panicking, Fatal Ficus tried to flee, but the Slayer nabbed him by the neck and shoved him up against the wall. Ficus transformed his fingers into wooden stakes and thrust them at the Doomslayer's head, but he thwarted his attack by grabbing his wrist. The Great Slayer ripped off his hand, eliciting a scream of agony from the villain, and then shoved the pointed stakes right into Ficus' groin. "Ooh, heg!" Fatal Ficus howled, his voice rising in pitch right up until the Slayer extracted the villain's hand and shoved the wooden stake right up into his throat, which speared into the roof of his mouth. The villain uttered a death gurgle as he slumped to the floor, another victim of the Slayer's wrath. Taggart cracked his neck. Now there was only one more gang to go, and he'd ruin AFO's plans for Mizutafu. As he made his way over to the stairs, he caught sight of movement out of the corner of his eye. He went over to a small office, most likely belonging to Fatal Ficus, over on the right side of the room, and entered through the shattered glass door. The desk and chairs were flipped over from the explosion, but at the end of the room was a terrarium that held a hissing cobra. But what caught his attention was the black and white rabbit in the corner of the terrarium, shaking like a leaf. The cobra was poised to strike, and the Slayer bolted towards the terrarium, smashing his fist through the glass and grabbing the snake by the neck. It hissed at him, but the Doomslayer snapped its neck with a flick of his thumb and tossed the dead reptile away. Clearing away the broken glass, Flynn checked up on the rabbit, which was thankfully unharmed but frightened from the chaos. In an extremely rare display of tenderness, the Doomslayer slowly extended a hand toward the rabbit in a non-threatening gesture. The rabbit shivered with fright until the Slayer gently petted its back. He stroked its fur as its shaking slowly subsided and switched to scratching its chin. The rabbit nuzzled against his hand affectionately, unintentionally triggering past memories for the Hellwalker. Earth Sun Valley, Idaho. Taggart residence many eons ago. A rabbit? You want Billy's first pet to be a rabbit. Emily chuckled as she rummaged through the kitchen pantry. Why not? They're low maintenance, quiet, great with kids, and they can live as long as cats if you take care of them right. Flynn explained as he grabbed a head of lettuce from the fridge and plucked off a piece of it. But they still poop. Emily added humorously. They're just pellets. Flynn scoffed with a wave of his hand. But honestly, I think it will be great for Billy. Daisy is still a kit, so she'll be with our son for most of his life, so it all works out if you think about it. Emily smiled warmly as she ran a hand across her stomach, now 4 months pregnant with their child. Well, you're the rabbit expert. If you think Daisy will be a good companion for our son, then I'm behind that 100%. Taggart smiled with a nod before heading into the living room. Curled up on the couch was Daisy, his pet rabbit, snoozing comfortably. He clicked his tongue, and Daisy stirred awake, ears twitching as she instantly sighted the leaf of lettuce Taggart had in his hand. Hopping over, Daisy nibbled on the lettuce leaf as Flynn patted her head. Just you wait, girl. You're going to have a little brother soon. Mizutafu Lower South Side. Present day, 12:59 a.m. The Doomslayer closed his eyes as hard as he could. He had felt pain before, mostly when fighting against incredibly powerful demons. But the memories of his life before his battle against Hell hurt the most. He noticed a chalkboard next to the terrarium that had 3 tally marks of how many rabbits were fed to the cobra written upon it. A part of him wished he could bring Fatal Ficus back to life, so he could kill him 1,000 more times. The Slayer picked up the rabbit with one hand and went back to the stairs in silence. A distance away from the car dealership, 2 students from Shinkitsu High School ran down the sidewalk as quickly as they could. There, I swear, I heard gunfire coming from somewhere around that spot. Inasa Yurashi said as he pointed at the car dealership up ahead. Are you, sure we want to be diving right into the thick of it? Kami Utsushimi wondered as she ran alongside her boyfriend. We totes should have asked Seiji or Mora to come help. They have their hands full helping out some sidekicks. And besides, we've got this covered. He then spun around to give Kami a thumbs up with his trademark, hot-blooded grin. Villains will think twice when they try to go up against Shinkitsu's top students. Kami's sweat dropped. That smile's kinda cringe, babe. Oh, come on. Let's just see what's wrong. Inasa quickly replied as he and Kami arrived at the dealership. The first thing they saw was smoke rising from the shattered windows of the building and a bunch of people dressed in white peering out from behind a tree. They look like chefs. Kami tapped her chin. Kinda sus if you ask me. Inasa narrowed his eyes at the suspicious situation and crossed the sidewalk to the lush grounds near the dealership. As soon as he neared the group, he cleared his throat to get their attention. Excuse me, guys. Do you mind telling me what's going on here? The chefs were momentarily startled as they turned around to see the two teens before them. Are you two heroes? One of them asked. Duh. Kami replied as she pointed to herself and Inasa. Are you guys in trouble or something? The chefs glanced at each other, unsure of how to tell them that they had already been saved. Not by a hero, but rather from an insanely violent vigilante that, if the news reports could be believed, could hold his own against multiple top-ranked pro-heroes and All Might himself. We were taken hostage by villains. This was their hideout dash. Villains? Where? Inasa suddenly shouted, winds billowing around his body as everyone shielded themselves from the sudden gusts of wind. Whoa, little quick to the trigger there, bae. Kami complained as she tried to keep her hat on. Wait a sec. Haruo came forward. We're okay. We were already saved. It was dash he was cut off when the sounds of heavy footsteps cut through the air. They were at a steady pace, slowly approaching the group as a cold chill washed over them all. Inasa and Kami turned around and saw to their shock the vigilante responsible for butchering the steel sabers and destroying Island. Kami fearfully backed away while Inasa immediately ceased using his wind quirk, his bravado replaced by near-pants-wetting terror. He drew closer, his blood-stained visage coming into view and further scaring the two teens, until their fear switched to confusion when they saw the small, black and white rabbit nestled in his hand. The Slayer grew annoyed at the sight of yet another group of heroes here to stop him. The boy was a somewhat tall and well-built young man with steely eyes who wore a heavy burgundy coat and pants, a heavy glove on his right hand, and multiple propulsion mechanisms around his feet and arms. The girl was quite curvaceous for someone her age and had light brown hair, large eyes, and glossy lips. Her attire did not leave much up to the imagination, consisting of a black catsuit with a zipper running down the middle to expose her cleavage and white-heeled knee-high boots. One thing that the two had in common was the black hats they wore with an S symbol imprinted on them. Vega scanned them for info as usual. Inasa Yurashi. Height, 6 feet 3 inches. Age, 17. Alias, Gale Force. Quirk, Whirlwind grants him the ability to manipulate air currents for offensive purposes and can also use them to fly. Current status, third-year student at Shinkitsu High School. Kami Utsushimi. Height, 5 feet 3 inches. Age, 17. Alias, Iliso Kami. Quirk, Glamour allows her to breathe mist-like vapors capable of creating visual, auditory, and sensory illusions. Current status, third-year student at Shinkitsu High School. The doomslayer turned to the chefs and nodded to them, his way of expressing his satisfaction that they were safe. Haruo nodded back shakily as his entourage hid behind him. He strode past Inasa and Kami to his rampart, which was parked nearby, ready to take out the last gang. Hold it. A loud voice made him stop in his tracks out of annoyance. He slowly looked over his shoulder at Inasa, who was in a combat stance and had a cocky grin on his face. The Slayer gave him a lazy, uninterested glare. He wondered if this kid truly believed he could take him on, or if he was just plain stupid. He could feel the rabbit paw his hand and decided that he had to leave the rabbit behind, even though he did not wish to part with it. Taggart had to drop it off somewhere safe since he was pressed for time, but finding a place for it was something he did not have an answer for. But his gaze did linger on the hothead daring to fight him. If you think we're going to let a head case like you roam free, think again. Inasa boldly proclaimed as the wind started to pick up again. So bring it on, Dash. Whoa. No. Cammy uncharacteristically exclaimed as she grabbed Anasa by his enlarged glove. Nope, 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 we are not doing this. Why, Dash? Cammy, what the hell? Isana tripped over his words. We can't let this nut walk away. Dude, I'm serious. This guy looks like he's DTFSU for realsies. Cammy replied in a very serious tone, starkly contrasting with her normally ditzy personality. Wait, he saved us. Haruo called out to the pair. They looked at him in confusion as he began to explain. Like we said, we were held hostage because villains were threatening our families. But he rescued all of us and protected our loved ones by wiping out the whole gang. As violent as he is, he's our hero. Flynn had no idea how to feel about that. Calling him a hero was a stretch, and he certainly didn't see himself as one either. Inasa and Cammy did a double take between the chef and the vigilante, utterly dumbfounded at how anyone could call this man a hero. Before they could react, the Slayer grabbed Inasa by the hand and gently placed the rabbit onto his palm. Inasa jumped a little before glancing down at the small animal in his oversized glove that was looking up at him with its adorable beady eyes. The Slayer turned around and went back over to his motorcycle, confident that the rabbit would be safe in Inasa's hands, even though the boy looked and acted like an idiot. He got on his ride and drove off into the night unhindered. As everyone watched him drive away down the road, Inasa could only blink with a stupefied expression. Cammy appeared the same before she glanced down at the rabbit curled up in Inasa's hand and smiled, petting its head. Yo, this little guy is totes cute. Mizuta Lower South Side. 1:17 a.m. Papa Prism anxiously drummed his fingers on the counter of the bar, and he silently muttered complaints under his breath. He was an old man in his 60s with pointed gray hair that stood out in 3 tufts and wore a multicolored suit and pants along with fashionable dress shoes. His arms were made of a 3-dimensional geometric glass material, which was a result of his quirk. It granted him the ability to reflect light off his hands and transform them into deadly rainbow-colored beams powerful enough to cut through solid steel. He was a veteran villain who ran an extortion racket from his 4-story restaurant, the largest, most opulent in Mizuta that catered to only the highest-paying customers. Of course, much like Fatal Ficus car dealership, it was a front for his activities. His successful streak of extortions eventually became threatened when law enforcement caught on to his actions, but All for One was there to lend a hand. There was only one condition, though. Papa Prism had to pledge loyalty to AFO if he wanted his help. Prism agreed, and AFO had some crooked cops under his thrall take over the investigation and sweep it under the rug. But that brought little relief to Papa Prism, who was terrified of the symbol of despair and spent nearly every day of his life sucking up to him. He knew that failing AFO would be a death sentence, and it was on this night that Papa Prism was seeding bullets. He had received a message from his villainous superior to cause as much chaos around Mizuta with his men to strike a blow to Hero Society as a result of the pro-hero shortage stemming from the Island siege. They were originally going to head out when they got the signal, the sounds of explosions and gunfire all across the city along with a news report of the bedlam on TV, but it was oddly quiet. So now Papa Prism and his men, around 60 or so, were all gathered on the top-floor penthouse, wondering what was happening and if they should act. Prism had already finished his 15th cigarette and tossed it into the overflowing ashtray as one of his men approached him. Boss, we tried calling Don Puru, but nobody's answering. He reported. Did you try Boiling Point or Skullbash yet? Papa Prism irately responded. We tried calling them along with Fatal Ficus, Multi-Kill, and all the others, but it's the same. No one's picking up the phone. The henchman responded before Papa Prism let out an angry snarl and threw his ashtray at the wall, causing his men to flinch. God damn it, Prism cursed as he slammed his fist on the counter. What the hell is taking them so long? Don't they know they got orders from the big man himself? Don't they know what will happen if they disobey him? Do you think they are trying to turn on All for One? One goon guessed aloud. Papa Prism glared at his henchman incredulously. What are you, retarded? None of those schmucks have the balls to turn their backs on someone like him. Well, maybe they are. The henchman nearest to Prism shrugged, earning a deadly glare from the elderly villain. But if we went out now, then we'd look like we're the ones still with AFO, so I think we're safe if we did. Papa Prism grabbed the henchman by the collar of his suit and dragged him down So they were at eye level. You stupid fuck. You honestly think that's going to be enough to convince him I'm still playing ball? All for One can't afford any more failed plans after Eye Island, so if this one goes up in flames, so will I. He then pointed his finger dangerously close to his toadie's eye, his glass finger glowing an ominous rainbow color. So don't think we're safe. Pray we're safe because it's going to be our heads on the chopping block if dash. Papa Prism's furious tirade was silenced when the sounds of errant, muffled gunfire were heard. It seemed to be coming from the ground floor of the restaurant. The fuck is that? Prism grunted as he let go of his goon and grabbed the remote on the counter. He pointed it at the TV hanging from the ceiling, and it turned on to reveal security camera footage of the downstairs floor. Everyone gasped when the screen showed dozens of Prism's men who were guarding the ground floor, and the entrants were all lying dead on the floor in pieces while the mahogany doors were kicked down, shattered like dead wood. Papa Prism frantically switched the footage to the hallway cameras, which showed more dead bodies and blood covering the hallways. He changed the footage one last time to show the elevator lobby, and what he saw almost made his heart stop. Standing before the elevator doors and pressing one of the buttons was the vigilante responsible for destroying the steel sabers along with most of Eye Island, with a severed head firmly clutched in his hand. The vigilante slowly glared up at the camera behind him and threw the head at it, cutting off the footage. The elevator door at the other end of the room let out a dinging noise, signaling that the vigilante was on his way right now. Let's get him before he gets off the elevator. Papa Prism shouted at his assembled crew as they all sprang into action. The henchmen gathered up all of the weapons they would have used for their raid on Yuzutafu and took positions in front of the elevator doors. Papa Prism went over to a dimmer knob and twisted it to brighten the overhead lights. His arms glowed a rainbow color from the bright lights, and he joined his men in front of the elevator, making a finger gun gesture with both hands. The position indicator above the elevator door lit up with the floor number and a ding noise. Everyone tensed up as it was now on the second floor. Another ding. Third floor. The men grit their teeth, their fingers slowly pressing down on the triggers. As soon as the last ding sounded, the men opened fire upon the elevator, bullets, shells, and prism lasers perforating the doors like Swiss cheese. They continued to spray the door with gunfire and lasers for a full minute until they ran out of ammo and had to reload their weapons. There was silence as they stared at the riddled elevator door, their guns still pointed at it. Papa Prism turned to two of his goons and motioned his head over to the elevator. The two criminals went over to the elevator and positioned themselves on each side. With a nod to each other, the henchmen hit the button to open the doors and the villains prepared to fire again, but there was nobody within the elevator. No body, no blood, nothing, just bullet holes and seared metal. As everyone blinked in confusion, the floor in the back of the penthouse exploded outwards, blasting apart several men in the explosion. Papa Prism and his men were blown back from the force of the blast just as the vigilante hauled himself out of the hole with some kind of rocket launcher in his free hand. The doomslayer never took the elevator. He knew they were waiting for him, so he had the empty elevator go up to the fourth floor while he took the stairs up to the third floor for a surprise attack. As soon as he heard them fall for the trap, he drew his rocket launcher and fired at the ceiling to provide him access to the penthouse and take out a few of them in the process. Now it was on to eliminating them. He rushed over to the nearest disoriented villain and rammed his fist through his chest before flinging the dead body at an antique jukebox, the impact switching it on and playing music. No satisfaction the Rolling Stones. The rest of the gang scrambled back onto their feet and fired at the Slayer, who switched to his plasma rifle and returned fire, killing several villains to build up a charge for his heat blast. A large crook brought his hands together, and they transformed into a steel plow with spikes protruding from it, and he charged at the Slayer with a yell. Unluckily for him, the Hellwalker had already fully charged his heat blast as soon as the villain closed the distance. The Slayer pulled the trigger, and the pressurized heat wave turned the attacking goon into bloody mush, most of it splashing against his armor. The heat wave also liquefied any criminals within range, melted the surroundings of the penthouse, and shattered the room-length windows. He vaporized a few more scumbags before putting away his plasma rifle and advanced towards the panicking villains who were still shooting at him. Most of the shots were missing him by a mile. Apparently none of them ever went to a shooting range. He grabbed one villain and tore him in half before vaulting over the bar counter and grabbing 2 wine bottles. He broke them and charged at the crooks, slicing and stabbing them with the sharpened ends of the broken bottles. It was a flurry of bloodshed. He went from bad guy to bad guy, flensing through their ranks with frightening ease as the music from the jukebox continued to play. Papa Prism clapped his hands together and fired a continuous beam of energy at the Slayer's back as he was busy gutting a villain. The beam struck him but did not damage his suit in the slightest as the Slayer glared at Prism over his shoulder. As the beam continued to pulse against his armor, the Doomslayer threw the broken bottles at 2 villains on opposite sides of him. One stabbed into a goon's throat, while the second bottle was lodged deep into the other's eye socket. He pivoted around, drew his combat shotgun, and launched an explosive shot at the lights above, having already deduced that the villain was drawing his power from the lights. The explosion destroyed the lights, and the rainbow beam dissipated, nearly plunging the whole room into darkness save for the full moon, casting an eerie glow through the broken windows. Taggart blasted scores of crooks without mercy as they fired back at him with some attempting to flee. He fired another explosive shot at a fleeing group, blowing them apart into chunky gibs before blasting the leg off another villain and finishing him off with a shot to the head. A burly villain with curved blades jutting out of his knuckles swung his fist at him, but the Slayer smashed the stock of the combat shotgun into his face so hard that it split apart the villain's jaw and caved his face inwards. Another henchman rushed at him, firing a semi-automatic rifle at him, but the Slayer ripped it out of his grasp, tearing the villain's hands off in the process. The Doomslayer put away his combat shotgun and started clubbing the handless villain with his relieved weapon. Each impact crushed the villain's skull and sent blood and pieces of his flesh scattering across the floor. Once the asshole's head looked like a smashed watermelon, the Doomslayer threw the now-bent rifle at one of the henchmen, impaling him into a wall before pulling out his satanas and charging into the fray once again. Far away from the ensuing slaughter, Hawks flew through the skies above the city as fast as he could. Kigo's mind was frayed with stress and trepidation. Yoshindo of Ketsubutsu Academy confirmed his worst fears. The vigilante was on the loose in Mizutofu. This was an absolute worst-case scenario. Japan was still reeling from the events on Ai Island and could not afford another disaster that the vigilante would bring about. He was exhausted due to assisting as many heroes as he could clean up the mess that man had left in his wake. He had lost count of how many gangs were left reduced to piles of eviscerated corpses and didn't bother to guess the property damage costs stemming from each massacre. While some of Kigo knew the vigilante wouldn't harm or kill anyone innocent, the fact that he pulverized any hero who tried to stop him had him reconsidering his stance on him. Suddenly, Hawks heard the sounds of gunfire and screaming somewhere far out in the distance. He ceased flying, flapping in place as he whipped around to locate the source of the noises. He eventually spotted a 4-story building from far away and could faintly see brief flashes from within the darkened building accompanied by gunfire. Hawks felt his hair stand on end and a ball of ice formed in his stomach. The vigilante was probably there already, killing another gang in hiding. That brought another problem to the forefront. There were so many gangs he had no idea were hiding in plain sight, all of them gathered in large numbers and armed to the teeth. However, the vigilante eliminated them all before they could enact whatever dastardly scheme they assembled for. But what were those gangs planning, and how did the vigilante find them? There was no time to ponder any of those questions as he flew towards the building as fast as he could, even though he knew he would not make it in time. The Doomslayer slashed open the stomach of a henchman, leaving him to clutch his spilling guts before throwing the sawatana into his chest like a javelin and sending him catapulting into the jukebox. As the music went dead, he grabbed a villain who tried to run by the neck, slammed him down onto the counter, and plunged his other sawatana down into his mouth. As gore sprayed up into the Slayer's visor, Papa Prism and his last 2 henchmen made a break for the steps that led up to his office. "Kill the son of Abich," Prism shouted at one of his men as he and the other goon ran into the office and slammed the door. Glaring at the stairway, the Doomslayer ripped the sawatana out of the dead villain and stashed it back into his hammerspace backpack before stomping towards the dumbass guarding the door. The henchman, a green-skinned individual, flexed his fingers and a pair of razor-sharp glaives made out of iron formed in his palms. "It's just you and me, man," the villain challenged, clutching his glaives. "Let's go, Dash." Flynn whipped out his chain gun outfitted with the mobile turret mod and unleashed a storm of lead at the villain, mulching him in seconds and setting his dead body on fire. He stepped over the steaming remains and marched up the stairs to his quarry. Inside Papa Prism's office, his henchman had blocked the door with an overturned bookcase as his boss ran to his desk and picked up the phone. "What are you doing?" the goon asked as he pushed the bookcase up against the door as hard as he could. "I'm calling the cops." Papa Prism quickly answered, fumbling with the receiver. "You're what?" "I'm calling the fucking cops." Before Papa Prism could dial the number, the door was riddled with a literal storm of incendiary rounds that shredded the door and bookcase apart along with the henchman. His upper half vaporized into a fine mist. The remains of the door, furniture, and henchman were set ablaze as the dreaded vigilante emerged from the wreckage, an oversized minigun smoking in his grasp. Papa Prism soiled himself as he dropped the phone and held up his hands. Wait. We can talk this out. I can cut a deal, Dash." The Slayer swapped out the chain gun for his combat shotgun again and blasted Papa Prism in the chest, slam-firing his weapon repeatedly as chunks were blown out of the elderly villain before the last shot detonated his head in a burst of blood and brain matter. As Prism's mutilated body fell to the ground, the Slayer pumped his shotgun in satisfaction, ejecting a spent shell as he did. He walked around the desk and stared at the bloody corpse staining the tacky carpet that probably cost thousands of yen. All targets terminated. With no way to cause chaos in Mizuta-fu, the remaining unidentified gang tasked by All for One to attack a target of opportunity cannot proceed with their orders, and we have successfully ensured the safety of law enforcement and on-duty heroes. Mission complete. Taggart couldn't help but smile. Oh, how he wished he could see the look on AFO's face, or whatever he looked like. I recommend we head back to our base and plan our next assault on All for One's operations. Nodding, he put his combat shotgun away and turned to leave until he noticed a glass bowl filled with Skittles on the desk. He picked it up and dumped the contents onto Papa Prism's dead body in an act of spite before chucking it away. He went back down the stairs to the penthouse and walked over to the busted jukebox, yanking his other satana out of a dead villain. Incoming hero. The Slayer felt his eye twitch. He heard the sounds of flapping wings and glanced over her shoulder just in time to see Hawks fly through the broken window and land on the floor in a classic superhero pose. The wing hero straightened himself up and took a moment to take in the surroundings. Despite the dark room, the moon in the background gave him enough light to make out the destroyed penthouse and the multitude of dismembered bodies strewn throughout the room. And over in the far corner, he could make out the unmistakable visage of the vigilante, clutching what Hawks could only describe as a chainsaw katana dripping with blood that gave the vigilante the appearance of a specter of death. There was a very long pause as the two stared at each other. Kigo then broke the silence the only way he could. "Hiya. Been a while, huh?" To be continued. Chapter 38. Pieces to the puzzle. I may be on the side of the angels, but don't think for 1 second that I am one of them. Sherlock Holmes. Mizuta-fu Lower South Side. 1:34 a.m. Hawks half expected the vigilante to come charging towards him and pulverize him into a coma. Thankfully for him, the vigilante stood as still as a statue in the ruined penthouse, glaring at him in silence. Kigo guessed that maybe the vigilante was willing to hear him out and engage in a conversation, or at least let the AI do the talking. But Hawks needed to be very careful about what he had to say to the vigilante, as he had vividly remembered the sucker punch back on I Island when he tried talking to him the first time around. This guy had a hair-trigger temperament, and one wrong word would mean lights out for the wing hero. "So, I take it you've been busy as of late." Hawks spoke in a friendly tone. "Not just a few days after I Island, and you're already back at it, huh?" There was no answer from the vigilante, just pure silence. Hawks could tell that this was not off to a good start. "You, took down quite a lot of gangs. I kinda lost count of how many hideouts I found that had your handiwork written all over it." He continued, a slight bead of sweat running down the left side of his face. Again, there was no answer from him. The only sound that came from the vigilante was the steady dripping of blood from his chainsaw katana. This slowly eroded Kigo's composure as he was used to having someone respond to him. He was really wishing the vigilante's AI would chime in right about now. Gonna need a lot of seltzer and lemon juice to get those bloodstains off your suit. Hawks gambled with his life. The doomslayer stashed his satana away and walked towards the elevator, already bored with Hawks' pathetic attempts at small talk. A brief moment of panic flared within Kigo as he watched the vigilante take his leave. He needed to get something out of him. Anything if he wanted to have an inkling of what the Vigialt would do next or why he carried out this mass villain calling. He rushed over to the vigilante in a near-suicidal attempt to stop him from leaving. Wait. I'm not here to fight you, Hawks exclaimed. Taggart stopped in his tracks and glared at Hawks suspiciously. I mean it. I'm not here to fight. If All Might and 48 Pro heroes couldn't beat you, then I have nothing to bring to the table. I just want to talk, he explained, desperation creeping up in his voice. I already know you can't or won't speak, so maybe have your AI friend do the talking? At first, a few seconds passed. The Slayer still stared at Hawk silently, but then the TV on the wall switched itself on and showed the AI's insignia along with the familiar jingle. Hello, Mr. Takami / hey there you. Haven't seen ya in a while. Hawks greeted as he waved at the TV. Though he was putting on a friendly face, Kigo was a little unsettled that the AI knew his name. He attributed that to some hacking on the AI's end. The Slayer was intrigued that Vega was willing to exchange information with the hero, but felt unsure if it was a good idea. Sharing information was one thing, but he didn't want Vega to divulge everything, namely the location of their secret hideout. You wish to know why we attacked the city's villain gangs. This was done as a preemptive measure to stop a mass assault upon Yuzutafu's heroes and law enforcement. Hawks blinked, concern showing on his face. Mass assault. The gangs were planning to eliminate numerous heroes and police officers in a coordinated attack. Since the heroes are still maintaining order in Yuzutafu, they would have been caught off guard. The damage and casualties from such a tactic could have been catastrophic. Hawks felt his legs go weak. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it would have been like to see scores of villain gangs raising hell across Yuzutafu, and the heroes and officers killed in the wake of their rampage. We wouldn't have seen it coming. He breathlessly muttered to himself before turning back to the TV. How many gangs were in on this? How many did you eliminate? 22. His eyes widened in shock. That many, all in one night. That shouldn't have surprised Hawks since the vigilante destroyed the Steel Sabers in one night too. But none of this makes sense. He trailed off, staring down at the floor as he ran a hand through his messy hair. Since when were they ever this organized? And what gave them so much confidence to try and attempt something like this? The gangs were acting under the orders of All for One. Kigo snapped his head up toward the TV, an expression of dread on his face. The intention behind this was to create a distraction to hide their primary objective for an unidentified gang to attack. We discovered their plot by hacking their cell phones and terminating them before they could fulfill their orders. The wing hero processed what the AI had explained to him. So you just saved us. Hawks spoke as he glanced at the vigilante. Dozens of heroes and officers could have died, and you saved us again. The Doomslayer could see what appeared to be a forming smile on the hero's face before it faded away just as quickly. But you still kind of beat some of us up, though. They were impeding our mission. Hawks audibly sighed through his nose. He wasn't going to start an argument with the AI's brutally cold logic. But one question came to mind. What was their target? And who was this other gang? Currently unidentified. The information would have gone out once law enforcement had been fully crippled. And they can't carry out the orders because the heroes and cops aren't dead on account of you cleaning up house. He deduced, looking at the vigilante. It was a smart, if not violent tactic, but he wasn't going to admit that out loud. He turned towards the broken window, staring at the cityscape in the distance. You know, it might not mean the end of our troubles with him. He could have more villains working for him. You are correct in that regard. All for One may have multiple cells operating in different parts of the country. Given his influence, that doesn't surprise me. Hawks muttered to himself. The Slayer heard that and raised an eyebrow at him. You are aware of All for One's infamy. Hawks froze when he realized he had just accidentally let it slip that he knew more about AFO. He could feel the heated glare of the vigilante upon him. Kigo gulped. There was no way he could try to change the subject without agitating the vigilante. He sighed in defeat before speaking to them. After your fight with All Might, he brought me along with a few others aside and told us about All for One. We know what his quirk does, we know how dangerous he is, and we also know that he's been killing past users of a quirk known as One for All. Who else knows of this? / Me, Maruko, 3 UA kids, and David Shield's daughter. 2 HPSC officials, Eraserhead, and a third-year student at UA already know about All Might's identity and AFO. It wasn't like Kigo to hand out sensitive information like he was serving food, but he figured it might build up some trust between him and the vigilante. Taggart felt himself tense up a little when Hawks mentioned Rumi knowing about the whole conspiracy. It meant that they would eventually cross paths again when the time came to go after AFO. Then you already know what All for One's plans are, / All Might didn't tell us what AFO's endgame is, but since his power lets him steal others' quirks, I'm guessing he wants One for All. Hawks surmised. If he should acquire that quirk, he could become a critical threat to the human race and potentially destroy civilization, / Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario I don't want to think about. Hawks admitted. He then looked at the vigilante with a confused expression. Wait, how do you know about Dash? We acquired the information on All for One and One for All by accessing David Shield's personal computer. We know everything, / You're going to go after him next, aren't you? Hawks guessed as he glanced up at the TV. / All for One's continued existence cannot be allowed. He must be terminated with extreme prejudice. We plan on drawing him out by destroying his operation and eliminating his men. This will force him to be coaxed out into the open so that we may terminate him, / The wing hero swallowed lightly. Normally, he would suggest arresting a villain rather than killing them, but after everything he learned about All for One, he couldn't find any argument against that notion. He had his doubts about Yagi's claim to kill AFO due to his deteriorating health, and he doubted Izuku had the heart to do the job either. If there was one person on Earth that Kigo believed could finally put an end to AFO's generations-long reign of terror, it was the vigilante. Even though the armored juggernaut was going to leave heaps of dead villains in his wake. Well, don't let me stop you. Hawks shrugged in defeat as he turned his attention back to the vigilante. He meant what he said earlier. There was no way he could stop the vigilante if he tried. But he had one more thing to say. You know this won't exactly change everyone's opinion about you. People are still going to think you're a violent maniac. There was a brief pause in the air before the TV began displaying what appeared to be first-person footage, as if one was seeing the world through the eyes of the vigilante. Kigo watched the TV, witnessing the vigilante dispatch a group of thugs holding a woman hostage who enveloped him in a hug, while thanking him profusely afterward. The footage showed more instances of the vigilante's compassion, sparing a troubled youth, protecting Ms. Joke and her students, saving a group of chefs being held hostage, and finally rescuing a rabbit before handing it off to some Shinketsu students. Hawks found himself slowly smiling at each act of benignity from the vigilante. After spending so long trying to figure out the vigilante's mental state, Hawks now had a clearer picture of him. Perhaps something happened to the vigilante in the past that made him so violent towards villains, but he could still be merciful towards others who weren't on the wrong side of the law. Seeing Takami get the message, the Slayer turned around and went back to the elevator. You know, Rumi had a high opinion of you back on Island after you saved her. Hawks spoke as he glanced at the vigilante. The doomslayer stopped dead in his tracks. She said that you have a heart underneath all that armor, and I agreed with her. I'm happy to see that she wasn't wrong at all, the hero said with a smile. He remained still. Earth Mesquite, Texas. Many eons ago. Penny for your thoughts? The bartender asked Taggart, never taking his eyes off the soccer game on the TV. Flynn glanced up from his glass, the whiskey bottle untouched for a while. He was sitting in the local bar as night descended on the town, the clouds obscuring the stars in the sky. The bar was mostly empty aside from 2 other patrons way in the back. Been staring at your drink for a long time now. There's got to be something on your mind. The bartender continued, grinning when he saw his team score another goal. Just searching for a good reason to take a swig. Don't mind me. Taggart reassured with a wave of his hand. The bartender shrugged and went about his business. Flynn sighed through his nose as he stared down his empty shot glass. It was a bar mainly used for drowning your sorrows in booze, or just wanting to forget about whatever problems life was kicking you in the balls with. For Taggart, it was the latter. He was in the throes of a tailspin. His life was seemingly going nowhere. Sure, he had a job, but there was no real goal or strive to do something more with his life, and he was now trapped in a mundane, boring, and tedious cycle of going through one tiring day at a time. It was times like this that made him wonder if the trauma he received from his father was the cause of his apathy. The sound of the bar's door opening did not stir him from his thoughts, but the woman who plopped herself down on the stool next to him did. She was around Flynn's age, had flowing blonde hair, and had beautiful cerulean eyes. She wore a sheepskin leather bomber jacket, a black t-shirt, tan pants, and simple black shoes. Ugh, I fucking hate this town. She groaned as she buried her face in her arms. She sounded exhausted. Guess that makes two of us, Taggart unintentionally commented. The woman looked up from her arms at Flynn and cracked a wry smile. Well, small universe, huh? What'll it be, ma'am? The bartender came over. I'll have what he's having, the woman said as she grabbed the bottle of whiskey and a spare shot glass on the counter. Put it all on my tab. That's all right. I can dash. Taggart tried to speak until the woman held up a finger. Hey, don't sweat it. We both look like we could use a load off. The woman cheerfully poured herself a drink as the bartender went back to watching the TV. So, town got you down too? Flynn glanced down at his empty glass. You could say that. Too many bad memories. For me, it's a terrible job with an equally terrible boss, she remarked as she poured some whiskey into his shot glass. Overworked, browbeaten, and I can't quit because I have to pay the bills somehow. You have my sympathies, Flynn responded. He genuinely felt bad for this woman he had just met. Well, look who's a big softy all of a sudden. She giggled. Flynn was caught off guard, almost flushing with embarrassment. I wouldn't say that, Dash. She threw her head back in laughter as she poked his arm with her finger. Don't try to hide it, you lug. I've got a knack for seeing people for who they are, and I can tell that beneath your action hero exterior, you've got a big heart. Am I right? Taggart couldn't answer, but averted his gaze back to his now full glass and allowed himself to smile a little. It was rare for him to be so honest to someone, or at least try to be honest. See? I got it right as usual. She snickered before holding up her glass. Emily Willits. He glanced up from his drink to look at her, the smile never leaving his face as he held up his glass. Flynn Taggart. They both clinked their glasses together. Mizuta for Lower South Side. Present time. The doomslayer lowered his head before walking into the elevator and hitting the down button with his fist. As the doors closed, Hawks stared at the elevator for a few seconds in silence. That head dip from the vigilante hadn't gone unmissed, and he could only wonder what it meant. Maybe the vigilante had more deep-seated personal issues than he previously thought. But Kigo did, at the very least, have an actual interaction with him and now knew what his goals were. With that in mind, Hawks went over to the broken window and leaped out of it. His wings unfurled, and he took to the sky, soaring through the skies above the city to inform whoever he could find about the vigilante's actions. But in a nearby alleyway a block away from the building, C4 watched him leave. The villain had arrived a few minutes ago to warn Papa Presim that the unnamed vigilante was hunting down numerous villain gangs, but arrived too late. The telltale sounds of gunfire, explosions, and motorized saws tearing through flesh signaled the elderly villain's death. He was about to leave, but then witnessed the wing hero Hawks fly into view and enter through a broken window. At first, C4 watched with bated breath for the sounds of the hero being mutilated by the vigilante. Maybe the guy would start killing heroes for real this time, instead of knocking them unconscious. That would be a plus for the LOV. But to his surprise and disappointment, he would soon see Hawks take to the skies and the thrum of the vigilante's motorcycle driving away in the opposite direction. Rokuro hissed through his teeth as he ran his hand anxiously through his hair. This was turning into a fucking nightmare. AFO's plans were officially ruined. The vigilante was on a villain-killing spree, and now there was proof that he probably had some stupid code of honor against heroes. Namely, not killing them. But that brought another chilling possibility. What if the vigilante was working for the heroes? What if that story of him beating up all of those top rankers was all staged, and he was some kind of black ops human weapon the HPSC used in case the villain problem became too much for other heroes to handle? But this was no time for speculation. He instantly fled away at near instantaneous speeds and pulled out his cell phone to contact AFO and Kurogyri. Why the fuck can't things go our way for once? C4 grumbled to himself. Hell's circle of lust. When one thinks of hell, the most common thought is eternal, flesh-searing fire. Today, no such heat emanates from within the dark realm. Since the death of the Dark Lord, the seas of magma have cooled until they are fully solidified. Volcanoes have ceased erupting. Vents have stopped spewing noxious gases entirely, and the overall suffocating, burning hot atmosphere has become humid at best. Many of the circles suffered permanent, long-lasting damage following the End War, and lust was no different. Where once was an expanse of opulent, intricately designed temples dedicated to the carnality of pleasure and hosted carnivals of depraved, demonic orgies dotted throughout the circle, all of them now lay in utter ruins. A black and red portal opened amidst the ruins, and the four horsemen came through while mounted atop their steeds, with death carrying a hellstone needed for travel in and out of hell. The riders surveyed the area in silence as they guided their steeds through the ruined temples, sinking into the blue-colored sand. From afar, they could see the massive desert in the distance with towering rock formations and deep canyons stretching on for miles. The sky was an ominous purple hue with dark clouds that occasionally crackled with crimson thunder. Spectacular, Strife commented sarcastically. They just had to set up shop here. It's not like we make them choose where we meet them, Fury responded. War glanced around their surroundings. It seems that this circle has fallen further into ruin. We shouldn't expect much resistance. Death placed the hellstone in his pocket before holding up a green talisman inscribed with demonic sigils attached to a black chain. It pulsed with energy as he turned his head over to the desert in the distance. There, he spoke, pointing to a large chasm far from their position. That is where they're located. Strife felt his eye twitch at the considerable distance they had to travel to get there. A car would have paid for itself by now, he muttered under his breath. Ozzy Osbourne and Lemmy Kilmister Hellraiser. But before they could set out, their steeds suddenly became agitated. They slammed their hoofs on the grounds and neighing angrily, their eyes glowing and steam billowing from their nostrils. The four horsemen knew that this only meant one thing. There were enemies nearby. Slithering from the ruins around them came the succubi, lithe, lamia-like demonesses with red and black scales, long arms ending in sharp talons, small wings on their backs, and piercing yellow eyes with an extra one on their foreheads. Several gold rings and bangles were on their fingers and tails, but they had lost their luster after the End War, now appearing chipped and faded. The horde now surrounded the horsemen, hissing hatefully at the Nephilim as they clawed the ground and bared their poison-coated fangs. It wouldn't be hell if it didn't have a welcoming committee. Fury grinned eagerly as she unfurled scorn from her belt. We have no quarrel with you, harlots. War sneered. Leave us be and maybe we'll spare your lives. You are in no position to threaten us, horsemen. One of the succubi snarled. We have you surrounded and outnumbered. Oh wow, you do? I guess this means we're all doomed. This truly is the end for the four horsemen. Strife yawned in mock distress. The succubi hadn't caught on how screwed they were. Once we have killed you, we will parade your beheaded, desecrated corpses from here to every circle of the dark realm. We shall avenge our glorious, benevolent King Asmodeus with your deaths and dash. To clarify before you carry on with this inane drivel. Death interrupted. Asmodeus only saw you as toys to relive himself with or expendable foot soldiers at best. And we were not the ones who killed him, Aphrodite did. Despite her flaws, she at least had a far better understanding of love and desire than Asmodeus did, and that concept alone is something none of you can grasp due to your pitifully limited intelligence. Did I get most of that right, or did I use too many syllables? Strife and War stared at their brother in surprise, while Fury's smile grew wider. And I thought I was the only one who loved belittling their opponents. All of the succubi screeched in rage at the horsemen, unfurling their three-way lower jaws to reveal rows of teeth and fangs. They surged towards the Nephilim, the thundering lighting in the dark, clouds above highlighting the horde's slithering forms. War unsheathed Chaos Eater. Do we stand our ground? Death twirled his sides. No, they're nothing but irritants. Push through. 115. The horsemen willed their steeds to charge through the horde, and what followed was an absolute massacre as the horses plowed through the onslaught of demonesses. Rampage fatally trampled them underneath its powerful hooves, and despair rammed into them with bone-crushing force. Ruin expelled gouts of fire from his mouth, incinerating any succubus that attacked, while Mayhem bit down on one of them and thrashed the demon around like a ragdoll before throwing it away. Fury's whip slashed through the attacking demons with reckless abandon, the weapon seemingly having a mind of its own as it decapitated a swath of succubi. She threw her whip out at another succubus, the bladed chains wrapping around it and digging into its flesh. She slammed the demoness into its brethren like a makeshift flail before tugging at Scorn and slicing the succubus into bloody bits. Fury's hair took on a yellow hue and transformed Scorn into a double-ended polearm, thrusting it through 3 succubi before throwing them off and spearing into another succubus. She spun the weapon above her like a propeller, mulching a pack of succubi that tried to pounce on her and raining blood and guts all over her. Grinning as she saw a larger, alpha succubus slither towards her, Fury's hair transformed into a vibrant purple, and her weapon transformed again, this time into a spiked mallet adorned with ghoulish faces. She swung the mallet down upon the alpha, crushing its bones into dust as blood splattered all over her smiling visage. "Ah, this never gets old," she sighed in amusement. Strife was blasting succubi left and right, twirling mercy and redemption stylishly. He aimed for the metal bangles they wore so he could ricochet the bullets off them and into other attacking succubi, scoring headshots all the time. He was like a living CIWS. When he took down one target, he switched to another one. His pistols never needed to reload at all. Through the usage of his Nephilim powers, Strife changed the ammo in his guns to lava rounds and now fired globules of liquid magma at the succubi. Their agonized screams of pain filled the air as the lava burned gaping, cauterized holes through them and lighting them aflame. He switched to the versatile nature rounds and shot at several succubi, causing vines to sprout out of the bullet wounds and strangle its targets. The vines injected poison into the veins of the succubi, their bodies turning a sickly light green before bursting out into pustules and exploding into a shower of caustic acid, which doused the other attackers. As the flesh melted off their bones, Strife spotted 10 more succubi attacking from above and, with a smile behind his mask, summoned a shadow clone to materialize into thin air above them. The clone pulled out shadowy duplicates of Strife's guns and spun around like a top, while firing rapidly at the attackers while the real Strife, which to beam rounds and unleashed twin beams of violent energy that sliced through the succubi like a hot knife through butter as the shadow clone disappeared. He switched back to his regular ammo and went back to pot-shotting demons. War swung Chaos Eater as easily as swinging a stick. His blade didn't just cut through the horde of succubi, it obliterated them. Any succubus hit by Chaos Eater exploded like blood-filled piñatas, painting the blue sand of lust crimson and splattering entrails all over the ruins. For every drop of demon blood spilled, it flowed into War's blade. It oozed into the gruesome skulls carved into the middle of the sword as it gained more power with each kill. He pulled out Crossblade, a multi-bladed glaive, and threw it at his serpentine adversaries with skillful precision. Crossblade flensed through its targets, seeking out new ones like a homing missile while unleashing bursts of electricity that electrocuted the succubi and sent them crashing into the ground, where they were promptly run over by Ruin like they were roadkill. As Crossblade flew back into his grasp, 2 succubi launched themselves at him from the left and the right. Narrowing his eyes, War put away his weapons and grabbed them by the necks, the demons hissing and clawing at his armored hands. He slammed his head against one succubus, making her head explode, and then squeezed the other's neck so hard her head popped off. Another demonic temptress leaped towards him from the front, but War slammed the corpses together upon it, crushing its body while destroying the other 2 carcasses, bathing War in blood. His sword, which was now holstered to his back, glowed red, which was an indicator that it had absorbed enough blood and was fully charged. He drew Chaos Eater and with a mighty battle cry, swung his weapon and unleashed a tidal wave of white-hot flames that incinerated most of the horde right down to the bone, leaving their skeletonized remains to be crushed under Ruin's hooves as he and War burst forth from the wall of flame. Death was easily living up to his name. He had Harvester in its dual comma configuration, and was hacking through swaths of succubi faster than the eye could see. His arms were almost a blur as he swung his sickles in a frenzy of decapitation. He slammed his sickles together to transform it into a large scythe with far greater reach. Not a single demoness could get close to death, not while he was hacking through them with his oversized death dealer. An alpha succubus swatted its kin aside as it slithered toward death while screeching wrathfully, prompting the Nephilim to hurl Harvester like it was a boomerang at multiple hostiles to the right, bisecting dozens of them before summoning two large, ghostly claws from his hands. The transparent, oversized claws grabbed the alpha by the neck and drained its soul, its skin turning a deathly gray as it shriveled up into a decayed husk. He threw the corpse away and grabbed an enormous chunk of the ruins before chucking it towards an approaching mass of succubi like a giant bowling ball, crushing any succubi in its path. The ghostly arms dissipated just as Death caught Harvester when it returned to him. Death's eyes glowed purple with ghastly energy, and with a raise of his hand, conjured forth a murder of ghostly crows at the demonesses. The ethereal avians descended upon the succubi like locusts, clawing out their throats, pecking out their eyes, biting off chunks of their flesh like piranhas, and some even flung out dagger-like feathers into their skulls. The horsemen continued to massacre the succubi, carving a path through their ranks and out of the ruins area until a deep rumble emerged from the desert beyond. A massive swell emerged from the sands until a gigantic worm-like demon breached forth into view. It was the size of a blue whale, as long as several subway cars, and it was covered in a rough, pitch-black carapace. Large frills adorned its head with four hooked appendages near its mouth, which was a gaping, circular maw of teeth strong enough to crush boulders. An ashworm. Here, Strife gawked. It must have migrated from the circle of gluttony. Or theorized. The ashworm let out an ear-splitting bellow before surging towards the horsemen. The Nephilim prepared themselves for a fight with the beast, but to their surprise, it snaked past them and made a beeline for the succubus horde. The panicked shrieks of the succubi were drowned out by the savage roars of the ashworm as it scooped up multitudes of them into its mouth, crunching down upon them while slashing through swaths of them with its claws. The horsemen watched the ensuing slaughter with slight amusement. Well, this is a rare sight. Fury smirked. Makes you wonder if it's helping us. As much as I would like to enjoy watching the slaves of Asmodeus be messily devoured, we have a schedule to keep. Death reminded his brothers and sister as he steered Despair towards the desert. They all rode out deeper into the wastelands of lust, leaving the ashworm behind to engorge itself. On that day in hell, the succubus population dropped significantly. 2 hours later, after traversing the desert and entering one of the deep chasms, the horsemen arrived at the location where Vulgrim and Dis had set up camp. Within the center of the chasm was a massive tent-like structure as big as a small house. It was colored a deep olive green with golden swirling patterns adorning its surface, while posts planted near the entrance of the tent held lanterns that glowed a sickly yellow. The Nephilim got off their steeds and motioned them to stay put as they entered the structure. As soon as they entered, the inside of the tent was much larger than it looked on the outside. The interior resembled a flea market for demons. The ornate tables were lined with jewels, swords, bones, horns, teeth, severed heads and limbs preserved in jars, artifacts, tapestries, grimoires, and other various collectibles Hellspawn would kill to get their claws on. At the far end of the room was a counter with more collectibles and the proprietors of this humble shop, Vulgrim and Dis. Vulgrim was a demon hailing from the Circle of Greed. He had a tall build with pale gray skin and light blue scales, 2 damaged wings wrapped in bandages, and lanky arms with hands that ended in sharp claws while his other hand was covered with golden plating. His face was insidious and horrifying to look at, a toothy, reptilian visage with hollow, light green eyes, massive horns, and bare nostrils. He wore a purple and gold Egyptian-like headdress along with a long, purple-colored robe. Various scrolls, jewels, and other assorted valuables hung from his belt. He had no legs at all. He instead floated via a mist-like substance that emanated from his robes. Dis was a chubby, thickly built demoness and a resident of lust. She had scaly, light red skin, Large curved horns, yellow eyes, for arms, a long tail ending in a stinger, and her hair was aflame with purple hellfire. She wore a skimpy yet spiky and armored bikini-like outfit, dark violet stockings and arm sleeves, purple eyeshadow, and dark lipstick. Unlike Volgrim, she had legs but chose to levitate via unknown methods. The two demon merchants were engrossed in their activities. Dis was reading through a heavy-looking tome, while Volgrim was chiseling away at a glowing chunk of orange-colored quartz. Dis was the first to notice the horseman and smiled widely, showing off her perfectly white, yet razor-sharp canines. "Well, if it ain't our best customers. How have y'all been?" Dis greeted. She, oddly enough, had a southern drawl to her voice. Volgrim glanced up and flashed the horseman a toothy grin. "Ah, our esteemed guests. It's only been years since our last meeting, but it feels like centuries." Volgrim's voice had a hissing, scheming leer to it. There was no way to tell if his greeting was genuine or a facade for something sinister. "Not long enough." Fury drawled in a disinterested tone. "So, I take it you were all preoccupied with lust, denizens? We heard quite a commotion a few hours ago." Volgrim snidely pointed out. "Yeah, we got waylaid by succubi as soon as we entered hell. Hope none of them were your sisters, Dis." Strife remarked as wiped the blood off of his ensemble. "Hun, most of those crusty floozies have wanted me dead for a long time. Y'all did me a favor." Dis replied as she closed her tome. Her nose wrinkled a little when she saw that the Nephilim were coated in gore, staining the decorative carpet of their teepee. "Perhaps y'all should have wiped your feet before you came in. Why bother? Most of our clientele come to us covered in viscera or any other form of bodily fluids." Volgrim dismissed before addressing the horseman. "So, what can we do for you today, horseman? If it's information about any upstart demon chieftains, you'll be disappointed to hear that it's been quiet, all things considered. Well, there is Malgros the Defiler over in Gluttony, but he prefers to think with his stomach if y'all catch my drift." Dis winked. "We do seek information, Volgrim, but it is of a different kind." War elaborated. Volgrim and Dis collectively raised an eyebrow. Death stepped forward to give them their question, but mentally reminded himself to keep the Doomslayer's actions in the mortal realm a secret. Before heading out, Death and the other riders agreed to withhold the Doomslayer's existence. They had no idea how Hell would react if they ever found out that the myth of the Slayer had been real the whole time. They would keep the subject tight-lipped for now, and instead make it sound like they were requesting more information on the Helix Stone. "Tell us what you know of the Doomslayer prophecy." Death started. There was a pause in the air before Volgrim threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, please. Don't tell me you believe that nonsense." Volgrim guffawed. "Yeah, I think that whole story is bunk, but why ask us? Don't y'all already know about it?" Dis asked. "The Ascendant Realm has recently reopened their observations into the prophecy. We came here to see if you know of anything they might have missed." Death explained. "What's there to know? It was clearly a tailor-made lie to foster dissension within the Dark Lord's ranks." Volgrim scoffed. "Now hold on a sec." Dis interjected. "The Goetians were fiercely loyal to the Dark Lord and the rest of the Charred Council. I doubt any of them would try to make something like this up. I mean, they were very serious about the whole matter and even brought it before the Dark Lord himself. And he dismissed it entirely because the notion of all the power of Hell cowering before one man is utterly ridiculous." Volgrim reminded her, "Especially the mention of another one just as fearsome as this so-called Bane of Hell. Did all of the Goetians receive the same vision, or was it only one?" War questioned. "It was just one, Paimon." Dis confirmed. "From what I heard, he suddenly had some kind of prophetic nightmare in his sleep and woke up screaming about the Slayer. He even commissioned some demons to create the Helix Stone in response so he could warn everyone." "So, did anyone believe him?" Strife asked while scratching the back of his head. "Hardly," Volgrim sneered. "They all thought it was nonsensical ravings. Nowadays, most demons believe the prophecy was referring to their utter defeat at the hands of the Creator and the Prime Council. Is there any chance that some clues about the Doomslayer prophecy were left behind when we confiscated the Helix Stone?" Fury inquired. "Hard to say. The Ascendant Realm and y'all were pretty thorough in grabbing anything that wasn't nailed down after the End War." Dis shrugged. The horseman could feel disappointment creeping up. This trip appeared to be a waste of time. But Strife, being the most dogged of the horsemen, wasn't ready to throw in the towel yet. You know, there was a piece missing from the helix stone. Any chance you two might have come across something, I don't know, rock-like? Dis glanced at Volgrim while the demon drummed his fingers against his chin. He turned around and floated into the far back, disappearing into the darkness. The sounds of him rummaging through his wares and some items being knocked over were heard. A few seconds later, Volgrim came back, carrying a hefty chunk of stone in his hands. I found this under some rubble when I was scouring the ruins of the Goshen cities for anything I could add to my wares. Haven't found a buyer yet. He set it down on the counter, and the Nephilim took a closer look. The mural depicted what appeared to be the doomslayer standing upon countless demon skulls, but there was something significantly different about it. For one, the figure was distinctly female and appeared to be wearing a fur cape. She was raising a flail in the air in one hand while the other hand held a bladed shield. But the most glaring feature the horseman noticed was the pair of long, rabbit-like ears on the sides of the figure's head. Immediately, it all fell into place for them. This truly was the missing piece to the helix stone, but what shocked them the most was that they recalled seeing the doomslayer rescue someone with the exact same kind of ears. Well, is it what you were all looking for? Volgrim tilted his head while twiddling his long claws together. Death glanced up from the stone. You have been of most valuable help, Volgrim. We'll be taking this. Normally, I would make my offer, but I've been trying to pawn this useless thing for centuries, and it's just taking up space. Volgrim said as he raised his hands. You may have it. Free of charge. Generosity from you? Hell truly has frozen over. Fury smiled, earing snickers from Strife and Dis who were trying to hold back their laughter. Do not mistake this act as being humble, Nephilim. Volgrim hissed, pointing a finger at her threateningly. Noted. Let us know if this Malgros guy starts causing trouble, and thanks a ton. Strife waved at them as War scooped up the stone and held it under his arm. The horseman turned around to leave, intent on getting it back to Ulthane and the Crow Father as soon as possible. Before y'all go, satisfy our curiosity for a bit. Dis called after them. They stopped and turned to her. I noticed your expressions when y'all looked at that rock. It takes a lot to ruffle your feathers, so that can only mean something's up. Volgrim grinned insidiously as he clasped his hands together. Quite so. What is going on up there in the mortal realm? Is the Creator's brilliant idea to bestow the mortals the power of the gods backfiring by any chance? The Nephilim glared at Volgrim before wordlessly turning around and leaving through the flap of the tent. There was a loud whinny from one of the horses until there was a red flash, followed by silence. If there's one thing they sorely lack in, it's subtlety. Volgrim smirked. Dis shrugged nonchalantly. Can't argue with that. But their reaction meant something, Volgrim dash. Oh what? That the Doomslayer was real this whole time and has made his presence known to all. Spare me, Dis. I will believe this Doomslayer buffoonery when I see him with my own two eyes. Volgrim snorted as he went back to his chiseling. Dis still felt uneasy about the whole thing. But on the off chance that he is real, what's that going to mean for Hell? What's that going to mean for us? That was enough for Volgrim to give pause and ponder his partner's words. Muzutafut General Hospital. 1:45 a.m. Maruko tied the laces on her white-colored boots together excitedly before standing up from the hospital bed. She was now dressed in her casual wear for when she was off duty. A plain white shirt, blue jeans, a black belt with a decorative buckle, and a black and yellow hoodie. Rumi was in a very good mood. She had been cleared of radiation poisoning by the hospital staff and was given the okay to leave the hospital. Once she got back to her apartment and changed back into her hero clothes, she was hitting the streets and getting back to doing what she was best at, kicking ass. Look out, Muzutafu. Maruko is back on the rebound. She beamed proudly. To be continued. Chapter 39. Unforeseen Consequences. Muzutafu Police Station. 1:44 a.m. Did he say anything else before leaving? Naomesa asked. Ipan shook her head. No. I went back home as fast as I could and got changed, but I just felt like I had to report this. Naomesa nodded sympathetically to the tall, humanoid woman seated in front of his desk. Standing next to him with the same expression was his partner, Sansa Temagawa, who had the head of a ginger tabby cat due to his quirk. A little while ago, Sakachi and Sansa were busy coordinating with other officers in Muzutafu over the radio. Ipan Josei came into the mostly vacant station, and since they were short-handed, Naomesa, and Sansa were the only ones to attend to her. What she revealed shocked them. Not only was she the victim of an attempted rape at the hands of hoodlums not too long ago, but she was saved by none other than the vigilante responsible for their current situation in Muzutafu. From what she described, the vigilante brutally dispatched her would-be rapists before freeing her from her bindings and placing an anonymous call to the local RCC. Sitting next to Ipan was Naomesa's sister, Makoto, who held the woman's hand tightly while gently patting her back. Makoto had long, black hair, green eyes, and a beauty mark below the left side of her mouth, and she wore the same police uniform as Sansa. She had overheard what had happened to Ipan and immediately joined in to help console her. Makoto's quirk, polygraph, allowed her to monitor the psychological signals of whomever she touched, allowing her to determine if someone was lying or telling the truth. "You made the right decision, Miss Josie," Naomesa assured her. "If you'd like, you can stay here for the night, and we can provide counseling from one of our Special Victims Unit detectives." Ipan swallowed. "Thank you, if it's not too much trouble." "Not at all." Makoto smiled as she pointed over to the waiting room. "We'll let one of our detectives know. You can wait for them down the hall." Ipan nodded and got up, heading for the waiting room until she came to a stop. She turned to the officers with a conflicted look. "I know that vigilantism is against the law, but he saved my life." "We understand." Naomesa held up a hand. He was a real stickler for the rules and the justice system in general, but seeing as how this woman had just recently been sexually assaulted, he would keep his opinions to himself. As she walked away to the waiting room, Sansa scratched the back of his head and turned to Makoto. "What did your quirk have to say?" Makoto sighed as she watched Ipan disappear from view. "The sexual assault? Didn't need polygraph for that one. But the part about the vigilante saving her? She was definitely telling the truth. Then it means he's already on the move. The vigilante is here in Muzutafu." Naomesa assessed grimly. Makoto and Sasna looked at each other with dread. "Are we still going to call him that?" Makoto asked him dubiously. "We have to give him an official name at some point." Tsukachi rubbed his chin. "Well, we could dash." He was interrupted when another officer hurriedly went up to him. "Naomesa, Chief needs you in his office." "Now," he told him. Naomesa nodded and glanced over his shoulder at Sansa. "Can you two take over from here?" Sansa smiled and Makoto nodded. "Be happy to," Sansa replied. Naomesa then walked through the mostly empty halls of the police station until he came to the door of his chief. He gave it a quick knock before opening the door and letting himself inside. Kenji was standing at his desk on the phone. Piles of paperwork covered the furniture. Kenji was not wearing his black suit, but rather his buttoned undershirt, and there were noticeable bags under his canine eyes due to his recent lack of sleep. "Chief, we have a bit of a situation." Naoma started as Kenji hung up the phone. "I know. The vigilante has struck again," Kenji revealed. "You already know?" Naomesa asked, surprised. "I just got off the phone with one of our officers. There have been multiple raids on over 22 villain hideouts, all over Muzutafu." Kenji debriefed. Naomesa was speechless. Their concealed bases have been hiding in plain sight this whole time, and some of the heroes have identified them as high-profile villains. And before you ask, they're all dead. Their bodies and those of their henchmen are in states of dismemberment, just like the Steel Sabers. I've been keeping track of the number of calls from our units out in the city about the hideouts, and after calculating the time frame between said calls and the discoveries, I can only assume that the vigilante has taken out all of those villain groups in the span of one night. Naomesa's mouth was agape with dread as his gaze slowly shifted to the floor. "Oh my holy God," he whispered. There was another knock at the door, and it opened to reveal the exhausted, frazzled visage of Hawks. "Detective Naomesa? Chief Tsurigame, we got problems," he said urgently. "We know," Kenji sighed. Muzutafu, train station. 1:49 a.m. Stepping out of the bullet train, Lady Nagant scanned the area as the rest of the passengers disembarked. Security was little to non-existent, so she did not have to worry about being seen through her disguise. Once she exited the station, he made a beeline toward the nearest alley to remain unseen and begin her investigation into what the League of Villains was planning and prevent it somehow, unaware that it had already been solved a while ago by the vigilante. Kamino Ward League of Villains hideout. 1:51 a.m. Twice walked up the stairs in trepidation as sweat seeped through his mask. As soon as he got to the second floor, He felt the temperature around him plunge as he laid his eyes on the door at the end of the hall, Shigaraki's room. Things had been tense around the hideout over the last few days. Shigaraki had returned from Dr. Garaki. His severed arm had been successfully reattached and was not only able to regain full motor control in that arm, but could also still use his disintegration quirk through it. The only offset was that Tamura had to do rigorous physical therapy for his reattached arm, and he had not been in a good mood since his return. He always remained in his room, never coming out at all, and left some members of the LOV wondering if he was doing his PT at all or seething with hatred at the vigilante who tore his arm off. Since then, everyone in the league has stayed away from Shigaraki's room for their own good. But that had changed. C4 came running back to their hideout and called everybody at the bar for an important meeting. That meant somebody had to coax Shigaraki out of his room. Long story short, everyone drew straws and twice lost. Jean slowly and cautiously approached Tamura's door. His shaking hand hovered near the doorknob as he felt beads of sweat rolling down his face. Well, at least I lived a full life. We probably didn't. Twice was just about to grip the doorknob when the door suddenly swung open to reveal Shigaraki, making him let out a high-pitched shriek. Tamura looked extremely haggard. He could see his bleary, bloodshot eyes from behind the disembodied hand covering his face. Wah-wah-wah-it. Tamura ground out from behind his mask. Twice shook like a leaf. Shigaraki clearly wasn't in any mood for his antics, so he decided to cut to the chase. C4 needs everybody downstairs. It's super important. Tamura let out an annoyed hiss as he exited his room, slammed the door, and stomped past Jean, muttering complaints. Twice gulped and followed after Tamura, making sure to keep his distance. They arrived downstairs at the bar area where the rest of the league was waiting, along with C4, Jiren, and the Volcano Thieves. Mr. Compress gave Shigaraki a flamboyant bow. Well, it appears the prince has finally awoken from his slumber. Tamura got up in Atsuhiro's face and held up his hand, flexing his fingers threateningly. Shut up, he hissed out, causing Mr. Compress to back away fearfully. Shigaraki noticed they were short one person. Where's Kurojiri? He's with All for One and Curator, left a while ago. Volcano informed. Anyway, Jiren here brought me, Dusty, and Gust up to date before the rest of you assembled. We got a situation. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. What situation? The gangs that were supposed to raise hell across Mizuta-fu? They're all dead, Jiren revealed. Each member of the league had different reactions to this startling bit of news. Muscular, Mustard, and Spinner were stunned, their mouths agape and eyes bulging out of their heads. Toga, Magna, and Mr. Compress were confused at how this was even possible. Dabi raised an eyebrow with interest while Moon's fish gnawed on a bar stool. Twice felt nothing but relief that another extreme plan was stopped in its tracks, but quickly made a surprised face before anyone noticed. Shigaraki showed no reaction. What do you mean? When things weren't going according to plan, I went out to investigate. I checked on all 22 gangs assigned for AFO's latest scheme, and what do I find? Their hideouts were wrecked or in flames, and everyone there splattered across the walls. They're all fucking dead. C4 stepped forward and elaborated. That only served to confuse the other members further, as well as unnerve them. This was another serious blow to their operations, just like the I-Island job. I let AFO know a while ago. Wow, the heroes are starting to get violent all of a sudden. Toga spoke before breaking out into a demented grin. That's awesome. They're acting like me. I have fans now. Spinner stared at Toga incredulously. Toga, I don't think it was heroes who did this. I mean, when was the last time a hero ever killed a villain? Right you are? This certainly doesn't feel like something they would do. Mr. Compress rubbed his chin, which sort of brings up the million-yen question. Who did this? Dusty Ash addressed everyone present. C4 paused, trying to figure out the best way to break the news to them. He spotted a newspaper lying on the counter and saw the headlines. Who do you think? He replied rhetorically as he grabbed the newspaper and held it up for all to see. The front page was dominated by a single large photo of camera footage of the vigilante stalking the halls of I-Island Central Tower with a shotgun in his hands. There was a large set of headlines at the top of the picture. Who is the vigilante? Experts weigh in their theories on violent gunmen. Wait, you mean him? Muscular exclaimed as he pointed at the paper. Yeah, it's him all right. The son of a bitch knew what we were going to do, knew where the gangs were, and he took them all out in a few short hours. Not only that, but he doesn't kill any hero that tries to stop him. C4 confirmed. Silence dominated the room as the weight of C4's words hung in the air. Tamura glared at the paper, his hands trembling with anger as he snatched it away from C4. Why the hell didn't you go after him? He demanded. Yeah, sure. Try and fight the guy who wiped out the Sabres, beat up multiple top-ranked heroes, tussled with all might, and slaughtered 22 gangs in a single night. I can think of 1,000 different ways how that would have ended. C4 scoffed sarcastically. His cell phone started ringing, so he retreated to the corner of the room to answer it. While he was talking to whomever was on the other end, the rest of the LOV got together to discuss their predicament. Shigaraki did not join them, instead glaring at the newspaper hatefully. Well, this is going tits up for us, ain't it? Jiren scratched the back of his head. I know, right? Mustard responded. I mean, I was looking forward to hearing about all the dead heroes and cops our buddies were going to bump off. What a buzzkill. Yup, total drag. Musker folded his arms. Twice, once again, felt deeply uncomfortable with the LOV's actions. Why did they keep using increasingly violent tactics? This wasn't what he had signed up for at all. He wanted society to change, but not like this. Like before, he still kept himself quiet, but his discomfort was still evident through his mask. But what Jean did not know, and something he would later find out to his elation, was that he wasn't the only one in the League who secretly disagreed with the LOV's excessive methods. Magna and Mr. Compress also harbored reservations about the League's goals. They wanted hero society to be done away with so people like them wouldn't be slighted all the time, but they were assured that no one would be killed. They did a better job concealing their apprehension towards the Island job, but with this recent scheme, it was becoming harder for them to keep up appearances. Not only that, but they noticed that Twice didn't like the League's actions, and while they were relieved, they were worried that Twice might crack and try to flee or reason with the rest of the crew. And it was all too apparent to Magna and Mr. Compress that most of the LOV members were not the understanding lot and feared for Jin's life, if that ever happened. Toga nodded. But that vigilante sounds so much like me. He probably loves blood just as much as I do. She donned a dreamy look as a heavy blush spread around her cheeks. The both of us covered in red sounds like a match made in heaven. Twice took a few steps away from Toga, wishing that she would keep her disturbing kinks to herself. But here's what I don't get. How did he know about this plan? Gus Boy spoke up. I don't think he just bumbled onto this and Island by accident. He somehow knew what we were doing. Well, it's not like we blabbed our plans all on live TV. Dobby said, his hands in his pockets. He's getting his info from somewhere. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's hunting us. But why? Maybe we owe him money. Twice guessed. Doubtful. But he's going to be a problem if he isn't dealt with. Maguma said, I've seen what he's capable of back on Island. This guy ain't fucking around. Whatever. This prick is our #1 enemy, and I can't wait to crush his skull flat. Muscular smiled evilly as he cracked his knuckles. The sounds of crunching would interrupted everyone's train of thought, and they looked down at Moon's fish, who was chomping down on a chewed-up barstool. Everybody's sweat dropped except Toga, who giggled. It's funny 'cause he thinks it's food. She smiled. Magna turned to Jiren with a perplexed expression. Why did we let this nut into the group? Hey, All for One gets the final say on who joins, not me. Jiren held up his hands. Spinner glanced over his shoulder at Tamura, who was still staring at the newspaper. His friend's posture was hunched over and Iguchi could see his hands tightly gripping the paper. He approached him and cautiously put a hand on Shigaraki's shoulder. Hey, are you okay? Spinner asked out of concern. His answer came in the form of Tamura disintegrating the newspaper and growling hatefully. Iguchi took a step backward, not wanting to get hurt. C4 got off the phone once his call was finished and walked over to the group with an ear-to-ear grin. Everyone, turn those frowns upside down because I got great news. I just got off the phone with Curator. His smile turned insidious, sending a chill of dread up the spines of Twice, Magna, and Mr. Compress. Looks like All for One's plans aren't ruined after all. Mizuta General Hospital. 8th floor. 1:58 a.m. The elevator doors opened with a telltale chime as Maruko stepped out onto the 8th floor of the 15-story hospital. She wanted to see how the other heroes were doing before she went back on duty. She went through several halls until she came to the intensive care unit for the heroes. Rumi looked through the window and saw that they were all up and talking to each other, still clad in hospital gowns, but almost all of their bandages had been removed, much to her relief. She opened the door and entered with a big grin. "Guess who? Rumi," Ryukyu exclaimed as she went over to her. "Good to see you again." "Like yous," Maruko replied as she shook her hand. "I take it you guys have to take radiation tests too?" Ryuko gave her a shrug. "We don't have much say in the matter, doctor's orders." But Rocklock, Genist, Eraserhead, and Eel Boy got released a few minutes ago. We're just waiting for our turn. That's good news. The more heroes we get out of here, the better. Rumi smirked. She then noticed a few empty hospital beds way in the back. Say, weren't there other heroes from overseas? They were transported back to their home countries at the request of their governments. They were still unconscious last we saw them. Her features became crestfallen. I think they didn't trust us with their safety, seeing as how they hold us responsible for Island. What? That's bullshit. Maruko raised her voice. How are we at fault for this? We didn't blow up half the island or butcher the sabers. But we did get beaten by one man and let him get away with stolen support items. Someone has to point their fingers at somebody. Ryukyu replied dejectedly. Maruko grumbled to herself, scowling as she folded her arms. Ryukyu patted her back in an attempt to make her feel better. Rumi sighed through her nose and nodded, thankful for the comfort. She looked at her fellow heroes, most of them huddled together in groups of 3-4. So, what have you guys been doing to pass the time? Nothing much. Just talking about how the vigilante defeated us, why he's so strong, and trying to figure out his next move. Ryukyu answered. Maruko could see that most of the groups were engaged in hushed conversations with each other. Rotating her ears around, she picked up two groups that sparked her interest with her advanced hearing. The first group to her right consisted of MT Lady, Present Mike, 13, and Loud Cloud. Just how the heck can we fight a guy who can crush black holes with his bare hands? Present Mike fretted. Now hold on. I never said I could create actual black holes. I can create facsimiles of black holes. 13 corrected. Fuck a what now? Was that even a real word? Loud Cloud tilted her head. 13 rolled her eyes. My black holes are low-powered replicas of the real thing. They're not as powerful, but still effective. If I could create real black holes, there wouldn't be a planet left. But I still can't believe he destroyed my strongest attack. There has to be some way to get past his armor. Maybe, I don't know, a soft spot or a weakness we can exploit. Loud Cloud said. Weakness. All of us fought him as hard as we could, and there wasn't even a scratch on him. I'm not going anywhere near that nutcase ever again. MT Lady shook her head. So you're just going to throw in the towel? That's not like you. Present Mike raised an eyebrow. The giantess heroine looked away wordlessly, her hand instinctively reaching up to her throat where the vigilante had strangled her. That memory wasn't going away anytime soon. Maruko then focused her hearing on the second group to her left, which had Gran Torino, Edshot, Fourth Kind, and Yoroi Musha. He clearly showed no intention to fight us at all. He knew he could defeat us all, but he still did not wish to attack us. Yoroi Musha reminded his comrades as he stroked his beard. Gran Torino hung his head, and we ended up forcing his hand. We did. But the fact that he didn't wish to resort to violence against us and his rescue of the hostages means he does not kill those who are not a villain. Edshot pointed out. It's behavior commonly seen in the more extreme vigilantes in the world. And that's supposed to clear him. Fourth Kind threw up his forearms. After everything he didn't kill us like he killed the sabers. Be lucky he was the merciful type. Gran Torino grunted. Miruko's mouth formed a thin line. So far, everyone had the same observations on the vigilante as she did. The man was a violent enigma, but had the capacity for mercy and humanity. If you don't mind me asking, Rumi, did he really save your life back on Island? Ryukyu asked, remembering what her friend had told her and the others the first time she came to check up on them. Maruko hummed, rolling up her sleeve to show Ryukyu the multitude of scars running up her arm, causing the dragon heroine to shudder. He patched up my wounds and everything. He also saved a bunch of kids, too. After everything I saw that night, I still find that a little hard to believe. Ryukyu stated, Can't say I blame you. Rumi replied humorously as she rolled down her sleeve. Listen, I need to go back on hero duty as soon as I can. I'll catch you later. As soon as I get released, yes. Ryuko nodded. As Maruko turned around to leave, Tatsuma couldn't shake off the feeling of concern regarding the scars on Rumi's arm. Rumi, wait. Those wounds. That was from you charging recklessly into danger again, wasn't it? Maruko kept her back, turned to Ryukyu, unmoving. Ryuko frowned as she shook her head in disapproval. Why? Why do you keep doing this to yourself? If you keep up this whole gung-ho charge into battle attitude, it's going to get you killed. Maruko hung her head, still silent. Rumi, you don't have to keep punishing yourself like this. I know you're smart enough to avoid life-threatening attacks, and if you think that it makes you look weak, you're wrong. You're the 5th-ranked hero in the whole country. You've got other heroes who depend on you, and you even have some who look up to you. Don't you see how good you've got it? You have nothing left to prove. Ryukyu implored, hoping to instill some sense of realization within Rumi. But Usajiyama still had her head hung. I got plenty to prove, she replied, but with no emotion in her voice. She then walked out of the room, leaving a disappointed and worried Ryukyu behind. Maruko closed the door behind her and walked down the empty hallway for a bit before she came to a stop. Her face quickly morphed into an angry snarl, and she punched the wall in anger. Rumi breathed heavily as she punched the wall again. She hated it. She hated being told over and over again about how she did things. She hated that the people who told her that were right. She hated being proven that time and time again. Rumi Usajiyama absolutely hated it with a burning passion, but she had to keep doing this. She needed to keep doing this. It was the only way she would finally be noticed by. Maruko eventually calmed down, pushing that last intrusive thought out of her head. She didn't want to think about it right now. Rubbing her aching knuckles, she sighed and walked back to the elevator. Rumi had a duty to do, and she wasn't going to waste any more time. As she was just about to press the button, she heard a voice call out to her. Oh, hey, Rumi. It's great to see you're up. That voice was familiar, but it made the fur on her ears stand on end when she recognized it. She glanced to her left, and Rumi's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she saw a ragdoll approach her while wearing her hero costume and sporting an overjoyed smile on her face. But Maruko wasn't smiling. Her mouth was slightly agape as she stared at Tomoko in fright, frozen like a statue with her shaking finger hovering over the call button for the elevator. She was too shocked to move a muscle or react. All the heroine kept seeing in her vision was Ragdoll pinning her to the floor while trying to gouge her eye out. Tomoko tilted her head. Rumi? Is something wrong? Rumi could only let out a stutter, her nerve on a hair trigger and ready to strike if Tomoko tried to attack her. Seconds ticked by. Ragdoll, came the voice of Pixie Bob as she and the other pussycats rounded the corner, hurrying over to Tomoko. You shouldn't go running off like that. I was just saying hi to Rumi. Ragdoll said innocently. Tiger noticed the frightened expression Maruko had and quickly cut in. Rumi has to get back to work, so why don't we go visit the other heroes for now? But I'll let them know you're coming first. He hastily spoke. Oh, okay. Tomoko replied unsurely as she and Pixie Bob followed him down the hall. See you some other time. She waved to a still-stunned Maruko. Mandalay walked up to Rumi, who snapped out of her episode and regarded Shino with alarm. I know this is a bit alarming for you, Dash, she began before being interrupted by Maruko. You're damn right it is. She shot back as quietly as she could. Why isn't she tied to a bed? Do you know what she almost did to me? She doesn't remember anything. Mandalay quickly answered. When she woke up, she didn't remember a thing. Recovery Girl said it's trauma-induced amnesia. So, she really has no memory of what happened. Maruko blinked in confusion. Not a thing. Shino shook her head. And we would like to keep it that way. Maruko felt unsure about the decision the pussycats had made. You're just going to keep her in the dark? That can't be healthy, Dash. Mandalay suddenly grabbed Rumi's hands and gently squeezed them. Please, Rumi. She can't know. If she somehow relapses, I don't know what we're going to do. Rumi swallowed as Shino stared back at her with pleading eyes. She glanced over at Ragdoll and Pixie Bob, who waited by the door for Tiger to let them in. She guessed that Tiger was telling the others the same thing. Ragdoll could not remember anything and wanted her breakdown to be kept a secret. On one hand, Rumi had every right to be scared of Tomoko after almost losing an eye to her. But on the other hand, she couldn't exactly fault someone who had no memory of what they did, and it would be unbecoming of her as a hero to not listen to Mandalay's pleas. Okay, my lips are sealed. Rumi agreed. bringing a smile to Shino's face. But is she going to be able to go back on duty? Well, she seems fine so far. We'll give it one more day just to see how she's doing, but I'd say she'll be back in no time. Mandalay said with confidence before going over to Ragdoll and Pixie Bob. Good luck out there. You too. Maruko nodded as she watched her join back up with her friends, and Tiger stepped out and motioned them to come inside the ICU. Having stayed long enough, but was nonetheless happy that Ragdoll was back to normal, Rumi entered the opening elevator doors and hit the button to go down to the ground floor. But as the elevator doors closed, all of the security cameras inside and outside the hospital suddenly shut themselves off at the same time. Unknown location. All for one's hideout. In front of a massive computer screen, Dr. Garaki smiled evilly as the monitor showed a 3D map of Mizuta General Hospital. Multiple red blips appeared all over the building, while 10 blue blips approached the hospital through the city streets. He turned around to face All for One, who was sitting in his chair with Kurogiri and Curator standing behind him. We are ready, Master, Dr. Garaki announced. They're in position. The symbol of despair leaned back in his seat with a grin as he folded his hands. Tell them to proceed. Mizuta General Hospital. 1:58 a.m. A lone security guard was seated at his booth near the entrance to the hospital's underground parking garage at the back of the building. It was mostly quiet for now, so it gave him plenty of downtime to listen to his audiobook. He heard the sound of a heavy engine approaching and saw a large charter bus with tinted windows drive up near his booth, stopping at the entrance to the garage. Raising an eyebrow, the guard took out his earbuds and placed his MP3 player on the counter before stepping out of the booth. He approached the driver's side of the bus and knocked on the window. He spoke to the driver, who was obscured by the dark interior, as the window slowly went down. Sir. You can't bring this into the parking garage. You're going to have to turn yourself around, dash. It would be the last words the guard would say before the driver blasted his face apart with a silencer-outfitted shotgun. As his body hit the ground with a wet thud, 4 more charter buses drove up behind the first bus. Meanwhile, Rumi exited the elevator doors out onto the ground floor of the hospital. She walked past the doctors and a large set of windows, stopping to witness Eel Boy with a nurse who was checking him over. He flexed his hands, sparks of electricity forming around his fingers while eel-like appendages protruded from his palms. The nurse gave him a nod as she left the room. Eel Boy then spotted Maruko and waved his hand at her with a bright smile. Rumi grinned back and gave him a thumbs up before walking through the halls. She came into the main lobby, which was somewhat packed, and was about to make her way to the front entrance when she spotted Eraserhead, Rocklock, and Best Jeanist clad in their hero costumes talking to another hero, the Fly. She walked over and called out to them. Hiya, boys. Looks like you're all ready to kick some villain ass. They all turned around, and Rocklock smiled at her. Hey, Rumi. You're in high spirits tonight. We were just about to head out until you came along. Eraserhead pulled down his scarf to speak a little more clearly. Want to join our little team here? Maruko rolled her eyes with a cocky grin and waved her hands dismissively. Come on, guys, you know I don't do team-ups. On the contrary, we need all the help we can get. Best Jeanist politely requested as he twirled a finger through a lock of his hair. This isn't the time for lone wolf antics. We're short-handed as it is, and we're not sure of the scale of disorder Mizuta is in. The Fly stepped forward. He was an average-sized man with long blonde hair, fly-like wings protruding from his arms, and he wore a white shirt and shorts along with decorative armbands and a headband. I came here to see if any heroes were available to help out. I don't even know what's going on out there or the extent of the damage. We really need you with us on this. Rocklock clasped his hands together, dipping his head a little to give Rumi a knowing look. Be a friend. Maruko frowned in annoyance under the expectant gazes of the heroes, save for Eraserhead, who looked as bored as ever, and rubbed the back of her head. Is it that bad out there? Like the Fly said, we don't know much. We still have to do damage control due to the shortage of heroes and dash, Aizawa explained before his cell phone buzzed. He took it out of his pocket and checked to see who was calling. It was Takachi. Sorry, I need to take this. As he walked away from the group to answer, Maruko's ears picked up some crude laughing over in the lobby. She turned around and spotted someone who stuck out like a sore thumb. A tall, dark-tanned man with scraggly black hair done up in a curved mohawk, with 2 tribal-like bangs on the sides of his head, yellowish eyes, numerous facial piercings, and pointed teeth. He wore black leather pants, a leather jacket that exposed his bare chest, and heavy boots with spurs. He had a seedy, manic smirk on his face which was befitting of his punk-like appearance. Maruko could hear him make jeers and lecherous comments to some of the people and nurses dotted around the waiting chairs, making everybody uncomfortable with his advances. She could distinctly make out the man's Australian accent, a rare oddity in Japan. But Rumi narrowed her eyes at the goon suspiciously. He was disturbing the professional atmosphere of the hospital, and she hated seedy jerks like him. "You guys let me know when Shota gets off the phone. I gotta go deal with this creep," she told the others, jabbing her thumb over her shoulder. The three men glanced at the lanky punk she was referring to and regarded him with looks of contempt before nodding. Rocklock motioned his head toward the heckler and said, "He's yours, girl. Sick him." Rumi turned around on her heel and made her way over to the troublemaker. She was going to enjoy booting him out. She came up to him while he was hitting on a creeped-out nurse and cleared her throat. "Excuse me, sir. You're creeping out the regulars." The goon snapped his head to Rumi, and he broke out into an ecstatic smile as he leered down at her. "Bloody fucking ripper. Not just 5 fucking minutes here in Japan, and I meet the fucking number 5 hero," he loudly exclaimed, catching the attention of several hospital staff and patients. "I gotta say, you are way more sexier than any of the honeys in my wet dreams. And it's a good thing you're not looking a little chungo, otherwise I woulda had to call you Big Chungus." It took all of Rumi's willpower not to slug this guy in the face. "Can I ask what you're doing here?" she inquired through her tightly clenched teeth. "I'm glad you asked that, Sheila. I was just exploring all the glorious landmarks this country has to offer to a dag like me. But I wasn't expecting them old arse temples to be so sterile. This is the Hesetera temple, right?" he rattled off. "This is a hospital, dumbass." Maruko folded her arms. The man seemed unoffended by her insult as his arms sagged in disappointment. "Really? Ah, shite. That fucking blows, you know? And I brought all these foreign exchange students on a field trip to see all the sights." Maruko glanced past the man's frame to see a large charter bus idling in front of the hospital entrance. "Where from?" she asked. Some third-world country nobody gives a crap about nowadays." He shrugged. Rumi gave the creep a stern, no-nonsense glare. There was definitely something suspicious about this guy, and she wouldn't take any more chances with him. "Listen, Buster. I don't know what kind of internet streamer bullshit you're pulling, but these people have had it rough for the past couple of days, and they don't need a prankster like you making things worse for them. So I suggest you get lost right now before I kick you out of here myself," she threatened as she jabbed her finger into his chest. However, Maruko never noticed the driver of the charter bus bail out of the vehicle and run away as fast as he could. "Rumi," she suddenly heard erase her head as he and the others ran over to her. "We need to go now. Detective Naomaces just informed me the vigilante's been sighted in Muasudafu." "He's here? For real?" Maruko exclaimed as her ears shot up. Rocklock nodded. "Yeah, get this creep out of here so we can dash." Suddenly, a loud explosion coming from the back of the building rocked the hospital, nearly knocking everyone off their feet. The lights flicked sporadically and dust rained down from the ceiling, while packed gasps and shouts came from the staff and patients. The heroes regained their balance and snapped their heads around in shock and confusion. "What on earth was that?" Beast Genus shouted. "Well now, looks like my mates are right on schedule," they heard the punk say. Rumi and the others whirled around to face the man who was now wearing a psychotic grin as he held up his hand. "Ciao." The second he snapped his fingers, the bus outside exploded into a blinding fireball that decimated the entire front entrance. 2 ambulances parked outside were destroyed in the blast, while anyone unlucky enough to stray close to the bus was instantly incinerated. The force of the explosion sent broken glass and shrapnel that perforated the staff in a storm of razor-sharp projectiles. One nurse was instantly guillotined when a large shard of glass sliced through her neck. The blast wave propelled the heroes backward as if they were fired out of a cannon and were sent sprawling to the floor or slammed into the walls. Maruko was thrown into the front desk, the back of her head thwacking against the furniture and giving her a concussion. Rumi was seeing double as she slumped to the ground. Everything hurt and her ears were ringing like crazy. She struggled to get herself up, but her limbs were like wet noodles as she tried her hardest to stay conscious. She eventually regained her eyesight and despite being heavily blurred, She could easily make out the horrific chaos around her. The blown open entrance, glass and debris littering the floor, dead bodies of patients and doctors, errant fires around the lobby, and the occasional severed limb. But her friends were nowhere to be found. She could barely make anything out. Her hearing came back to her, and she was bombarded with the sounds of blaring fire alarms and the dying screams of people. But then there was a noise that cut through the cacophony of chaos. Laughing. Woo ya? Ain't nothing like a bus full of explosives to give you a fucking woody. The man hollered boisterously as he danced into view. He dug out a walkie-talkie out of his pocket as he cracked his neck. You're clear to enter, mates. Move in. Miruko lifted her head to witness 4 more charter buses roll into view outside and form a semicircle formation outside the hospital, blocking it off. Each of the bus doors opened and dozens of heavily armed men poured out from the buses, and their numbers kept growing and growing until they easily numbered over 100 or more. All the men were dressed in blood-red biker outfits, spiked shoulder pads, Kevlar vests, mohawks, tattoos, ammo belts, combat knives, motorcycle helmets, hockey masks, and war paint. On their uniforms was the insignia of a smiley face covered in blood, had crooked teeth, bloodshot eyes, and 2 machetes in a skull and crossbones configuration. They all carried a menagerie of heavily modified, graffiti-covered, 20th century firearms outfitted with impractical but deadly attachments. She could hear their gleeful cackles and braying laughter as they all piled into the burning lobby before the punk. 3 men came forward carrying a mask made out of a bull skull and 2 Hawk MM-1 grenade launchers with underbarrel bayonets. As soon as he fit the helmet onto his head, his mohawk popping out of the top of the skull, Rumi instantly recognized who this man was from a news report a long time ago. Marrow Mad Jack, leader of the Bloody Bogans, a gang of murderers and lunatics that made the Steel Sabres seem like fun company. Hailing from the scorching hot deserts of the Australian outback, this psychotic gang of anarchists roamed the countryside, wiping out towns in a single night while stealing everything that wasn't nailed down and murdering anyone in their path. Rumi heard a groan from nearby and saw the fly slowly come to and sit up. Rumi panicked and tried to warn him, but all that came out was a pained croak. Unfortunately for the fly, Marrow Mad Jack spotted him. He holstered one of his grenade launchers and multiple stakes made of solid bone ripped out of his arm, calling around his hand until it formed a large drill. He darted toward the disoriented hero and drove the spinning bone drill right into the fly's abdomen. The pointed end of the drill speared out the back of his body as it spun around in his stomach, mulching his organs with a horrible sound as Maruko helplessly watched with open-mouthed horror. Blood poured from the fly's mouth as the bone drill liquefied his guts before Mad Jack chucked him away towards the far end of the lobby and fired his grenade launcher. The fly's body exploded as soon as the 40mm round impacted against his hollowed-out corpse, sending blood and gibs splattering across the room, some of which splashed onto Rumi. She could feel the sticky warm blood dribbled down her face as the bloody bogans howled with cruel laughter and cheers. Rumi was hyperventilating, desperately fighting off the urge to cry out in anguish over being unable to save a fellow hero. Her eyes slowly trailed upwards at Marrow Mad Jack, who was looking right at her while giving her the most evil, sickening smile imaginable. Her previous feelings of sorrow gave way to pure, hateful fury as she angrily bared her teeth at Mad Jack like a pit bull. Mad Jack turned around to address his cohorts. "All right, you cunts. Listen up, 'cause I got a class assignment for all of ya," he bellowed to his men. "Our boys in the back are already getting to work in the basement to offload all of AFO's crap." Maruko's eyes briefly widened. These guys were working for the League of Villains. "I want the rest of you to tear this fucking hospital to fucking pieces while setting up defenses to hold off the cops in case they come flocking here. Capture any hero you see so we can execute him later, and as for the civvies, you all know the drill. You make the kill, you revel in the spill. If any of them tries to run or fight back, you don't stop shooting until they're dead, dead, dead." More crazed cheers erupted from the horde of gang members as they started shooting anyone who survived the explosion, fanning out around the hospital, gathering weapons and ammo from the buses, and charging through the halls to go on a killing spree. Miruko witnessed several bogans haul away the unconscious forms of Eraserhead, Best Jeanist, and Rocklock, while another large mob stampeded upstairs to cause more chaos. With a defiant roar, Maruko hauled herself up despite the painful concussion and tried to attack Mad Jack, but he spun around and slammed his boot heel into her face, plunging her whole world into darkness. Muzutafu City outskirts. 2:09 a.m. The doomslayer cruised his rampart through the empty roads, the forestry passing by him as he left the shining cityscape of Muzutafu behind. He neared the empty drainage canal and drove down the incline to the drainage tunnel which would lead back to his hidden base. Suddenly, Vega chimed in. /critical alert. Proceed to Muzutafu General Hospital immediately. Currently under siege by villains, multiple civilian casualties have been confirmed. The Great Slayer's face morphed into a scowl as he swerved his rampart around, drove up the slope, and sped off down the road back towards Muzutafu as Vega relayed police radio chatter. Officers under heavy automatic rifle fire at Muzutafu Hospital. They're turning our car into Swiss cheese. We need immediate backup assistance now. Now, goddammit, now. He gritted his teeth in frustrated confusion. How was All for One able to carry out his plan? He had eliminated his gangs in Muzutafu. There was no way he could launch his primary objective without a distraction. For the first time in eons, Taggart had an expression of horrified realization behind his helmet. He may have destroyed all of the gangs, but with the police and heroes currently occupied with cleaning up his mess, or in some cases, knocked out by him, he had unknowingly become the distraction AFO was planning for. It would seem that despite the significant loss of his men, All for One has not only navigated around our counterattack, but has also taken advantage of the confusion we have inadvertently started to initiate his plot. I have made a critical error. Regardless, proceed to Muzutafu General Hospital ASAP. We must ascertain why he chose this hospital as a target and minimize any more casualties. Silently snarling, the Bane of Hell revved up the rampart and throttled down the road as fast as his vehicle could go. Heads were going to roll. To be continued. Chapter 40. Bear witness. I'm not afraid of werewolves or vampires or haunted hotels. I'm afraid of what real human beings do to other real human beings. Walter John Williams. Muzutafu Midoriya Residence. 2:11 a.m. Izuku stirred awake in his bed when he heard the buzzing of his vibrating cell phone. Uttering a tired groan, he lethargically flopped his hand onto the nightstand as he fumbled for the phone. It fell to the floor, and Izuku had to tiredly slump over the edge of the bed to pick it up. He looked at the screen, the bright light stinging his sleepy eyes, and could make out Kirishima's caller ID. Midoriya sighed. He had just entered a blissful, nightmare-free sleep, and now he had just been rudely interrupted. He did not know why his friend was calling him this late, but there had better be a good reason. He pressed the answer button and held it up to his ear. Hello. Izuku yawned. Midoriya. Dude, are you awake? Izuku jumped at the volume of his friend's screaming voice. Ga? Yeah, I am now dash. Turn on the TV. It doesn't matter which channel. Just turn it on right now. WY. Izuku stuttered, the sleep wearing off and giving way to concern. What's going on? Muzutafu Hospital's being attacked. Izuku's eyes slowly widened in horror until they were as wide as dinner plates. WWW what? His breath hitched in his throat. A villain gang just started ransacking it. They're shooting at anyone who tries to get too close. It's all over the news. Midoriya's breathing quickened to the point where he was hyperventilating as his heartbeat accelerated like a Formula One car. He shakily turned his head towards his open window and could gradually hear the sounds of popping gunfire and muffled explosions. Izuku stumbled out of bed, dropped the phone, and threw his door open before running down the hall as fast as he could. He tripped over himself and banged against the door to Inko's room, waking her up, but he scrambled back onto his feet and darted into the living room, where he dove over the couch and grabbed the remote. He switched it on and flipped to the news channel that displayed a flustered news anchor and big, bold taglines. Breaking news. Muzutafu General Hospital under villain attack. Staggering, civilian casualties confirmed, heroes and law enforcement unable to approach perimeter. The remote control fell from his hands as reality hit him like a truck. This was no bad dream, even though he wished it were. He stood there in stunned silence as his concerned mother entered the living room. Inko was about to ask her son what was going on, but as soon as she saw the news report, she gasped and covered her mouth. Mizuta Fuida Evidence. Sitting on his couch, Tinya's knuckles turned white as he tightly gripped his knees. His teeth chattered together as he absorbed every word from the news anchor about the attack on the hospital. He and the rest of his family, as well as his friends or everyone else in Mizutafu, had heard the explosion and gunfire echoing in the night, and that's when he received a phone call from his friends that Mizutafu General Hospital was under attack. What scared him the most about this horrific act of terrorism wasn't just the innocent people being hurt or killed. It was the fact that Shoto Todoroki was still in the building, and there was no way to know if he was safe or not. Seated next to Ida were his mother and father, who bore the same expression of dread he had. Next to the couch was his older brother, Tensei, the former pro-hero Ingenium, who was now confined to a wheelchair after being paralyzed by the hero killer, Stain. It shocked Tensei to know that he had just left the hospital 2 weeks ago, and it pained him that he was now unable to do anything, a depressing reminder that his hero career was over. We now go over to our on-the-scene correspondent, Takashi Hanagawa, to give us an update on this ongoing attack. Takashi. The scene switched to live camera footage of a reporter ducking behind his news van while officers and heroes stampeded past him, gunfire roaring in the background. Kazuo. We are currently a safe distance away from Mizutafu General Hospital. Earlier tonight, this famous hospital suddenly came under attack by the Bloody Bogans, a gang of violent, mass-murdering anarchists hailing from Australia. The police force, as well as the heroes and the special assault team, have been quick to mobilize despite being spread thin over the last couple of days, especially tonight with unconfirmed reports of numerous villain gangs being systematically dashed. Get down. The news van instantly exploded, and the camera footage cut to static before briefly coming back on and showing the van currently ablaze and the dead body of Takashi lying face down on the ground in a pool of blood with shrapnel embedded in the back of his head. Ida's mother uttered a horrified shriek as she clamped her hands over her mouth, just as the broadcast immediately cut to the technical difficulties screen. Ida could only stare at the screen with his jaw agape. Shoto's chances of survival were getting slimmer by the second. Mizutafu General Hospital. The relentless cacophony of gunfire and explosions was intermingled with the howling, cruel laughter of the Bloody Bogans as they fired at anything that moved. The 4 charter buses they had used for transport now acted as makeshift fortified emplacements that surrounded the hospital's entrance in a square formation. The windows on all of the buses had mounted turrets spraying metal death at the paragons of justice, and with the amount of ammunition they had stocked up, they weren't running out of ammo anytime soon. And it wasn't just the buses. Nearly every floor of the hospital, save for the 14th and 15th floors, had Bogans firing their weapons from every window on the building. Bullets, shells, 50 caliber rounds, grenades, rockets, and pipe bombs rained from the windows at their attackers, all while uttering maddened guffaws. Some used their quirks to deadly effect, ranging from globs of acid, steel flechettes, sonic booms, cutting waves, energy blasts, telekinesis, and other powerful abilities. The hospital was situated near a 3-way intersection. The police had parked their cars on the left and right portions of the road and the middle road to act as barricades. But it did little to withstand the onslaught since the Bogans were using explosives to destroy their vehicles. This forced the police and heroes to take cover behind the corners of nearby apartment buildings as much as they could. The villains were firing at them non-stop, leaving them with little to no opportunity to return fire, and those who did were gunned down. The streets were not only littered with debris but also with the bodies of officers and heroes, their corpses riddled with bullets or torn apart by explosions. Law enforcement and local heroes were not faring well in the slightest. Many heroes, who had quirks with limited offensive capabilities or had never engaged in an intense firefight, had to take cover alongside the officers and be forced to listen to the deafening gunfire and cruel laughter of the Bloody Bogans. Sweat poured down Iwabumi's face as she tore off a chunk of her dress to use as a tourniquet for Kesajiri Man, who had his left leg blown off at the knee from a grenade. He had gone into shock, twitching spastically on the sidewalk as Iwabumi finished tying the tourniquet and cradled his head. "Stay with me. Please, just stay with me." She frantically cried as she turned to a group of policemen and SAT officers taking cover behind the corner of an apartment near her. "Where are the ambulances?" "They're on their way. They're trying to find a route where they won't get caught in their crosshairs." An officer responded before popping out of cover to fire his MP7 at the villains and quickly darting back to avoid the incoming gunfire. Iwabumi's teeth chattered together as she tried to keep Kesajiri man conscious. Her eyes darted over to the other heroes taking cover, and she noticed some of the rookies were sobbing uncontrollably while covering their ears. There was a very high probability that they would be turning in their hero licenses after this. The sounds of approaching footsteps caught her attention, and she glanced over her shoulder to see a welcome sight. Fat Gum and Gang Orca, with a group of his sidekicks coming into view. They all congregated near the building and went to work helping injured people. "Don't keep us in suspense. What the hell is going on?" Orca demanded. "What do you think? We're getting slaughtered out here." An SAT officer shouted at him. "We haven't been able to get close at all. They're armed to the teeth." "Who's they?" Fat Gum shouted over the gunfire. "The bloody Bogans. How the hell did they get into the country?" A hero answered back. Gang Orca and Fat Gum exchanged fearful glances at each other. Those guys put the steel sabers to shame in sheer infamy. "Can we get in from the back?" Gang Orca inquired. "We tried that, but they have the entire back of the building booby trapped with landmines. There's also a swarm of murder hornets buzzing around the whole area. It must be from an insect controlling quirk." A police captain debriefed. "I'm not risking anyone getting blown up or stung to death. I can cover you guys with my body." Fackham spoke up. "My fat should block the bullets enough to get us close to the entrance dash." "No, don't. They're using armor-piercing bullets and explosives. You'll be ripped to shreds." A heroine cautioned, shooting down Fackham's plan. "Then my boys will give you all covering fire." Gang Orca gestured to his assembled gang of sidekicks, clad in black bodysuits with armor plating and outfitted with wrist-mounted firearms. "Cement guns? You brought cement guns." An SAT officer shouted at him. "What the fuck are those going to do?" Gang Orca felt his confidence plummet at the officer's harsh words. He was right. How were support items meant for non-lethal takedowns going to stop a heavily armed mob of crazed mass murderers? Just like Island, they were grossly unprepared for a situation like this. It only served to remind Kugo that he, back when he was a teen in UA, had received very little training on the use of lethal force when all other options had been exhausted. Once this nightmare was over, he was going straight to Nizu and advising him on. Incoming. A loud whistling sound cut through the air as an RPG launched from one of the Bogans sailed towards the group. They scattered just as the RPG struck a police car and exploded in a ball of fire, sending a chunk of shrapnel slicing across the leg of one of Orca's sidekicks and severing a femoral artery. As Kugo helped the injured sidekick, the rest of his crew used their cement guns to create a barrier between the intersection and the law to shield them from the Bogan's gunfire. But it did little to offer them protection as another torrent of bullets tore apart the wall, forcing everyone to duck for cover around the buildings. Then, they heard the unmistakable sound of an approaching helicopter and glanced up to see a news chopper approaching their position. One of the SAT officers grabbed his radio and yelled, "Get them out of there. They're a fucking target." Suyu ASUI residents. Suyu felt her heart hammer in her chest as she watched the news report unfold, her fingers digging into the couch cushion as her father, Ganma, sat beside her. Her mother, Baru, had recently ushered her siblings, Samidare and Satsuki, upstairs when they asked what was happening and told them to go back to sleep. "We're in a war zone, Yuji." The reporter spoke into the camera from behind a squad car. 3 more heroes have been fatally gunned down in a deadly crossfire. The police and special assault team seemingly unable to mount a successful assault despite several desperate attempts. It is completely out of control down here. Baru came back into the room, standing behind the couch with an expression of dread. How could this have happened? She whispered, but no answer came from her husband and daughter. Authorities are advising all residents in the area to remain in their homes and are forbidding anyone from entering the cordon dash. There was a sudden, loud noise from above, as if something had impacted against metal. The reporter looked up, and the cameraman followed his gaze to see a news chopper above them with a massive slab of rock embedded right into the cockpit. The helicopter immediately went into a tailspin, hurtling towards the roof of the hospital. where it crash-landed in a fiery explosion that sent the tail rotor spiraling towards the news crew. They dove out of the way just as the rotor cleaved through the car and into a drugstore, sending debris, sparks, and flames scattering across the ground. As the footage cut back to the newsroom, Tiu felt a knot form in her stomach. It was the same feeling of helplessness, just like when she witnessed Aizawa being brutalized during the USJ villain invasion. Muzutafu General Hospital perimeter. Despite the news urging anyone near the vicinity to stay within their homes, it fell upon deaf ears as no one wanted to be anywhere near a gunfight. Apartment buildings near the hospital faced a mass exodus of their tenants evacuating and fleeing from the chaos as far away as possible. But Tony Pope of Hardcore News wasn't deterred in the slightest. He and his cameraman pushed through the crowd of panicking civilians until they came before an apartment complex that was a distance away from the front of the hospital. Tony glanced up at the complex and spotted a section of the building with wide windows on the 5th floor. Perfect. Come on. Tony urged his cameraman, Joel, who had a rotoscope quirk. Wouldn't it be better to do this from the safety of the police barricades? Joel pointed out as he tried to keep up with Tony as they entered the building. Why do you think we slipped past him? We need a better view of the action. Now move it. I'm not paying you to have a hernia. Tony berated him while racing up the steps. One of these days I'm going to knock your block off, you little creep. Joel grumbled to himself. They ran up several stairs until they reached the 5th floor. Darting past several tenants who were in a hurry to leave, Tony eventually found an open door that led into an art studio with large windows. They went inside, and Tony locked the door behind them. Joel shook his head in disapproval. This is so illegal. He frowned. It's not illegal if you don't get caught. Tony waved him off before heading to the window. It offered a perfect view of the bloody bogans shooting at the police barricades as the officers and SAT teams returned fire. Tony fastened his tie and dug his microphone out from his jacket pocket. Are we on? Joel switched on the news camera and hefted it onto his shoulder. We're live in 3, 2, 1. Konnichiwa, loyal viewers. Tony Pope live with Hardcore. On the scene and in your face. When one thinks of Japan, the first thought that comes to mind is a nation of tranquility, history, and a dignified culture. But from where I stand, it's the complete opposite. The scene you see behind me looks less like Japan and more like pre-Quirk-era Baghdad. The bloody bogans, an unruly mob of psycho killers from the scorching hot outback of the land down under, have staked their claim on Muzutafu General Hospital and have turned it into a slaughterhouse. The heroes once again display their incompetence by being unable to stop these madmen, just like they did with the Island siege. But how did the bogans manage to weasel their way into Japan? Why are they attacking this hospital? What horrendous plans do they have for everyone in there? But the million-dollar question on everyone's mind, including this intrepid reporter, is Muzutafu North Side, Toshinori residence. Where the bleep is All Might? Yagi ignored the blaring from his TV as he fell to his knees and clutched his chest, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and coughing painfully as his hero costume clung loosely to his lanky form. His chest felt like it was on fire, steam seeping through his skin as his mouth filled with blood. He could keep it down no longer and upchucked a wad of blood onto the floor of his house, staining the carpet red as he fought off the urge to fall unconscious. He looked towards his television and gritted in teeth in dread at the sight of the hospital under siege. There were still dozens of heroes in there, as well as numerous civilians, and they were all at the mercy of one of the most violent and psychotic villain gangs in the world. He didn't know how they managed to get into Japan, but this had AFO's name all over it. Watching the carnage unfold on TV, Yagi felt despair and frustration well up from within. He was still in no condition to go out and do his duty, and he needed more time to conserve Wefe. He felt tears prick the corner of his eyes over his deplorable situation. Innocent people were being slaughtered, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. How could he call himself the symbol of peace if he was unable to protect anybody? The ringing of his phone snapped him out of his grief, and he forced himself up, using the coffee table as leverage, as he hobbled over to the kitchen where the landline phone was. He could make out Sayaka Grant's caller ID, and he swiftly picked up the receiver. Sayaka. He stuttered, his nerves alight with pain. Yagi, thank God you answered. Listen to me. Do not attempt to go to Muzutafu General. I know full well that you haven't fully recovered yet, and if you attempt to go out now, you would be burning through more of One for All. There's also the possibility that you could be killed if you powered down during the thick of it. I know that, Dash, Yagi replied before Sayaka cut him off. Then let us handle it. I've already put out a call for JSDF support. Let them assist the heroes. I know it won't save everybody, but it's all we can do. All for One is behind this. There's no question about it. How else were the bloody Bogans able to get into Japan? He gritted his teeth. We'll do an investigation after we resolve this crisis. Until then, stay put. I'll have my spin team work on a cover story about your absence. Yagi did not answer, biting down on his lower lip. I know you don't like this, but Dash. No, I understand. Yagi conceded. I leave this matter to you. We'll get to the bottom of this, Toshinori. I swear. The call ended, and Yagi hung up the phone, slumping against the kitchen counter. The sounds of gunfire continued to blast from the TV, each gunshot signaling the death of another civilian, officer, and hero. Tears running down his cheeks, he gripped the sides of his head as he uttered a hollow, broken sob. The number one hero, the symbol of peace, the hero that every sidekick aspired to be, was unable to stop this massacre. And Yagi knew that he was to blame for this, all because he did not kill All for One when he had the chance. Nana Shimura chose wrong. Kamino Ward League of Villains hideout. Everyone was gathered in the bar's rec room in front of the TV, watching live footage of the hospital attack. C4 was seated on the couch with Mustard, Muscular, Dusty Ash, and Gust Boy, while Toga and Moonfish sat on the floor in front of the TV. Volcano stood next to the couch on the right side, while Spinner stood on the left side. The mood for the villains was one of elation and satisfaction. Most of them had big smiles on their faces and took great pleasure in watching the Bogans unleash hell upon the heroes. Man, what I would give to be there right now. Mustard settled into the couch with a cruel smile. Same here. I can't believe that stupid fuck thought he could stop AFO's plan. Muscular laughed. But how are we going to replace the other gangs he splattered? Seifer casually waved at him. Easily fixed, Muscles. There's thousands of gangs all across Japan. AFO can easily find volunteers. Another explosion emanated from the television, and Toga squealed in delight when it showed several bullet-ridden heroes lying on the ground with blood pooling around their bodies. Yes. Oh, this is amazing. I never thought you would get to see something like this on TV. It's like a dream come true. She swooned blissfully as she cupped her blushing cheeks. Next to her, Moonfish grinned madly and chattered his teeth together like a piranha. I gotta say, All for One really outdid himself this time. Gust Boy mused as he leaned forward. But I kinda wish we were a part of this operation. Volcano smirked as he ruffled his partner's head. The boss only has us undertake big-time missions. But I'm sure we'll get our turn soon enough. Until then, sit back and enjoy the fireworks. Dusty Ash stretched her arms as she leaned back onto the couch. Behind the couch stood Twice, Magna, and Mr. Compress. But their expressions were not entertainment over the situation on TV. It was horror. Gene was visibly sweating through his mask, his mouth agape in open-mouthed shock. Atsuhiro's mask covered his face, concealing his reaction, but his trembling hands were a dead giveaway that he was just as horrified as Gene. Kinjo took off her sunglasses, her eyes wide with shock as nausea welled up in her gut. AA hospital? We hired the bloody Bogans to attack a hospital. Twice stammered, his mind reeling over the sheer insanity of this situation. For fuck's sake, why? Magna exclaimed, outraged. Ain't it obvious? The heroes who got back from my island are there, and this is our only chance to have them all dead. C4 informed, never taking his eyes off the screen. The more top-ranked pros they put in the dirt, the easier it is for AFO to carry out the next phase of his plans. He also said that there was another objective there, but he'll fill us in on what it was afterwards. But what about the patients and doctors in there? Mr. Compress voiced his displeasure as he pointed to the screen. Volcano darkly chuckled. Collateral damage, if you ask me. Spinner folded his arms and sighed through his nose. If we are to rid society of the shackles heroism has bound it with, then they are a necessary sacrifice. His expression suddenly turned wrathful. The only good hero is a dead one, especially those who side with them. Amen to that. Muscular raised his fist triumphantly. Twice, Magna and Mr. Compress could only stare in shock at their comrades, waving off the deaths of civilians like it weren't a big deal. The three of them stood in silent horror and brewing regret of joining the League as the massacre continued to play on the TV. Off to the side, Shigaraki sat on a chair backwards, his arms folded on the top rail. Tamura stayed dead silent throughout the whole news coverage, his eyes laser-focused on the screen. It was a perfect plan to eliminate swaths of heroes, but he was more focused on whether All Might or the Vigilante were going to respond to this attack. Either way, any outcome would aggravate him further. Far away from the others, Dabi stood near the doorway of the rec room, still as a statue. He was not happy at all about this situation. Not because of the civilians being caught in the crossfire, he couldn't care less about them, but it was because Endeavor was reported to be at that hospital, and the bloody Bogans had orders to kill every hero in there. Endeavor was his to kill. AFO's orders be damned. He was not going to let those Bogan idiots rob him of his vengeance. Noticing that everyone was too absorbed with the assault happening on TV, Dabi quietly slipped out of the room, exited out the back door, and ran out into the streets of Kamino. He surveyed the area, trying to find transportation that could get him to the hospital and create a distraction, until he saw his quarry, a large petrol tanker truck idling at a gas station a distance away. Narrowing his eyes, Dabi broke out into a sprint towards the gas station. Inside the truck cabin, the driver's partner impatiently drummed his fingers on his lap as he waited for him to come back from the restroom. "How long does it take to use the toilet?" he muttered to himself as he stared at the convenience store through his window. He heard the door open behind him and someone climb into the truck cabin. "About time, man. Let's go already, Dash." His words died in his throat when he turned his head and saw not his partner, but rather a horribly burned man sitting down and closing the door. The intruder then turned to him, glaring daggers as wisps of blue flames flared out from the corner of his eyes. "Get out," Dabi dangerously intoned. He didn't feel like immolating the guy. The man threw the passenger door open and ran for his life into the convenience store. Once he was gone, Dabi closed the passenger door, took hold of the steering wheel, and slammed his foot on the gas. The truck lurched forward and gradually picked up speed until it barreled through the streets with Dabi at the wheel, dead set on ensuring the Bogans did not kill Endeavor. Only him. Muzutafu, 2:34 a.m. "Dude, this is so fucked," a teen muttered as he watched the news report on his friend's phone. "I know, right? I mean, this is really effing bad, man," the shorter teen responded. The two of them stood huddled near each other on the sidewalk, a solitary lamp post shining down on them as they continued to view the coverage of the attack. They were so engrossed that they never noticed a woman running towards them. She bumped into the shorter teen, knocking the phone out of his hands as she ran down the sidewalk. "Stay inside. It's for your own good," she shouted at them over her shoulder. "Hey, excuse you, skank." The taller teen barked at her indignantly. Gritting her teeth, Lady Nagant darted around the intersection and continued running down the street. As soon as she heard what was happening over at Muzutafu General Hospital, she made a break towards the area as fast as she could. She decided to take off her wig, stuff it into her coat pocket, and activate her boost boots to help expedite her journey. She boosted up to the metal scaffolding on the side of a building and double jumped off of it, landing on the roof. Kana could make out the thin spires of smoke out in the distance, along with the brief flashes of explosions and sounds of automatic rifle fire. Seeing that she still had a long way to go, Lady Nagant jumped from roof to roof with the help of her boost boots, hoping that she could get there in time to provide fire support far from the law and kill as many villains as she could. The reliquary. Ulthane trudged through the halls, letting out a loud yawn as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. He was rudely awoken from his slumber by the Crowfather's crow, the blasted rat with wings cawed as loud as it could into his ear. That could only mean that the Crowfather needed to see him, and it was urgent. He walked through the museum area of the reliquary until he came into the Crowfather's personal study and was met with the sight of the Crowfather and the horsemen gathered in the room. "Bloody hell, laddies, did ye have to wake me up this late?" Ulthane grumbled. Did we wake the baby?" Strife teased before the Crowfather swiftly threw one of his heavy books at the back of the Nephilim's head. "Ow, what the dash? There is a valid reason for rousing you from your sleep, Ulthane," the Crowfather began, ignoring the aggravated grumbles from Strife. The four horsemen have found the missing piece to the helix stone. Most fortuitous, if I say so myself. Really now? Could A waited till morning? Ulthane responded dully. The Crowfather felt his eye twitch at Ulthane's apathetic reaction. For a watcher, I feel as though you should take a greater interest in this. Death said as he placed a hand on the helix stone fragment, sitting on a table near the rest of the helix stone. We ventured into hell, and were able to procure this from Vulgrim and Disdash. What? You went to those wankers. Ulthane's eyes snapped fully open, now fully invested and awake. How much did ye have to pay him? I hope it wasn't Dash. Fury stepped forward and waved him down with a confident smirk. Calm yourself. We would never pay them in souls unless we had no choice. They were quite willing to hand it over free of charge. Bah, like HM gonna believe the load of malarkey. Ulthane scoffed. Wait, you sure you didn't threaten them? Fury chuckled. I wish. My sister is being truthful to you, Ulthane. War spoke. Vulgrim and Dis parted with the fragment without incident. Ulthane raised an eyebrow at the horseman. The mere thought of demons being reasonable or even amicable was unheard of. He went over to the fragment and, out of curiosity, picked it up and slotted it into the damaged section of the helix stone where it had broken off. It fit like a glove, and now Ulthane and the Crowfather had a better picture of who the second Slayer was. The Crowfather stroked his beard as he studied the now completed mural. HRMM, distinctly female, but rather peculiar features. He observed, Are those bunny ears? Are you all sure those sods didn't swindle ye? Ulthane raised a skeptical eyebrow at the horseman. The Nephilim glanced at each other, and Death sighed through his nose. It is no trick. We can confirm that this is indeed genuine, and we might know who it is. He revealed, much to Ulthane and the Crowfather's shock. Jings, Ulthane whispered in astonishment. Could this second Slayer be on Earth as we speak? The Crowfather pressed, eager for answers. Yeo, it was someone the Slayer helped a while ago. Strife scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's Dash. War placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, stopping him. Before we reveal the identity of the second Slayer, I find it wise to inform the Ascendant Realm first. To be continued. And that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed. Support the writer. Don't forget to like, sub, and share.